Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am. You had better. Well, get them the heck up. Get them going. It's a Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B as we get you up over the hump and a couple days closer to, or at least one day closer to Texas OU for the 119th time. Up in Big D, Dallas, we'll get you there. A lot to dive into. An improved Oklahoma team at 5-0. Longhorns sitting at number 3 in the country. And we are getting you geeked up for that big football game. There are a lot of big football games this weekend. That's what we do on a Wednesday. Get you over the hump. Start looking forward to the big college and pro football games of the weekend. Let's just say the Thursday night special we get tomorrow night, not so good. You might want to make other plans for Thursday night football. We got baseball's playoffs as well. 4 games yesterday, 4 more today. Got the NBA cranking up. We've got a lot to do, safe to say, to get you going on this Wednesday morning, the 5th day of October, and a lot to do. 4th day of October, I should say. Rod Babers sits across from me. He is our shutdown corner. He's doing it each and every morning at a high level, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up. He is from the 713, DB High down there in the 713. Of course, DVU right here in the 512. He's a proud new papa. He's also the football theorist. He's Blackstradamus. He is our man, Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
What's up, brother? And I appreciate the intro as always. Feeling good, especially getting closer and closer to the big game, Texas, Oklahoma, coming up this weekend. You're going to be down there in Big D.
For Friday. For Friday afternoon, man. I'm ready for the dash to Dallas and back, but still looking forward to our trip to Terry Black's on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. So looking forward to that, but also looking forward to the show today. Got a lot to break down. Of course, Texas, Oklahoma. You got the Cowboys and San Fran. A lot of NFL discussion, so we'll get into that coming up in the show. But as we do every show in the morning, we want to salute those who choose to serve. It is an honor and also a burden, so we appreciate those who choose to serve in any capacity, whether it be God, country, or community. Our society built on the selflessness of service. So all those who are serving, we really appreciate you and salute you this morning. First responders, teachers, officers of the law, the nurses out there, all the great folks out there who serve. We appreciate you in all of your many ways.
Certainly do. Certainly do. Thank you for what you do. Since
everybody
serves
can't do it.
Everyone. Our
Everybody
man
can't do it.
Look who's through the glass. He serves us when he's feeling okay. He's back from his day out with a bit of an under the weather situation. Our buddy Ty Henderson is here. Did we fix our screen in there? We good?
Glad you're back, Ty.
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay, we had a technical glitch to start the program, but hey, we're ready to roll as we get this thing cranked up. You feeling good, Rod? We're a couple days out. The Red River rivalry temperatures are about to drop and cool off.
Fall is here. Good football is here too now.
Man.
You know what I mean? So we got good football. Cowboys and the 49ers. We got Longhorns and the Sooners. We're going to break that all down. And, of course, we'll get into some of the other college football action across the country as well.
It's one of those weekends where even the average games are really good, right? They're big. The ones that
it's like the meat of the conference schedule.
Yeah.
Get into the meat of it.
Well, I mean, maybe you got to dig down a little bit, but it's like it's like average pizza or average sex. It's still really good. It's still better than most, right? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Because I mean, look, even Alabama A&M's big game. Big game. It's not one of those ranked matchups marquee, but the Aggies are coming off a big win over Arkansas where they really dominated the Razorbacks, and here comes Alabama. Both are 4-1. That's a good game. It's been an important game. Big Ten has Maryland and Ohio State. Buckeyes are number 4, but Maryland's off to a 5-0 start and playing good football. I mean, that's a sneaky good game. Kentucky and Georgia. Is Georgia on upset alert a little bit? Georgia has looked beatable, and Kentucky's been unbeatable so far. Just smashed Florida last week.
That Notre Dame-Louisville game.
Notre Dame
might be on upset alert there.
Yeah,
watch it, man.
Yeah,
better watch it. Louisville's playing good football.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Louisville. And that we'll get into these games. This is what we do on a Wednesday. Get you up over and look forward to now the next big games of the college football weekend. We'll dive into that. Is Georgia, because there are a lot of folks obviously noticing that Georgia, because the national narrative is that Georgia's just kind of sleepwalking. You really watch their games; they're not as good. They're not as dominant as we've seen them over the last couple of years. Doesn't mean they're not very good. Just means
There's no dominant team.
They just flip. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, right?
There's no dominant team right now. So that's, to me, it's on par with the kind of what we've seen so far in college football with what's developing. I don't see a dominant team really. Maybe someone will separate later on, but there's no dominant. They're really, really good teams. I mean, great teams actually. Texas is one of them, by the way.
Yeah, well, you're kind of looking for that team as we get up over the hump of the college football season as well, that can be that dominant team both sides.
There's no juggernaut.
Because I was looking at numbers yesterday, the Washington Huskies, one of the best offenses, but their defense is down 75th in the country. Yeah. It's just okay. USC, we know they've got defensive challenges. Oregon might be the most complete team, both sides of the ball out there in the Pac-12. We know Texas playing really strong on both sides of the ball. If they can be consistent and play 4 quarters, they can be that team that rises. Michigan is really good, but have they been tested yet? No. They'll play Minnesota this week, and they'll probably smash them. And we won't know much about the Wolverines here for a few more weeks. But, yeah, that's the fun of college football. Rod mentioned the NFL also heating up now into its 5th week. And, man, there's a lot of interesting games there, including the 49ers and Cowboys. It's one of those weekends where the 2 biggest brands in the state of Texas, 2 of the biggest brands in all of football, Texas and the Dallas Cowboys, both taking center stage with huge opportunity games for both. Let's get you caught up with the news of the morning, hit you the headlines to start your hour 1 on your Wednesday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. We will start with those Longhorns, of course, and getting ready now. The third-ranked Horns continue their game week prep for the 119th meeting with their rivals to the north of the Red River. That's the Oklahoma Sooners, obviously. For the first time in 12 years, both teams meet at the Cotton Bowl undefeated. It's also the first time the Longhorns enter the game with a higher ranking than OU since 2009. 12th-ranked Sooners enter this game at 5-0, thanks to a much-improved defense and their senior quarterback Dillon Gabriel, who's healthy and off to an outstanding start. In their 6-7 season a year ago, OU's defense allowed over 460 yards a game and more than 33 points per game. So far this season, head coach Brett Venables' defense allowing just 10 points a game and 120 yards fewer per. As for Dillon Gabriel, he's one of just 6 FBS quarterbacks in the last 27 seasons to complete at least 75% of his passes through the first 5 games of a season while throwing for 15 touchdowns and 2 or fewer interceptions. Steve Sarkisian knows the Longhorns have a challenge.
It's a great rivalry, right? And I don't think there's a whole lot of love lost between the fan bases, between the ex-players, the ex-coaches. There's a lot of crossover on both rosters of players that have played together in high school or against each other in high school. The coaching staffs have competed against each other, maybe not at these 2 institutions, but at different places. So in the end, it is what it is. We're trying to compete for a Big 12 championship, and so are they. And so it's going to take our best effort, not only physically, but I think mentally, to be sharp Saturday.
Saturday, 11 a.m. kickoff time. Of course, we got all our pregame festivities coming. We'll tell you about them throughout the morning. Baseball, 8 teams in action yesterday on the first day of the 2023 MLB playoffs. The best of 3 wild card round. First game of the day, the visiting Texas Rangers rolled into a mostly empty Tropicana field and took down Tampa Bay 4-0. Ranger starter Jordan Montgomery, a stud for Texas. Lefty dominated the Rays, allowed just 6 hits over 7 shutout frames. Corey Seager and Josh Young drove in runs, and the Rangers benefited from 4 errors by Tampa. Rangers can close out that quick series with a win today. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. For Texas, 16-game winner Zach Eflin for the Rays. Also yesterday, Minnesota, the Twins finally ended that 18 years of postseason futility with a 3-1 win over the Toronto Blue Jays at Target Field. Before yesterday, the Twins hadn't won a playoff game since October 5th of 2004. Their 18-game losing streak had grown into the longest such postseason run in North American sports history. Last night, the NL took over, and the Diamondbacks beat the Brewers in Milwaukee 6-3. Then last night, the Phillies beat the Marlins 3-1 behind their ace Zach Wheeler. He punched out 8 over 6 2/3. All 4 series are set for game 2s today. Same schedule as yesterday. Rangers play at 2:08 today. First pitch. You'll hear it right here on the Horn.
What do you call the Texas OU game? It's been a lot of discussion because now it's back to the Red River rivalry, correct?
Yeah,
which is really hard to say 5 times fast, even especially if you had a couple of Bud Light. Red River rivalry. So nobody really calls it the Red River rivalry unless they officially have to call it the Red River rivalry. You can't call it the Red River shootout anymore because that's not politically correct. I understand.
The headlines, they just call it their rivals from north of the Red River, which they are.
Then that's still, so there's a lot, of alliteration.
But I like shootouts still. I'm not going to be too PC. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get it. Craig Way and I, we collaborated, and Craig Way won't call it just because he has to call it whatever the official is because he's the voice of Longhorns. But
he's the pros pro.
He's a pros pro, no doubt. I like to call it the State Fest Street Fight. I think it rolls off the tongue better. I think you still get your alliteration. You still get the significance and the relevance. That's my personal nickname for it. That's what I call it.
All right.
State Fest Street Fight. It's street. You still get, that's the street fight. That is, implies, hey, man, they're getting after it because, shootout. I understand some people believe it's politically incorrect. I totally get why. Street fights are still acceptable. Shootouts are not. So now, I think that's why I'm in society, right? A street fight, you're like, oh man, street fight. People film street fight. They film them, put them on, social media. They go viral and people comment on them. Street fight. We just comment on a fight at a porta potty, all right, with the chick in the white romper, all right, and we thought how great it was. She was taking up for her mom. Street fights are still celebrated.
Yeah,
shootouts are not celebrated.
That was a
yeah,
pit of porta potty pugilism.
Right? Exactly.
So a fan of that.
So I am always trying to find the compromise, the happy medium. All right. So still,
State fair street fight.
we want some violence, of course, because we like violence as a society. We just don't want to get too violent. We don't want anybody to lose their life in the violence. And that happens in shootout. Street fights, you just get your butt whipped.
I guess with
recover.
the
Ty's been like 3 street fights in his life. Like street fights happen all the time. I've been in like 2 of them myself.
There you go.
Life. Street fights, it happened. It happened on 6th Street, actually.
I'm assuming they were both on 6th Street street fights.
One in H-Town, but one in
okay.
6th Street. It was like a block party turned into a street fight. You never know when a street fight's going to break out. But you know, at the State Fair, there's always going to be a street fight between
that.
Texas and
Oklahoma. Right at 11 a.m. They'll kick it off.
There you go. That's
State
my
Fair
spiel.
Street fight. Can you beat that on the new
Can you
new
beat
text line?
State Fair street fight?
I don't know. That's going to be tough. 447-3776 is our new number. That's 512-447-3776.
Brand new, spanking new. Still got the new number smell.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
You got it? You got that? All right. Hey, so Rod, speaking of smell, if I do smell an upset this weekend, like possibly Kentucky over Georgia, possibly Maryland and Ohio State, whether they're going to win or cover the spread, tell folks how they can get to MyBookie and make some cashola this weekend.
No doubt about it. It's definitely the spot where you need to be making all of your bets. You want to get the most bang for your buck, the most bang for your bet. I bet I should say be saying with my friends at MyBookie. Go over to mybookie.ag. It's winning season right now, and it's winning season over at MyBookie, and that's your chance to win big. Plenty of opportunities to win at MyBookie. Will the Dallas San Fran game go over the total points, or can Michael Parsons and the dominating Dallas defense keep up with the San Fran offense? As a better, you demand perfection, and MyBookie delivers NFL, college football, and a brand new cash-out system that's going to give you a chance and options to bet big and win big all season long. First 2 legs of your parlay hit, cash out early and use the funds on another bet, or you can let it ride for a chance at a much bigger payday. Join the MyBookie team for an entire season filled with odds boosts, free bets, and super contests. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now. Register for an account absolutely free. That's right, free 99, best price you're going to get. And when you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. And you know what on the house means? That's free 99. The promo code is HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus, and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Once again, free 99. All right, you're making money with MyBookie before you even place your first bet. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and bet anywhere as long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie. You are betting with the best.
Betting with the best, no doubt about that. And coming up bottom of the hour, Rod is the best. He'll take you behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll talk Texas football, the deep dive conversations about a much improved Oklahoma team, at least on paper. Statistically, we know they haven't played much of a schedule to this point, but they are better in a lot of phases, faster on defense for sure. And Dylan Gabriel is healthy this year. He was not last year. Texas obviously has been more battle tested. So we'll go behind the BOC, break this game down. Also looking forward now on this Wednesday to the big games of the upcoming weekend. As I said in the NFL, Rod, you're probably going to want to avoid the primetime game Thursday night and Monday night. I mean, those are kind of your standalone games. But the Bears and Commanders, that do anything for you? Washington and Chicago?
Man, those are 2 of the most sacked quarterbacks in the NFL,
yes,
too, right?
the Giants, the Commanders quarterback is the most sacked, Sam Howell.
And I know Justin Fields is like in the top 5.
Justin Fields is top 3, 17 sacks this year.
I was like, they're 2 of the most sacked quarterbacks in the NFL.
For like 45 sacks.
Yeah.
So their offensive lines are bad. The quarterback play's not good. One's 0-4, one's 2-2.
No, that does nothing for me.
And then the Monday night game to wrap up Week 5 is the Packers and Raiders. Which, there's not a lot of sex appeal there. Raiders are playing their backup quarterback.
The real question in the NFL is Taylor Swift going to Minnesota?
No.
Taylor Swift?
That's Prince country. She's not going to Prince country.
So Taylor Swift will not go to Minnesota?
She just got, is it a streak? You never have a winning streak?
I'm just saying, they're 2-0, as with the Swiftie Nation following them. And maybe
we can give that a rest for a week. You know what I'm saying? Can we give that a rest?
The NFL is not trying to give that a rest. No, the NFL wants to pump that.
They're also not trying to stop going to London. There's another London game on Sunday. You had to get up early to watch, and it's a good one. It should be a good game. Jacksonville, who might as well be called the London Jaguars, they're going to play the Buffalo Bills.
I don't know if that's going to be a good game.
The Bills.
It should be a good game.
Well,
the Jaguars are not playing well right now. It should have been a good game prior to the season. I would have said that.
Yeah, it's weird. That entire AFC South is 2-2, right? Everybody in that division 2-2 at this point. Am I right about that?
Well, Houston is the best looking 2-2 because they've been doing it with the worst O-line and a rookie quarterback and a rookie head coach and a rookie OC. Nobody's 2-2 probably looks better than the 2-2 of the Houston Texans.
Yeah,
are they the best looking 2-2
in that division?
That's like, honestly, I'm just saying because let's go look at all the 2-2s. The Titans, the Packers are 2-2. The Packers 2-2 don't look good. They've had full complement.
Yeah. Everybody.
You're talking about the worst. The Texans have had the worst O-line in the NFL for the first 4 games, and they're 2-2.
Well, on paper it should be, but it hasn't actually been. Their run game's not good.
Well, it actually is. It's just they're playing. The quarterback is playing really well. He's a rookie quarterback, by the way.
Sure.
Best rookie start for a quarterback potentially ever. And you got a rookie head coach and a rookie OC. I'm just saying that's a good looking 2-2, man. The Rams 2-2. That's another 2-2 that we ain't think. I'm just saying to me 2-2 is like being a 6 out of a scale of 1 to 10, and she's just a really hot 6.
Well, and the 2-2 Texans play at the Falcons, are also 2-2, but those two are the opposite, right?
Oh yeah, the Falcons 2-2 is ugly.
Yeah, Falcons. Well, the Falcons won their first 2, then lost their next 2. Texans lost their first 2 and have won 2 in a row now and are getting better.
Desmond Ridder though.
Yeah, playing
2-2 is all about how your quarterback looks, and your quarterback looks UGLY.
Yeah, Bijan's still having a great start. I mean, he's on pace, and that's going to be that Falcons-Texans game at noon Sunday is kind of the battle for the early lead in offensive rookie of the year. C.J. Stroud and Bijan Robinson are the 2 best rookies so far.
Right, Steelers 2-2, ugly.
That's
an ugly 2-2.
Yeah,
I'm saying, look at the 2-2 teams. It's Saints 2-2. That's all right. But,
well, Derek Carr's hurt, and
that's what I'm saying.
Still not very good.
Look at the 2-2-2s and tell me it's either Rams or Texas are probably the best looking 2-2 teams right now, which is crazy.
Yeah,
I would never thought I'd said that.
A lot of intriguing games, and then of course you got the center of attention Sunday night because we're talking about primetime games. The Packers Raiders Monday night probably don't care about. Commanders Bears unless you're a fan. Cowboys Niners is must see. That is a must see tune in chess match of a game.
Yep.
Where I think we'll get the best version of the Cowboys. We know we didn't when they played out in the desert against Arizona. That was a lame performance, and they paid for it. But this is one, even Jerry Jones on the radio yesterday talking about, if you want to go to the Super Bowl, you probably got to go through the 49ers. We can't wait for the challenge.
Yes, you do.
It's a big signature kind of game for Dak Prescott to face that defense. Brock Purdy. Heck, yesterday Aaron Rodgers doing his interview on the Pat McAfee show. He's praising Brock Purdy, said I'm a big fan. Cowboys got to deal with that quarterback and that Niners team that really hasn't lost a game since they've acquired Christian McCaffrey, who's off to an MVP start. That is if the Thursday night and Monday night primetimers are not sexy, that is a sexy matchup. The Cowboys and Niners. That is must see at 7:20 Sunday. So we'll start previewing these games. Look into them as Rod said. The 2-2s. There are also teams that kind of at this point now, as you're heading into October, fighting for their season. Right? If you're 2-2, 1-3. You lose another one, your season over, man. You start
Tankathon.
Thinking about the draft of April and the trade deadlines and things of that nature. Yep. So I'll also mention to the 2-2 conversation you just had, in the entire AFC South, everybody's 2-2. All 4 teams: Titans, Colts, Texans,
division of sixes,
and Jaguars. Well, we got to know that going in, but they're all there at 2-2s, and. Jacksonville's been kind of an enigma, but the Colts get Jonathan Taylor back this week.
That's a good point.
And Anthony Richardson's been pretty good. He and C.J. Stroud as rookies have outperformed Bryce Young so far.
I want to say he's leading the NFL in explosive plays.
He is.
He's a freak.
Dynamic athlete.
Yeah.
Everything you knew about the guy. And that he's erratic sometimes, right? Then he'll make some plays. And he missed some time because he took a concussion on a hit that he probably shouldn't take as a quarterback. He missed a game and a half for the Colts there, and Gardner Minshew had to come in. But either way, so 2-2. Somebody's going to take the front, and that's kind of odd for you and I, Rod, as Texans fans, to look at that and say, wow. That if the Texans were to win and they get some breaks, they could be in first place.
I'm telling you, and they're getting the O-line back. I don't know, slowly but surely.
Yeah, Laramie Tunsil will come back. Titus Howard will come back.
They just had another injury, though, on the O-line.
Yeah,
they just had another guy out.
Their third left guard got hurt. Yeah, their third left guard is out.
It's like, that guy was playing.
Yeah, he was playing pretty well. Well, that's whoever's coaching their O-line, along with
that's a
Bobby
great
Slowick.
point.
He's doing a hell of a job.
They're doing a hell of a job, man.
Watching that team, they show up and play. Cowboys have offensive line issues too. They're iffy, according to Jerry Jones. It's iffy with Tyron Smith if he can play against San Francisco, and that's important because that's a ferocious pass rush of the 49ers.
Yeah, that's the wrong game to have O-lineman.
Zach Martin probably plays, but he's dealing with a quadriceps problem, which is, the center Biotish has been battling a couple things, and that's important, right? Those lines of scrimmage, when you play the 49ers, speaking of street fights,
As a street fight organization. Yeah, I still remember the stat from last season that every 49er opponent last season, whether they won or lost versus the 49ers, they lost their next game. There's a hangover effect of playing the 49ers because they're so damn physical. That is a street fight organization.
It is.
That's what you're getting in. Every week you in a street fight.
Well, and the
with
Cowboys
49ers.
was getting a street fight with you, too, because that defense is nasty. What they did to the New England Patriots last week, the worst loss in Bill Belichick's career. I mean, that's for Dan Quinn, that's kind of a little feather, right? That's a feather. We just posted, and the offense didn't even have to do much. I mean, you think about Bill Belichick's defenses, and it was all Dan Quinn. So Dan Quinn and his defense just annihilated the Patriots, which they've done to the Jets and Giants this year. I don't think they're doing that to the Niners, but can they slow them down? Becomes the question. All right, we asked for your contributions on the text line that says, guys, love listening to you on the Longhorn live stream last night. Yes, Rod and I did that, hour and a half, a couple hours on the Longhorn live stream on the On Texas Football Channel.
Jerry Hamilton.
With our man Jerry. Yeah, says Daniel Cruz sounds like a great kid. Yeah, we had the Longhorn center commitment out of Richland Hills. They're up in the Fort Worth area. What a great kid.
He is. He's really, he's impressive.
Yeah.
He's really impressive. He played every position on the O-line, and his senior year, they decided to move him to center. I asked him what the toughest position that he's played on the O-line is. I expect him to say center. Yeah. He said left tackle.
Yeah.
He said, being on that island, basically, because your athleticism is challenged. You're basically out there in space.
He's a part of this 2024 class that really includes Colin Simmons and the number one left tackle prospect out of California. But this is a big one.
Brandon
Baker. A lot of schools have Daniel Cruz as the number one center prospect on the board because, as Jerry Hamilton told us,
crazy.
As a scout, he's got left tackle feet, but he's got a body of he's kind of a squattier guy with shorter arms, which kind of projects to interior, but he's got great feet, and he's a really smart kid. And we got to talk to him last night. That was a lot of fun.
Has never played center except for his senior
year. And he's
year.
learning right now.
And he's been projected as best center. How is that? That's crazy.
And give credit to a couple people. After talking to him last night, let me give some credit to his coaches for allowing him to play center. Right? High school coach doesn't have to let him play center.
It's probably not in their best interest.
They know it's in his best interest. And so teams want him to start practicing there, and then for the kid to say, okay, that's where my best spot is, having never played there. Also on the text line this morning, fellas, I was listening to the sports guys up in Oklahoma. They don't sound so confident. Well, we'll talk about that coming up. Should they be confident? It says Red River Shootout is what it is for me. Doesn't need a name, Rod, just Texas OU.
You're right. D-Town Throwdown. Oh, I like that.
D-Town Throwdown.
I like the D-Town Throwdown. I'm writing that one down. That's good.
That is
D-Town Throwdown.
It says, hey, Rod, where I'm from, Chicago, a street fight turns into a shootout.
That's not funny. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at that. Yeah, you're right. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you're right. That can't happen. Hopefully, street fights should stay with the fisticuffs. You know what I mean? We don't get into any, using any guns or anything like that. Trying to avoid that, but I get it.
Here's a great one. It says 2 and 2 is like a 6 at the gym. If she sticks to it, she can be a 7.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The Texans. Keep doing them squats, girl. Squat. Squat.
Well, then we got Ty through the glass. Ty in there calls Taylor Swift a 6. I'm like, really?
Okay, that's ridiculous.
She may not be a 10, but she ain't no 6.
She ain't no 6, man. Come on now.
Come on, man.
On the celebrity scale.
I don't know about that.
That is a different scale. This is fair. There's a celebrity scale, because they're different than you and I. I think my theory is most people are average looking. So if you think you're ugly, you're probably just average looking on that scale. And then the minorities are people who are really, really attractive and people who are really unattractive. And you're right, different scale for celebrities because most of them are attractive.
It's all relative.
I still think she's a 7.5, 8 on a celebrity scale too.
On a celebrity scale?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
Because I kind of look at it like, what do they look like when they're not done up at all? And I still think she looks pretty good. A lot of those, a lot of that's fake and glitz and glamour and makeup artists.
That is true though too. Yeah, you don't see them when they wake up in the morning. Yeah, that's how a woman looks.
Yeah, when they're pumping gas or something.
How she wakes up in the morning
with her yoga pants on.
Yeah, exactly. You take her home and then after 6th Street or something, you wake up and go, she does not look the same as she looked at the club.
Taylor Swift's in good shape.
I think Taylor might look the same as she looks.
Big smile.
For the most part.
Hey, we come back. We're just getting warmed up over the hump. We got a lot of
Taylor Swift is a 5. Texter, wow.
Dang, coming hard.
They coming hard. That's
tough.
So Kelsey can do better is what y'all saying?
He has done better.
I don't know.
Ooh, She is
his
the
mom's been-
biggest pop star in the world.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
that makes her a little hotter.
Status.
It's like Jay-Z. Jay-Z looks like Joe Camel, but he got Beyonce. Why? He's talented and rich. That makes you more attractive.
he's still a 5 though.
Yeah, but physically, but when you add all of it together, he's like an 8.
Yeah, but I'm not
8.5.
I'm not looking at any of that. He's talking pure
Because
looks
you're
here.
You only
completely
physical-
surface type.
No, 'cause
completely
that's how
surface.
he's right. That's how men are. Men can see a hot woman working, like clean the bathroom at Taco Bell, and will ask her out. A woman would never do the opposite.
Well, I'm not going to have a legitimate chance at ever dating Taylor Swift, so why do I have to?
have more, dude. Come on,
You
have
never
more
know.
confidence in yourself.
She's like 10 years older than me. I
So
mean,
what? She's a cougar too. She could show up at like Deep Eddy Cabaret one night. You never know.
for real.
Hey, we come back. Yeah, I doubt you call her a 6 then. I promise
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
Hey,
There you go.
Let's pick up the burnt orange curtain. We got some Just the Facts before the end of the hour. It's a Wednesday. We're having fun. Let's hook 'em up with Ian Rod B, Texas OUE.
Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Question on the text line this morning: is Cole Hudson done for the year? No, he's only out for. Longhorns hope to have him and who else got hurt right there? There was 2 players got hurt in that. Cole Hudson went out, but they're hoping he's back after the bye week, which will be after the Texas OU game.
Oh, the D lineman.
Chris Ross.
Chris Ross, right? Yeah, D lineman.
Yeah, both were 3 to 4 week injuries, leg injuries. I think Chris Ross was an elbow, actually, and they're hopeful both those guys can be back for the bye week. The big question for this week for Texas is J.T. Sanders.
Yes, sir.
Going back up to the Metroplex, where he was such a baller last year in this game, caught 2 touchdown passes in the 49-0 romper room game for Texas. He was uncoverable by that Oklahoma secondary. We will see. I mean, you've turned ankles before, Rod, and he got rolled up on.
He's going to play.
You're going to play?
But it's all about that lateral movement, the cutting.
The ball get off.
That lateral quickness and the cutting. I bet straight ahead, he's probably pretty good. But football, you don't play football just running in a straight line. And that's when, the ankle is going to be a problem, getting in and out of those breaks.
Well, can't wait to hear your breakdowns of this Oklahoma team. We know Texas has been rock solid. We've told you that Texas's 5 opponents have a combined record of 17-8 this year. 2 of them are ranked. Wyoming's even a really solid team. They're 4-1. They haven't lost a game outside of that Texas loss, and they competed well. Meanwhile, Oklahoma's opponents' highest-ranked team is SMU at 51, and they're 13-12, their opponents, at 500. But, as I said in the headlines, Rod, this Oklahoma defense has gone from a team that allows over 460 yards a game a year ago to 318. Points per game last year were, 33. This year, 10. So marked improvement. How much better are they will be something we'll talk about as the week goes on, or they just haven't been tested. One thing is true, Rod. Both teams, no matter what their level of competition, both teams are facing the best quarterback they've faced to this point. Oklahoma is, we talk about Texas facing the best quarterback they've seen in Dylan Gabriel, and they've caught some breaks, seen some backup quarterbacks here of late.
3 straight.
3 straight. But in Cincinnati, I mean, if you look at what Oklahoma has seen, they have absolutely not seen. I mean, the best quarterback they've seen is Preston Stone at SMU, I guess.
And SMU's not a bad team.
No, they're not. But I'm talking about the quarterback.
Like a top 40 in offense, something like that.
I'm talking about, actually, they're 28th in total offense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not bad.
But I'm talking about best quarterback faced. Yeah. Best quarterback faced is probably Preston Stone, which, again, big step up at the quarterback position. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain and talk some Texas OU.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Oh, now, if you've watched enough of these Texas OU games and matchups, and there are certain trends that seem to always, materialize, come to fruition in these matchups. And I've been keeping track of a few of them, and I think these trends actually this year they favor Texas. I think 2 of them favor Texas. 2 of these 3 that I'm about to mention. So first of all, we know Quinn Ewers. He played in the Texas OU game last season, and it was one of his standout performances as a Texas Longhorns, one of his best games he's ever had, and Texas blew out Oklahoma. Talked about J.T. Sanders, one of his breakout performances too, and now he's got that on his resume, but he's also, more importantly, got the experience in the game. Here's the stat: if first-time starters at quarterback in the Texas OU game, the State Fair Street Fight, as I like to call it. Or the texter said the D-Town Throwdown?
D-Town Throwdown.
Kind of like that, too. First-time quarterback, since 1990, first-time quarterbacks versus quarterbacks who have experience in the Texas OU game as a starting quarterback. There are only 4 quarterbacks who actually have won as first-time starters going up against more experienced quarterbacks who have had starts in the Texas OU game. And they're all actually on the OU side. Spencer Rattler, Jalen Hurts, Justin Fuentes, Sam Bradford. When one quarterback has played in the game while the other hasn't, Dylan Gabriel hasn't played in this game because he was hurt last season. That's part of why Texas blew him out.
He probably doesn't remember it.
Yeah,
he was knocked woozy.
Yes, good point. And,
against TCU.
And Quinn, that was Quinn's game back, right, from the injury, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that was
Yes,
his
it
first game back from the injury, and he looked so spectacular in
Well,
that
I
game.
will say, having been at the Cotton Bowl, Dylan Gabriel actually was on the field warming up for that game.
I remember that because we were talking about that in the pregame, remember?
Yep. He was on the field, took warm-ups. He just wasn't cleared for the protocols.
Yeah, that's a good point. I remember us talking about that in the pregame. So that's with 34 years of sample size that tells you first time starters in this game versus veteran quarterbacks who started in this game. They don't fare so well. But if anybody can break the trend, it would be Oklahoma. And he is he would be the outlier because he is a veteran quarterback. He's a sixth-year quarterback. So if anybody can kind of break that trend, maybe it will be him. But that's one that I think is good for Texas. Less experienced quarterbacks in this game versus more experienced quarterbacks. Now I think 3-14-1. So those also favors Texas because Quinn is the more experienced quarterback in this game, in the Texas OU game, not overall, just in the Texas OU game. That's what we're talking about. When both quarterbacks have experience in the game, and when you're looking at a situation where neither quarterback has experience in the game, really tougher to predict the outcome. Okay. Let's get into the other stat here, or at least trend here that I think also favors Texas, the running game. Everybody knows about the rushing stat in this game. It is a line of scrimmage game, as my man Jeff Howe likes to call it. Since 1999, that's when Rod B first stepped on campus on the 40 acres. The team that wins the rushing battle in the Texas OU game is 21-2-1.
21-2-1. Well, going into this game, statistics would tell you the Longhorns are a much better running team than
It's
Oklahoma.
not even a question. I think Oklahoma's averaging less than 4 yards per rush as a team.
They don't really have a bell cow dude. I mean, Jonathan Brooks has emerged as not just a, he leads the Big 12 in rushing. He's one of the national leaders in rushing yards right now. And who would have picked that when the season began? He's having a breakout year and giving the Longhorns that strong running game. And you think they might use a lot of those six offensive line packages to just bully ball this team.
I think they could. I mean, they use it more in that Kansas game than they've used it in any time that Sark's been on campus as the head coach / play caller. And they used it when JT Sanders went out of the game. I think that's what really initiated that move, is to supplement the loss of JT Sanders with that, what I call kind of the bully ball package. They call it their Big 12 package. So I wonder if that will be one of the adjustments, but we don't know how healthy JT Sanders is. I don't know if they do. I think he's day-to-day. And they're judging that day-to-day. And if he's really healthy and he can go, I think they'll let him go early because they want him a part of that early script early on. And then from there, they may adjust if, he ends up having to work that ankle, if he, re-injures it, if he gets tackled and, they don't like the way it looks, that kind of stuff. I think early on, it'll probably be at its best. Right off of, a week of rest and the training sessions and things of that nature. So, but yeah, the rushing battle is huge. And, Texas, right now, I agree with E. They definitely have their running game right now is finding its groove. It's finding its rhythm. It's right now one of the better running games. I think it's the best running game potentially right now in the Big 12. It's one of the better running games in the country, actually, looking at the way Jonathan Brooks is running the football. All right, another trend here, and this is not just Texas OU, this is any football game at any level. Turnovers. Turnovers are going to be big. I think it favors Texas, but it could favor Oklahoma. They lead the Big 12 in takeaways right now. They got 10 interceptions right now. I believe that 10 interceptions is one of the national leaders, too. Well, it's got to be 10 interceptions through 5 games, but it's one of the national leaders, too. So they're really opportunistic defense. That's one thing that, Brent Venables has been able to kind of infuse this new opportunistic mentality with this defense. They go after the football. They got more speed. I think their strength on defense is their back seven, starting with the linebackers. Their linebackers actually are really good. It's probably their best players on defense are those two off-ball linebackers they have, Stutzman, who is a stud. But they got 10 interceptions. In fact, the Sooners have 24 interceptions in their last 13 games. So they're trending the right way in terms of taking the football away. But Texas, we know Quinn Ewers, even though he threw an interception last week, he is not prone to being careless with the football. That is not really in his DNA. He can be inconsistent. He can be indecisive. He can hold on to the ball, all that kind of stuff. But he is not really a turnover-prone quarterback. Doesn't just throw it to the other team. So I don't see that being a problem in the Texas OU game. Since 2000, the team that wins the turnover margin, 14-7. And Texas has won the turnover margin actually in 8 of the last 9 meetings. So it's a good chance they'll win the turnover margin here too. But Oklahoma, that's one of their strengths defensively.
Good trends right there for Texas. Run the ball, quarterback with experience in this game, and don't turn the football over. All things the Longhorns have gotten their advantage. Now, again, the only one that is even is turnovers. Everything else is pretty significantly to Texas at this point as far as the running game, because that's, to me, that's what and physicality, right? This game hinges on physicality.
Yes, agreed.
Winning the line of scrimmage. I mean, go back to some of the tough losses for Texas, and back when Lincoln Riley was still the coach. I mean, they would just line up and be able to gouge you with the run game. And Kennedy Brooks and some of those huge rushing games go all the way back to the Bob Stoops, Mac Brown days with Quentin Griffin and some of those great running backs. I mean, that's where it's all about. And I think Texas has a real opportunity, and that's credit to the big humans up front that are improving.
Right.
And by the way, a lot of those big humans up front, several of them are from the Metroplex. They like playing in the Metroplex. DJ Campbell.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Those
Be inspired. They've been watching that game since they were a kid.
Yeah, man.
Wanting to play in it.
Yeah, and so push it around, get after it, and then Jonathan Brooks. What a
It's a great story, man. It really is a great story.
Revelation, because we knew he was a good player, but he's really turned into one of the better running backs playing at all Big 12 level right now. And if he keeps it up, could be All American level.
Sark still didn't say he was a starter, did he? I love that Sark won't say he's a starter. He just keeps that. I think he said something about how they're both great.
We like our backfield.
But he will not just say. And I think Jonathan Brooks is on a mission to make him say it. Say it, Sark. Say it. Say I'm the starter. You know, he won't say it. He started C.J. Baxter's first 2 games. Honestly, Sark might have did Jonathan Brooks a favor. Because Jonathan Brooks might still fighting for that. You can tell he was playing for that spot. And he probably still is, because Sark's like, you know what, at this point, I'm not going to give it to him.
Maybe he knows
He's
it's
gonna
good
play
motivation
like
for
this.
Jay Brooks.
He's going to play like this to get the spot. I'll never give it to him. I'll just make him have to, essentially maybe eat my words and eat that crow. But he won't say he's the starter yet, even though we all know he's the starter.
Hey, can we come back and hit some What the Facts? We got some big ones, including embarrassing crowd in Tampa yesterday for a playoff game. And today is a National What Day? National What Day? We're going to have some fun with that.
Hey.
It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Favors, hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Wednesday, 4 October, National Taco Day. Taco. So whatever taco means to you. Breakfast taco,
I like tacos.
crunchy tacos.
I like crunchy tacos. Underrated. People don't enjoy them enough, but they only have the shelf life. It's short shelf
Street
life.
tacos,
Street tacos are good tacos.
puffy tacos,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know.
Shrimp tacos, fish tacos.
shrimp
Like the
taco.
seafood tacos are good. Crab. and all that
National
good stuff.
Taco
Yeah,
Day.
man.
And if Rod had time last night, he would have been watching Naked Attraction and might have seen some tacos. You
I
know what I'm
lost.
saying?
I ran out of time. I definitely got it on the queue now, but I ran out of time, man. I had too much stuff going on. We had the live stream last night. We just had a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah,
So
that was fun doing the live stream. But
real fun.
National Taco Day.
Nothing wrong with that.
So yeah,
Austin is probably one of the best taco cities in the country,
Oh,
though.
man.
Actually,
Well,
it's
when you-
like Austin. I know San Antonio wants to
that's
be in
true.
that conversation too, but it's one of the best in the country.
well,
It's like top
evidence of
five.
that, and it's a fact. Just the facts.
It is just the
Because
facts.
last week when you were
Yeah.
out with the baby, we had the number. Yelp ranked Austin, Texas, as the number one taco town.
Oh, did he see it?
Number
Yeah.
one taco
It's always-
town
yeah.
in the country.
Yeah, that always happens. I mean, it's. I wouldn't say the last 5-6 years it's been top 3.
This is our day.
It should be,
And,
man.
National
yeah.
Taco
Got
Day.
good tacos in the ATX.
Hey, one other real quick fact, Rod, and then I need your fact of the day.
Let's do it.
So at 2:20 p.m. today Eastern Time, so 1:20 our time, everyone's cell phone is going to get an alarm. So be ready. Don't freak out. It's part of apparently the exact same moment, 1:20 today Central, 2:20 Eastern. It's a nationwide test of the emergency alert system and wireless energy alerts.
Uh-oh, there's going to be some conspiracy theorists
Oh,
on
yeah.
the grassy knoll that
Yeah, the
don't
Reddit,
like this.
the Reddit rabbit hole with Ty is
Oh, they
big.
don't like this.
How about
They
this?
don't like this.
There's a group of conspiracy theorists who think the alert is going to activate nanoparticles in our blood.
Oh, man. So get rid of my phone. What time is this happening?
1:20.
Okay, so I need to put my phone in like one of those Faraday.
Put out in your office.
those Faraday bags or whatever it is.
I guess. I don't know, man. That's a fact,
Wow.
though. That's coming today. 1:20
And
Eastern.
what's the reason for this again? Are you just testing something?
It's the test of the nationwide emergency
Yeah,
alert
I don't like
system.
it. I don't like it. I'm going to side with the conspiracy theorists on this. I don't like it. Why? Here you want to test? Well, all of a sudden you want to test something. Come on. You
Well,
can
they
just
want to
test.
be able to send an alert if there's like
You
a
can-
nuclear attack
You
coming.
can just.
or
Why can't you just test a segment, just a group? You ain't got
they
to do
want
it.
it
You
to
got to
go
be to everybody.
coast to coast, baby.
Nah, I don't like it. I don't know. I'm gonna side with Ty on this one. Ty got a conspiracy theory about this. I know he does. It is strange.
Nanoparticles.
Nanoparticles. Yeah, you need a Faraday bag, like one of those fancy things. That's like it turns off. I basically it like closes in and it won't allow the signals to get out.
How about this? There's
Any
one
of the particles.
Reddit rabbit holer talking about these nanoparticles. How about this is where we are now? Many they say explanations. This what will happen is one video. A woman says
Oh,
this
no.
test will trigger graphene oxide that was put into people's blood through the COVID-19 vaccination. It's all going to come together now. We're going to be turned into robots at 1:20 today because of the stab and then this.
I don't like it. I don't know.
Hide your phone.
Are you joking? All right, E. Some crazy stuff gonna happen, man.
Uh,
I don't like
Do you see Aaron Rodgers call Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
yeah.
Oh man. Hey,
I did
Rod,
see
what do you
that.
have as a fact of the day?
He's like going heel turn now. The HBO show Hard Knocks made him a lovable figure, so he became low. People were like, oh, I like Aaron Rodgers now. I thought he was a bit of an a-hole and a d-bag, and now he's like, I don't like this. So he's going heel turn again.
Yeah, well,
he didn't like the hero
He's doing
thing.
interviews from his
He's going heel
recovery
turn.
bed, hopped up on painkillers. Hey,
Here's my fact of the day.
go to it.
The Eagles are going to play the Jets, I think, in like 2 weeks. Not this week, but next week.
Philadelphia. Yeah.
And how about this? The Eagles have beaten the Jets in all 12 regular season matchups, which is in regular season record. That's an NFL record.
Come on.
The Eagles have beaten the Jets in all 12 regular season matchups. Just a random little factoid I found. I was like, man, that's crazy. And it's going to happen again, by the way, because the Jets are not going to beat the Eagles again. So it'll end up being 13.
There you go.
Put your money on that.
I'll
It's
give you this.
history repeating itself.
Give you this fact of the day on National Taco Day. Somebody also said it's National Vodka Day. That is true. But it's true. So
That
you
don't
could
go
have
with,
some.
vodka doesn't go with tacos though.
Well, you get a little Tito's and a couple
I
chicken
like
tacos.
Tito's are awesome, but you need tequila with tacos.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so we had
Yeah.
4 playoff games yesterday in the wild card round.
Yes, sir.
2 road teams won, 2 home teams won. Rangers, one of the road teams, and the Diamondbacks went on the road and won. But if you saw these games, I mean, the Minnesota crowd was unbelievable. The Twins finally broke that 18 years of futility. They had not won a playoff game, Rod, since 2005, and they finally won one. That was the longest in sports. But the fact that's an embarrassment is in Tampa, where the Rangers beat the Rays, and the announced attendance was 19,704. And if you believe there were that many people there, if you saw the panning of the crowd, you're fooling yourself.
It's sad.
There might have been 10,000 people there. Looked like a
sad,
spring
man.
training game.
It's a playoff game.
Playoffs
Playoffs?
for a 99-win team.
Wow. They just don't give a damn.
Oh,
Or is it
and the
'cause
Rays were like, well, we didn't even know we were playing this game until Sunday, and we just put tickets on sale. Well, how'd the other 3 stadiums end up jam-packed in Philadelphia and Milwaukee and Minnesota? Yeah, Tampa, that's a shame. And they just announced that they're going to build a brand new ballpark there.
I guess if you build it, they will come.
Well, that's the argument, and that ballpark is so bad. It's the worst park in baseball. It's so sterile and indoor, and it's ugh. But still, 19,700, which was probably like 11,205. Lame.
Lame,
Rays.
Yeah.
Rangers don't
Do
care
better.
though. Rangers get to play in front of friends and family only, and they're trying to sweep the Rays today. So good for them. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. It says my dog's name is Taco. It's his day.
Someone said R.I.P. to the Choco Taco.
Choco Taco.
It's back.
It says
It's back?
Amaya's Village Puppy Tacos, best in the town. Check those out. We're back
Ooh.
on a Wednesday. Yeah, it's an Over the Hump Wednesday. Looking forward now. What happened. Now it's time to look through the windshield and start looking forward to Texas and Oklahoma. Cowboys and 49ers. Tremendous football weekend. Also, the baseball playoffs are here. The regular season in the rear view. The real season is here, and there are 4 games in the books. And, gosh, series could end today. Series could end today. You play 162 games over 6 months, and all of a sudden, if you're the Rays and a 99-win team, your season can be over today in the blink of an eye. That's the way the baseball playoffs go. Rangers in the advantage. We'll get to the headlines coming up. It's also National Taco Day, so we're talking about tacos. Vodka in there, little Tito's.
Nah, but yeah, I love me some Tito's, but when I get my tacos, I think I need some tequila. Tacos, you know what I mean?
I'm good.
Little tequila there.
I was just thinking,
It's
you
too
and I
early
were
to be
talking
thinking
to the
about
break.
tequila.
Like, when I think tacos these days, I think of Torchy's Tacos. There's a Torchy's
Torchy's
near us.
queso is awesome.
Yeah,
It's one of my
man.
favorite queso out there. I'll just make a run at Torchy's to get queso every now and then.
There's a Torchy's now down near
fantastic.
south to South Park Meadows, or north to South Park Meadows, where I live in Onion Creek.
Oh, I got one by the crib too. I got one
They got
probably
like
5 minutes
They got
from
all
the
the
house.
games on.
Oh man.
It's a good spot.
Oh, they built a nice one too. Right by me. Like it's a bigger one.
Yeah.
Like it's
well,
like an advantage. They got a
like
bar.
a sports bar.
Yeah, they got a bar in there and everything. No, it's really nice. Yeah, you're right.
All right, so I'm Torchy's
Yeah.
Tacos. Let us know where your favorite tacos are. This says Yelp panels a bunch of gringos. San Antonio's a better town.
I'd agree with that.
I will
quite
say some of
honestly.
the best taco spots are like just a little taco truck somewhere, just randomly nondescript taco truck on South Congress
Yeah.
or something. Like sometimes those are the best. Or the hole in the wall joint, you know what I mean? Look like it's a house that's been there forever. That's also kind of a Mexican food spot. Sometimes those are the best tacos. I will say that.
Oh, yeah.
Had some of my best tacos. Like, damn,
Oh, food
this place has
trucks?
been here forever. Like, oh yeah, man, we come here all the time. So we'll throw that out there.
Well, I think if you go, among the list of best taco places, I think a high majority were like the food trucks.
Mm-hmm.
They can just do it greasy, man.
Do it greasy.
do
I
it
like
right.
that.
Do it right.
Do it greasy.
That's what
Mm-hmm.
we're looking for when we're looking for some tacos.
Do it greasy, baby.
Hey, coming up this hour, Rod will have his first rant of the day. We'll get you some deep dive thoughts on the Longhorns or whatever Rod's ranting on or thinking about today, percolating on. It could be the Longhorns, could be the Cowboys, could be these big games coming, which we're looking forward to. Hey, let's get you caught up with the headlines, news of the morning, and then we'll pick up the taco talk. But first, the headlines. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Start with the Longhorns. Yeah, third-ranked Texas continuing their game week prep for the 119th meeting with their rivals north of the Red River. For the first time in 12 years, both teams meet at the Cotton Bowl undefeated. So for the first time, the Longhorns enter with a higher ranking since 2009. 12th-ranked Sooners enter this year's game at 5-0. They are much improved, though, from a year ago, especially on defense and at quarterback. From their 6-7 season last year, OU's defense was allowing over 460 yards a game. More than 33 points per game so far this year through 5 games, allowing just 10 points a game and 120 yards a game fewer. Dylan Gabriel is their quarterback. He's healthy this year. How about this stat for him in his first 5 games? One of just 6 FBS quarterbacks in the last 27 seasons to complete at least 75% of his passes through the first 5 games, while also throwing for 15 or more touchdowns and 2 or fewer interceptions. Steve Sarkisian and the Longhorns will be ready for the street fight on Saturday.
It's a great rivalry, right? And I don't think there's a whole lot of love lost between the fan bases, between the ex-players, the ex-coaches. There's a lot of crossover on both rosters of players that have played together in high school or against each other in high school. The coaching staffs have competed against each other, maybe not at these 2 institutions, but at different places. So in the end, it is what it is. We're trying to compete for a Big 12 championship, and so are they. And so it's going to take our best effort, not only physically, but I think mentally, to be sharp Saturday.
Baseball, 8 teams in action yesterday, 4 games on day 1 of the 2023 MLB playoffs. It's the best of 3 wild card round. First game, Rangers rolled into the mostly empty Tropicana field and took down Tampa 4-0. Ranger starter Jordan Montgomery, a stud on the mound. Lefty dominated the Rays, allowed just 6 hits over 7 shutout frames. Corey Seager, Josh Young drove in runs. Rangers took advantage of 4 errors by Tampa. Rangers can close that series out today with a win. Good pitching matchup. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound for Texas. 16-game winner Zach Eflin for the Rays. Also yesterday, the Minnesota Twins finally ended that 18 years of postseason futility with a 3-1 win over Toronto. At Target Field. Before yesterday, the Twins hadn't won a playoff game since October 4 of 2004. Their 18-game losing streak has grown into the longest such postseason run or had in North American sports history. Last night in the National League, they took center stage. Diamondbacks beat Milwaukee in Sud City 6-3. Then Philadelphia beat the Marlins 3-1 behind their ace, Zach Wheeler. He punched out 8 over 6 2/3. All 4 series set for Game 2s today. Scheduled the same as yesterday, including the Rangers with a 2:08 first pitch from Tropicana Field. By the way, Rod, that game you can hear right here on the horn. The Rays and Rangers.
Oh, yeah.
2:08 this afternoon. First pitch.
So now we got people commenting on queso. Can't you at Torchy's, can't you make it trashy or something? Is that what it is?
Yep.
When they make it trashy and they put queso on the taco?
Yeah, Matt's El Rancho's Bob Armstrong dip is the best. Look, but you see, you can put
queso's a different conversation, guys. Come on, stay focused.
But you can put queso on a taco.
You can, but exactly. We just said that's a taco conversation, not a queso conversation. But yes, the Bob Armstrong's queso is pretty damn strong. It's pretty damn good.
One taco is where it's at.
One taco is where it's at. Okay. Yeah, I don't. You know what? I don't have a go-to taco spot. I'll admit that. I don't have a go. I'm pretty open.
Well, that's why I mentioned Torchy's because I don't eat a lot of tacos. Spots. I don't eat a lot of tacos. If I do eat tacos, it's breakfast tacos. I mean, that's the most common taco.
You don't do taco at the house?
No.
Y'all don't just make
turkey
tacos
eventually sometimes.
Yeah, we do turkey taco, like turkey. Yeah,
taco meat,
ground turkey.
Yeah, ground turkey. Yeah, we do that.
And we do shrimp tacos at the house. You do shrimp tacos?
Listen, we're empty nesters now. When we had kids, we did all kinds of. You had to make a bunch of food. Now it's just like fend for yourself. Whatever's in the fridge.
You didn't eat. That's on you.
Occasionally, we'll make enough food, like on a Sunday afternoon, to have leftovers for the week or something. But yeah, that's weird.
Oh man, we love tacos. We do crunchy tacos. We do shrimp tacos. Sometimes we'll just do soft tacos.
Well, that's why you don't have a taco place, because you do it at home.
That's a good point. We do a lot of tacos at home, but I go out and get some tacos every now and then. But I just don't have a go-to spot. Like some places, I got a go-to fried chicken spot. Right, I gotta get I gotta go to that. I gotta, you got certain places you gotta go. Your go-to spots for certain things, and I don't have a go-to taco spot. Maybe I need one.
Well, I do for breakfast tacos. Like we have company in town or whatnot, or we're looking for, I don't want to make breakfast. You go get some breakfast tacos.
Oh yeah.
And somebody mentioned it that Amaya's Taco Village is really good, and anytime you get to Maudie's breakfast tacos, I think those are really good. I'm a fan of Maudie's.
You know what tacos I don't actually like? Breakfast tacos. I'm not a big fan because people don't know how to. I don't like people's eggs.
Ooh,
I'm real finicky about my eggs. Oh, I'm an egg white man. Strangely enough, I don't like white condiments, but I eat only egg whites. I'm a weird person.
That is weird.
That is weird. I don't like white condiments, but I love egg whites, and not every place does egg whites the right way, so I'm weird about my eggs. So I don't like breakfast tacos as much, but I do like tacos. I'm weird.
There you go. See?
Strange.
We learned about one another.
I'm finicky.
I'm a huge breakfast taco guy. Even though I don't eat breakfast all that much, we're all over the place. We're all over the place.
Queso, whatever.
Queso
for breakfast.
tacos, vodka, tequila. But we know it's Wednesday, so we're looking forward to some big games this weekend. Looking to and drilling down. We mentioned doing you the public service. If you kind of lock in that Thursday night special game, probably can avoid that this weekend. Thursday night, the folks at Amazon not going to be thrilled with Washington, Chicago. That's supposed to be a big game because those are two historic fan bases, two big fan bases. But the game at FedEx Field in Landover is going to be ugly.
They thought Justin Fields and that Bears offense was going to take a step this year. It did not. It actually regressed. It took a step back. And then you got the Commanders, and unfortunately, Eric Bieniemy, the offense looks better, but they cannot protect the quarterback. These are two of the worst pass protection teams in all the NFL, and two of the most sacked quarterbacks in the NFL. So it's gonna be ugly.
Going to be ugly, yeah.
It's going to be ugly.
Because Washington's one of those teams, kind of like we mentioned Arizona, that jumped out 2-0 and were kind of a surprise, but they beat Arizona and Denver to start the year, and now they've lost badly. Or they lost badly to Buffalo, 37-3, and they played well with Philadelphia, got to overtime. But they're 2-2, and then, of course, the Chicago Bears are the big talk of most underperforming and the most disappointing team this year, because there were some expectations in Chicago that, Justin Fields and the trade they made. Remember, they had the number 1 pick and traded for DJ Moore.
Yep.
They're 0-4. The Justin Fields experiment is not going well, and Chicago fans are mad because the Bears still suck. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we suck again. Yes, they do, unfortunately. And they can't figure out quarterback. Sometimes franchise feel like they're cursed at a certain position, and the Bears do feel like they're cursed at quarterback. This is the quarterback class coming up. I wonder if the Bears may decide to move on from Justin Fields because of the embarrassment of riches they have coming out in the draft at the quarterback position. It's going to be like 5-6 first-round quarterbacks potentially coming out.
Yeah, well,
Quinn
maybe more.
Quinn
right?
could be one.
Quinn's in it.
Yeah,
Drake
Quinn's
May
gonna be
and
in
Caleb Williams, and now,
Michael Penix,
Shadur Sanders, but Deion has said he's probably not coming out, but you never know.
I was gonna say, we'll see where they grade him at.
Yeah,
he's graded as like the third, fourth best quarterback. What are you gonna do? That's crazy to tell him to come back to school.
Yeah. And all of those guys you just mentioned look better than Justin Fields right now because he just doesn't seem like he sees the field and reads defenses well enough. And can you teach that at this point? But as I said with the Bears, it's just organizational ineptitude to
Pretty much.
It's never good to draft a quarterback or hire a coach who didn't draft the quarterback that you're trying to develop, right?
Yep.
It's always good to let do the head coach first, then let them draft.
Let him draft this guy.
Look at the Texans, right? DeMeco Ryans was hired. He and Nick
Slowick.
Caserio worked with Bobby Slowick and to draft the quarterback they wanted, which was, they didn't have a chance at Bryce Young, but they took C.J. Stroud, but Anthony Richardson was available. The Will Levis conversation was going on. They got to take their guy. And the Bears have done that twice now with high picks, Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields, and then, brought in a new coach, and it's just not going well. Washington, meanwhile, I don't know what Sam Howell seems like a good player or a decent young player, but he's been sacked 24 times.
I know. Eric B.
24 times in 4 games. You can't be successful with 24 sacks.
I gotta go watch. I haven't watched a lot of Washington. I'll admit that. I gotta watch.
You're not missing a lot.
But I want to watch to see if the sacks are more something that can be schemed around, something that you can scheme up, or is it just the offensive line? And as we've talked about, you got a bad O-line. It's hard to scheme around that. It's hard to scheme around just a terrible, bad O-line. But I will say that Kim Kardashian, Nicki Minaj, Serena Williams' house, Cardi B's house, Megan Thee Stallion's house, but is the Texans are doing it. They are somehow doing it. It's hard to do because even here at Texas, at any level, it's hard to scheme around a bad O-line. Somehow the Texans are doing it right now, which is one of the biggest and most astounding stories in all of the NFL.
Agreed.
Currently.
Hey, with that in mind, as we get closer to 7:15, hey, Rod, it's 7:15 on a Wednesday.
And OU still sucks.
Let's get the rant.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, so I want to talk some NFL. Obviously, we've been talking a ton about Texas OU, and we'll get back to that discussion when we go behind the burn orange curtain and all throughout the show. But I got a conspiracy theory now that I want to dive into a little bit.
Ooh, Reddit rabbit hole. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's not about the not about the alert that's coming. All right, the mass national alert that's coming via your phone that I think our government's going to test out some emergency system on your phone. It's not about that.
Nanoparticles.
Yeah, nanoparticles. Watch out for that stuff. But it's actually about the Texans.
Ooh.
Now, you remember, and we discussed this because you're a Houston sports fan, so you're a semi-Texans fan as a result of that. You're almost forced to be. Our man Patrick Davis is a Texan. Well, now back as a Texans fan. He had once renounced his fandom, and now he's back because the Texans were so inept and dysfunctional. It was such a fuster-cluck of a franchise. So now he's back, and we were talking a lot about the Texans during the draft. And remember all of the negative publicity and all of the bad stories that supposedly was dropping the draft stock of C.J. Stroud. Remember the cognition test scores were leaked, and he had a really low, I think it was S2 cognition test, whatever they called it. His cognition score was really low. I remember they kept calling him he's a system quarterback, system QB. He's not going to work outside that system unless he's in the perfect system. You basically got to take Ryan Day's system to the NFL. It's the only way it's going to work with C.J. Stroud. I remember the talk about him having elite wide receiver talent around him at Ohio State, and unless you're going to surround him with elite wide receiver talent like he had at Ohio State, it's not really going to work. His transition to the NFL is going to be tough. There's just a lot of negativity. We couldn't find out where it's coming from. It's like, man, who is right now motivated, and what is their incentive to try to drop the draft stock of C.J. Stroud? I guess the conspiracy theory is it possible now watching C.J. Stroud play, and we'll get to some of his kind of achievements so far through the first 4 games, which are really extraordinary. Is it possible that the Texans were the Texans along with David Mulligetta, who I believe is his agent, who I call the Johnny Cochran of NFL agents, because he got Deshaun Watson that fully guaranteed deal, even with multiple lawsuits against him of sexual misconduct. But anyway, I digress. Is it possible, that the Texans and David Mulligetta maybe working together, they were the ones who were putting out all of this negativity and all these negative reports about C.J. Stroud and his skill set, just so they could drop his stock enough so that the Panthers would not draft him, wouldn't even consider him, and that they would go with Bryce Young, and that the Texans would get their guy? We still don't know where the negative reports were coming from, and obviously they were not, well informed. Like, the guy is balling right now out of control.
Yeah. And Cognition, again, if you watched him at Ohio State, he was the best pure passer in the draft. His accuracy was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And, but, the cognition test has become popular. Brock Purdy aced that cognition test and those kind of things. But my read on that as a draft freak, it felt like, for me, Carolina settled on Bryce Young pretty early in the process. They had the one pick. That stuff on CJ came out pretty late in the process. It was kind of a couple weeks out to the draft. So I don't wonder if it wasn't teams behind Houston that wanted to scare Houston away from it. That would be kind of my thought.
Okay, that's another good theory.
Like the Colts and
I like that.
Teams right behind them
that really liked him.
To kind of which the Texans didn't do. Kind of scare them away from it. Maybe the Colts. Of course, the Combine is in Indianapolis. I don't know if that has
any. There you go. I like that. Now we're on the grassy knoll.
Because it felt like really early on that the Carolina Panthers traded up with the Bears to get that pick, and that they were in on Bryce Young. Now, there was always the always clickbait debates and what's going on. The Frank Reich wants this. And
remember that there's a video that came out. Remember, after them, they're working out C.J. Stroud. I forget who the quarterback coach was. Former player. His name right now escapes me. And he basically, there's a video of him saying, "We're going to get you. Like, we're coming to get you. Like, we like you." So there was talk that they really, liked C.J. Stroud too.
Yeah, and and had it been out, because it wasn't there. I mean, at the Combine, and then which is
it wasn't. Yeah,
there wasn't a lot of C.J. Stroud smoke, and that really came because remember the Combine is late February into early March. Mm-hmm. And then the draft isn't until late April. So you've got, from that point on, all the quarterback workouts and individual workouts and all that. And really in early April is when you started hearing the C.J. Stroud stuff.
Yeah, someone was trying to drop his stock. We just don't know who was trying to drop his stock. I like your theory, though, that it was somebody out there was motivated to drop his stock, and I don't think it was the reports were authentic and genuine. I think it was the motivation that deliberately was just, no, let's put anything out there to drop his stock. Now, the cognition score is what the cognition score was, whatever. And I think it came out later that cognition score was not accurate, but nobody cared about that report.
Yeah, and then actually the founder, the guy who created the test, came out and said, but he didn't say any names.
They didn't grade it correctly.
And someone said that there was one player that had been up all night, and they asked him to take the test. It was a long day, whatever. End of the Combine deal, and whatever. All I know is if you watch C.J. Stroud play for his first 4 games, cognition is not a problem. The ball comes in. One of the reasons they're not sacking him, and he's not the ball. He reads the field really quickly and makes extremely accurate throws and gets the ball out of his hand. We talk about Washington playing on Thursday night. When you watch Sam Howell play, it's not just his bad offensive line. He holds the ball too long. One thing C.J. Stroud, and I've seen in his 4 games, and I've watched all of them, he gets rid of the football.
Yeah, he has a really good internal clock that it's natural. And maybe he speeds it up because of this offensive line. For those who have not been keeping up with the Texans have had the worst O-line in the NFL for the first 4 games of the season. Left guard Kendrick Green, he's now out with a torn meniscus. Left tackle, left guard Josh Jones, he missed 1 game with an injured hand. Left guard Kenyon Green was out for the year. He's got the shoulder injury. Right tackle Titus Howard on IR. He's got a hand injury. Drew Scruggs, the center, he was on IR with a hamstring injury. Laramie Tunsil missed 3 games with a knee. He might be coming back pretty soon. Quisenberry torn MCL, ACL, the center. They were just a mass unit on the O-line. And the assumption was that C.J. Stroud was going to struggle as a result, and the opposite has happened. How about this? He has 970 yards in his last 3 weeks. That is the most in the NFL. He is 4th overall in passing yards with over 1,200 yards, behind the most injured offensive line in the NFL. 62.3% completion percentage, 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. We'll get back to that number. Over 9 yards per attempt, a 100.6 passer rating. His average yards after the catch is even 6.1. His passer rating versus man coverage, 139.4. That is the best in the NFL of any quarterback. He also, joins Aaron Rodgers from Aaron Rodgers' 2020 season, Patrick Mahomes from 2018 to 2019, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning as the only quarterbacks in NFL history to throw for at least 1,200 yards in the first 4 games without an interception. He joins that rarefied group.
Golly.
He's the second most passing yards through his first 4 starts. Cam Newton is the only quarterback that's had more in NFL history. Third most pass attempts by a rookie without an interception. Dak Prescott was at 176 and Tua at 152. But, of course, next week he could end up surpassing that if he continues to be really responsible with the football. First quarterback ever to throw for 200 plus yards in his first 4 career games. And on 3rd and 4th down, how about this? He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL on 3rd and 4th down. As we know, that's money time. Those are your money downs in the NFL. He's completing 69% of his passes on 3rd and 4th down for 490 yards and 4 touchdowns. And the Texans offense now ranks 10th in total offense, 4th in passing yards per game, 15th in points per game. Huge improvement from last season. They were at the bottom dwellers and bottom feeders in all these categories. They're still 26th in rushing yards per game, but they haven't relied on the running game because they're just letting this young quarterback cook. And he is cooking. And this is my favorite story about him came from Cron.com. Is that he now hosts teammates for a dinner with a private chef damn near every night. Every night that he can, he has a private chef over and has his teammates over for dinner, whoever wants to come. And it's actually something that he's been doing since before his final year at Ohio State. Those are those little things, the intangibles, the
Traits of a
immeasurables,
leader.
leadership skills that you need at the quarterback position. And he seems to have that. He also turned 22 yesterday. So happy B-Day to the guy who's probably going to be Rookie of the Year. At least he's now on pace to. He had Rookie of the Month honors in the NFL for September.
Yep, and they play Atlanta this week with Bijan Robinson. That's kind of the early battle for Offensive Rookie of the Year conversation.
You're right about that.
And, of course, 2 teams go in the different directions. Atlanta started 2-0. Houston started 0-2. Now they're both 2-2 because Houston's won back-to-back games. And those numbers for C.J. Stroud against defenses like Pittsburgh, Baltimore, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have a very good defense as well. It's not like they've been playing bad defenses so far. All right, so Texans and Falcons, also Cowboys and Niners on Sunday night. We'll start to preview that game. Mega matchup, the 2 biggest brands in all of Texas, 2 of the biggest brands in all of football, with marquee matchup opportunities this weekend. Longhorns can put themselves into the national title conversation with a win at the Cotton Bowl against 12th-ranked Oklahoma. The Cowboys with a measuring stick game of their own against the one of the only 2 undefeated teams in all of pro football. We'll get drilling in on those as well. But great games, good stuff in Rod's Rant. We're coming back for the end of the hour, some bullish or BS. It's a Wednesday edition. Longhorns are 3 days out to the showdown game for the 119th time. We're coming back talking Texas OU.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
We're getting very specific on our National Taco Day talk, including this one. Best tacos by a semi-chain defined as 4 locations or more. Definitely Taco Deli. Taco Deli getting love.
I used to live right by Taco Deli. It's good quality tacos.
Fan of that?
Especially breakfast tacos.
It's expensive though.
It is expensive. They got good sauces. I'm a sauce man. Gotta get good sauces with your tacos. Taco Deli has quality sauces, man.
Yeah, and he says that eliminates the taco truck. So you can put them in separate categories: semi-chain versus
That's
taco
true.
truck.
Yeah.
Actually, we heard the story, and by the way, on 2 hours from now, our buddy Nick Shuley will be in the house with our Setlist ATX for the live music weekend.
Nice.
And he was telling us last week about the Longhorn freshman wide receiver DeAndre Moore, and using some of his NIL money to help his family open up a food truck down there on Riverside called Jive Turkey. And they've got turkey tacos, Rod. Turkey tacos.
Oh, nice. I like
his
that.
mom makes all recipes using turkey.
It's pretty good. Yeah,
And
turkey's healthy for you.
It
It's
is.
good for you.
A little healthier, a little different, a little off the nose, but he said they have all kinds of creative turkey items. That's off Riverside. It's called Jive Turkey.
Yeah,
Cool name.
we do turkey tacos at the house, and we do like turkey enchiladas and stuff like that.
Here's
Try
a
to be
question
healthy.
for you, Rod, about the Longhorn game. Which position group or players for OU do you think provide the biggest challenge for the Longhorns? Which position groups? Longhorns, we talked about yesterday, they have how many Longhorn actual starters would you trade for a starter of Oklahoma? Not many. Not many.
Position group that will give Texas issues. It'll probably just be the secondary versus their passing game and their receivers.
Yeah, they do lead the Big 12 in takeaways, turnovers, interceptions.
Yeah, well, I think their passing game versus Texas secondary, just because Texas hasn't seen a real quarterback yet, a good quarterback, and they haven't really seen a developed passing game, a passing game with a true identity. Dylan Gabriel and the Sooners have that. I mean, say what you want about Jalen Milroe. I mean, that was not a coordinated passing game. It just wasn't. They were just taking shots downfield. This will be a coordinated passing game with a veteran quarterback who plays at a high level. They haven't faced that yet. So,
and a coordinated passing game with, as you said, a quarterback who's been playing in that system his whole life.
Yeah, so I'm saying they just haven't seen that at all. And I can't. And I think Texas defense is up to the task, but I think that is the biggest question mark. We just haven't seen Texas secondary have to deal with a good quarterback who knows how to adjust, and especially like you said, in that system, he is intimately knowledgeable of that
3
system.
years at Central Florida, and then last year, this is his 6th year running that system for Kendall Briles. So it is
Jeff Levy?
Or Jeff Levy, I should say. Kendall Briles is at TCU now. But yeah, it's Jeff Levy, kind of the same system.
It's a veer system. It's a veer and shoot.
Veer and shoot.
Yeah.
And so it's in the back of his hand, this thing. And now, much like we saw with Texas last year, the players around him are a year more seasoned in that system. Because obviously it went from Lincoln Riley to Jeff Levy in 1 year. This is year 2 of that. Texas, again, is more talented than Oklahoma, right? I think Oklahoma fans would even tell you that across the board. But, yeah, you have a veteran quarterback who can make some things. And to your point about the 10 interceptions in the secondary, if Quinn Ewers makes some mistakes and they can force that and Brett Venables can disguise some coverages, that's how Oklahoma hangs around and stays in this game and makes it a close game at the end.
Yeah, I think their best chance, Oklahoma's best chance, will be to try to penetrate and make plays in the backfield early. They're an undersized defense compared to Texas' offensive line. Right? Texas has the biggest O-line in the Big 12. So I think they should, Oklahoma, they should double down on their advantage, which may be a disadvantage if they try to play mano a mano and try to play straight up against Texas. But their advantage is they're undersized and they're fast. And I would use that. I'd probably go a lot of run blitzing early on in downs, just to try to, slant, get into the backfield, make some plays, penetrate, and get Texas behind the chains. If Texas stays ahead of the chains, Oklahoma's got no shot. In my opinion, they got because then Texas playbook is wide open, and then Texas totally unpredictable on offense because they can pass on early downs. If they're ahead of the chains and they're in third and short third and medium, they can decide to run it or throw it, and you'll have Brent Venables and that defense on their heels. If you're Brent Venables, you got to find a way to penetrate and get in the backfield. Texas has big offensive linemen, which means they're big. They don't move as quick. They pull their guards a lot early when in the run game, even in the play action pass game. That gives you an opening right there in your run blitzing, and I think Brent Venables might try to take that and go some run blitzing early on when Texas pulls those guards, try to knife into the backfield, make some plays. They got the linebackers to do it. it too. And I think you'll see that coming from every level early on. And then if you can get them behind the chains, if you accomplish that, then you can break out your simulated pressures, your exotic second level pressures and stuff like that. But if you can't get Texas behind the chains, it's going to be a long day for the Oklahoma defense, man.
Agreed. And they couldn't last year, and they went up and down the field.
Exactly.
Scored touchdowns on 7 of their, 12 possessions or 13 possessions they had.
Exactly.
But you also know Brett Venables is a defensive guy and a prideful guy. He's been stewing on that all year, and they're going to have some stuff. But, if you think about what Rod's talking about, think about the Rice game where Texas kept finding themselves behind the chains and the offensive line didn't play well, and they kept having 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 9.
I think it was 8.9 yards to gain average on 3rd down.
That's the game Brett Venables would like.
Yes,
now,
it is.
Since that game, we know that Sark came back in and was, after his offensive line to be tougher. They went, 1-versus-1 during the week, and they certainly played better against Alabama. Quinn didn't take a sack in that game, and they stayed ahead of the chains in that game for the most part, and they've just gotten better and better up front with the communication. Sark talked about trust this week, that they're trusting one another. They're getting more comfortable. And remember, I mean, it's still some young guys on that offensive line, and a guy like DJ Campbell inserted playing for the first time. I think they're coming together. But you're right, that's the kind of game Venables would want. Some negative plays on 1st and 2nd down, create some opportunities to force some of those turnovers. This says Texas will harass that little quarterback. Well, that's true. He's only 5'11".
Yeah, he is small. But he's a good quarterback. He's definitely the best quarterback Texas has faced so far. I do think the pass rush is going to be a problem for Dylan Gabriel. He has not seen a pass rush as stout as this Texas pass rush with Tavondre. It's an interior pass rush. That's the best thing about the Texas pass rush and the pressure. It comes from the interior, which is the worst place for a quarterback to get pressure. Is right up the gut, right in their face. Forces them to have to abandon the pocket, and they can't step up in the pocket like quarterbacks like to. So that's what I like about Texas' situation. And what I think also for, on the flip side, going back to Brett Venables is going to do defensively, I do think if he can't, cause Texas to operate behind the chains and force them into some negative plays, there is always the, bend but don't break philosophy with Ben Venables. I think that in the red zone, that is your opportunity for a defense against Texas offense to actually force them into kicking field goals, which actually they haven't been great at kicking field goals. Texas 108th in touchdown percentage in the red zone, and their field goal percentage I think is right around there, or even worse in the red zone. They're just not a great red zone team. Makes sense because Sark's reliance on the vertical passing game is taken away in the red zone, makes every team easier to defend. That's almost a comfort operating in the red zone these days with all the spatial Darwinism we're dealing with. So I think that Sark is, he's probably got some plays he's working on in the red zone, but if you're Brett Venables, that might be your best bet too. As you pointed out, that's something that's also been revealed now through the first few games that and Kansas did it for the most part. If you can force Texas to have to earn it the hard way and not get those explosive plays that turn into touchdowns and points and have to operate in the red zone, you stand a better chance of winning that bend but don't break style.
No question. And only on this show will you hear the phrase spatial Darwinism from our man Rod Babers. That's great stuff right there.
It's a good term.
Great stuff. Spatial Darwinism. But yeah, JT Sanders would help. Healthy JT Sanders in the red zone on Saturday. And I think the key figure for me in this game is, we'll talk a lot about quarterbacks because, as you say, this is the best quarterback the Longhorns have faced. This is also far and away the best quarterback Oklahoma has faced this year.
Agreed.
And so the quarterbacks, I think, are going to play well. But, Jonathan Brooks stands to me as the guy. If they can generate this guy and just keep him rolling, coming off a 218-yard performance, and we know he who runs in this game and runs the ball wins, that would give Texas a decided advantage at running back and running game. That's where this can really separate. Because if Texas runs the ball, they'll stay ahead of the chains. They'll give play-action opportunities. And, Jonathan is just... He's on a mission to have Steve Sarkisian call him the starter.
And he won't do it.
Come on, man.
Reasons, Coach Sark won't admit that he's a starter. I don't know what's going on. But maybe that's the motivation.
Maybe that's the carrot. I don't know.
Yeah, because he started C.J. Baxter the first 2 games, and Jonathan Brooks has been balling ever since. And if this is the motivation that he wants to be the starter and Sark won't name him the starter, hey, Sark, keep doing what you're doing.
Hey, listen, on the On Texas Football live stream with Inside Texas last night that you and I were on with Jerry Hamilton, having a great time for talking Longhorn fans, because it's 24/7 during this Texas OU week. We were talking about a game like this, a platform like this for both sides, but certainly for the Longhorns, since they've already balled out on a national stage in the Alabama game, and they were the talk of the nation coming out of that win at Bama. This is the national game, right? There's some big games, but this is the across-the-country game at 11 o'clock that'll be talked about the rest of the day, however it goes. Jonathan Brooks has a big game in this game. You start talking about him for Doak Walker Awards, Rod. That's the kind of thing, right? These are the games, Heisman Trophy category, that's pretty crowded right now. But for the Biletnikoff Awards and for, the tight end award, the Mackey Award, Jalen Ford as a butt kiss, these are the kind of games that those are the moments. And that's the exciting part for Longhorn fans. The guys we're talking about, whether it be the X-Man, Jalen Ford, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, Jonathan Brooks, these guys are playing at a really high level.
Yep.
These guys are coming in feeling like they're cooking right now. They put on a big performance, following up what they did with Alabama and a 6-0 start. Those guys all of a sudden put themselves on the national radar. That's what this game is for me. Texas is right now still in the regional radar. We're talking about them as a Big 12 champion and a potential team, and this game's important to that. They come out and are impressive in this game for 4 more quarters. Now all of a sudden their team starts being talked about nationally in a big way, and the players on it start getting talked about as – that's how you win those awards, Rod. You're on a team that wins.
Yeah.
You're on a team that performs well in big spots. And the Longhorns have really good players at all those spots who are on the watch list for those awards. So these are big games, big moments, big opportunities. And you know what, Rod? Big-time players.
Show up in big games.
Show up in these games.
You're damn right. You're right.
Seize the opportunity.
And you can become a legend among Longhorn fans, too. You make big plays in this game. Trust me, they don't forget it. I made one in the loss.
And I know there'll be a lot of talk over the next the 48 hours because we know that with College Game Day coming with ESPN, that turns into a Friday and Saturday doubleheader because Pat McAfee, who's part of College Game Day, he brings his show there on Friday morning, and so there'll be guests and conversation. And there'll be a lot of talk about next year. I'm watching right now on ESPN. They're talking Texas OU, and it's Paul Feinbaum. And they're obviously already talking about next year. Well, how many guys on this Texas roster have no plans on playing in this game ever again? This is it. Now, they may play Oklahoma again this year in a Big 12 title game, but this is the last one at the Cotton Bowl.
X-Man, JT, yeah.
Jalen Ford, Sweat, Murphy, a lot of these guys along the way. Christian
Quinn
Jones at right tackle, Quinn Ewers, JT Sanders. This is, in their minds, if they have a great season, this is it for them. So who cares about the SEC for those guys? They want to win this one. I think there's a lot of incentive for Texas. And as somebody pointed out on the text line, half the Oklahoma roster has never played in this game. That's true because they have attacked the portal, and they have like 40, 45 new players on this team that haven't played in this ballgame. This will be a new experience for them. And as you said, the quarterback advantage, Texas's quarterback has played and played well in this game. But Dylan Gabriel has not played in this game yet. He didn't last year because of injury. So
Brent Venables he said that 97 of the 123 players on his roster are first or second year players. So, he turned over the roster as quickly as he could. It's something we saw Sark do the same thing. Sark had a pretty good turnover rate too. You can do that in the transfer portal era, especially when you're a blue blood like Oklahoma and Texas. So,
and it's paid dividends for them. But in this game, how much of ground have they caught up? They're faster on defense, without a doubt. Their linebackers are good. They're more talented, but this is an opportunity for Texas to become the national conversation.
I agree with that.
So it's been 725 days, guys, if you're counting, since OU scored a point against Texas. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if they get shut out again, there will be some heads that have to roll. That's just, you can't get shut out in the Texas OU game 2 years in a row.
Well, last thing,
has that ever happened? Has that ever happened? Somebody got shut out in the Texas OU game 2 years in a row?
Yeah.
I don't think it ever happens.
I don't think everybody's been shut out in the game before last year.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you can't be shut out. And you at least got to get a touchdown. You get shut out, you got to get a touchdown next year.
Well, that's why this game is important to Brett Venables, because I know even Oklahoma fans are like, okay, 5-0 start, nice. You haven't played anybody, but we still got to make amends for last year. Not just 49 points, but not a single point on our side. That's unacceptable.
That's unacceptable.
And I know it was a rebuild year. It was all that, but still.
Yeah, man. You're Oklahoma.
Yo.
Yeah,
gotta be better.
I think, even Jeff Lebby said, I'll find that quote. Jeff Lebby, he said something about that too, actually, earlier this year.
Yeah, that's a pride thing.
Yeah,
for coaches and players. Well, and we'll ask that question on the way to the timeout, and we'll pick it up with Bullish or BS and beyond. But pressure is greater on which coach in this game? Because Steve Sarkisian, if he doesn't and his team doesn't get it done on Saturday, this is the year to win the Big 12, right? All excuses, all gas, no excuses. Big 12 or bust. You lose this game, it gives you a hit to your chances of winning the Big 12. Doesn't end them, but it would be a hit. And for Brett Venables, only in year 2. But after last year, pressure is greater on which coach in
I
this
like that.
game. Let's throw that out there to you. Hit us on the text line 447-3776. It's National Taco Day. We're talking tacos. And next, it's Bullish or BS on Hook 'em Up. Yeah, time for Bullish or BS on this National Taco Day. That's also National Vodka Day. And, gosh, I don't know, October 4th is popular because it apparently is also National Cinnamon Bun Day.
Oh, man. How many things can have this day?
I thought they had to, claim one.
Come on.
Claim your plot.
It's a lot of stuff, man.
Well, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I guess, Cinnabon for breakfast, tacos for lunch, and vodka for dinner.
That's probably not the best, the healthiest diet for you.
You might feel like Ty does
advise
today.
against, exactly.
Ty Henderson's back, but he doesn't feel good, so we need to get him home.
Yes, sir.
I'll put the call out for
Take
Cole
care of
out
yourself,
there.
Ty, man. Take care of yourself.
Hey,
brother.
Bullish or BS, Rod, I've got this for you. But doesn't it feel like every year that in about this time of year, there's a big upset Saturday in college football? And I don't want to put that out there with the Longhorns as a 6-point favorite with Oklahoma, okay? Longhorns are favored, so we'll talk about the game. But it just feels like every year there's a game, a day like maybe is setting up. And I could be dead wrong on this.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at Saturday, I look at Ohio State at 4-0, heavily favored at home against a 5-0 Maryland team, where the line is big, but Maryland has won all their games and they've been very impressive. How about Georgia with Kentucky coming to town?
That's big.
Georgia's 5-0, but they've looked pretty average so far. Kentucky, not only is Kentucky 5-0, Rod, they're top 20 in the country in points allowed and points scored per game. And they've covered every game they've had, including as a 3-point favorite last week. They beat Florida by 19. And this is a Mark Stoops team that's kind of been building. You also have the Alabama A&M game where the Aggies are a home underdog against the 11th-ranked Alabama Crimson Tide.
Roll damn Tide.
You've got Notre Dame ranked 10th, but they're at Louisville, who's 5-0. And
yeah, that's an upset alert to me.
So that would be so bullish or BS. Which one of these games would you most be bullish of a higher ranked team, the upset coming in on Saturday?
Ooh, that's good. Kentucky, Georgia. I know Georgia hadn't played well, but man, that's still Georgia. Missouri's actually the higher ranked team, so I won't even go there because LSU's playing so badly.
But Missouri's still
undefeated,
and they're getting 6.5 points at home.
Mm-hmm.
And Missouri's been a covering machine this year too. When Ty and I go head to head on Friday with our big picks, there's a lot to chew on here because one thing about winning the game and upsetting Ohio State or Kentucky or Georgia, but covering is the other. But man, Missouri's getting almost a touchdown at home. They're 5-0. They're playing LSU. Can't tackle anybody.
I don't know. Right now, I don't know why I feel like that Notre Dame Louisville game could be trouble for Notre Dame.
How any of these jump off the page to you is because there could be a rash of them. There's always a Saturday where there's a handful.
Multiple, top-ranked teams fall.
Well, with the way Auburn ran the football on Georgia last week, and Kentucky, their running back had 200 and something yards rushing. So I could see they're 14-point underdogs.
14.5. Yeah, that's a big number.
And Georgia does play a lot better at home than they do away, but I see that game being a lot more close.
Yeah, Kentucky's scored, and they've been a covering machine if you're on the gambling side this year. This says Aggies at Kyle Field, legit. Look, I mean, Aggies getting points in that environment. We still know that Alabama, since they lost to Texas, they struggled when they benched their quarterback at South Florida, but they've kind of rebounded with wins, back-to-back wins. They beat Mississippi State last week in Starkville. But we know what that home environment for A&M is. The Aggies kind of got back into things. They lost that game at Miami. But, man, their defense has been a lot better since. They went up and really dominated that Arkansas game in Arlington last Saturday. And I know they're going with Max Johnson, so they have a backup quarterback. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons they're probably getting points in the underdog in this game. But Max Johnson's a veteran player in the SEC. He's played a lot of football.
Yeah, he's played a lot of football. And that Aggie defense should be able to keep them in it. The defense, other than that Miami letdown, defense has been pretty consistent for the Aggies.
So you're feeling Notre Dame, because look, Notre Dame is just lucky to be
They seem
ranked.
like they're teetering. They did. I don't know. I think
I told you Duke had a beat last week.
Yeah, then Louisville's at home. Louisville's playing some good football. Nobody's really paying attention. I think Louisville's at home.
5-0. That's where you have these undefeated teams like Maryland, Louisville, Kentucky, even Oklahoma. And they're all stepping up in class here because Oklahoma's a blue blood, but they were bad last year and they still haven't played anybody.
Yeah.
It's these games where
you'll get some clarity. You'll get to figure out these teams are for real. I'm with you on that. It's a good week for that. Are they for real or not?
Are they for real or not? Missouri, too, with LSU coming to town.
Is your 5-0 for real? We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Missouri's might be, though.
Yeah, they already beat K-State, remember, on that last-second field goal.
Yeah, Missouri's actually might be. Because Missouri always has some good talent at skill positions on a D-line randomly for some reason. It's always the case.
And again, Missouri with Eli Drinkwitz, that's a coach who's been kind of building that program, and obviously they're out to a 5-0 start. And so it's a big week, interesting week in college football. It says, what's the line on Tech Baylor?
Ooh,
is there a line?
Ooh,
No,
like
it's
10 points.
plus one. It's a pick'em game.
What?
It's a pick'em game.
Well, yeah, because now you got
at Baylor.
Joe Me the Money back at his old spot.
Yeah,
Summer
where he
grounds
was.
in Baylor.
And remember, the Baylor job really came down to Dave Aranda or Joey McGuire when Matt Rule left.
And Joey McGuire, remember, he took a lot of folks with him when he went to Tech. Took a lot of their recruiting, recruiting insiders.
Tech, by the way, for Joey McGuire, different team, Lubbock to road. Joey McGuire has not been a good road coach so far in college football. That game is at Baylor, and maybe Baylor survived, saved their Steven with that comeback.
28-point comeback.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also in the Big 12, remember that K-State, Oklahoma State game in Stillwater is a Friday night game, which I'm sure nobody in Oklahoma is happy about, that they're playing a Friday night game when it's supposed to be all high school football.
Come on, man. Hurt recruiting.
Also in the Big 12, UCF is at Kansas. TCU is at Iowa State. Of course, all eyes on the Cotton Bowl, Texas and Oklahoma. We'll come back. We'll hear Sark talking about this rivalry. Oklahoma much improved. Rod will also take us behind the burnt orange curtain next hour. We're rolling on, man. Just roll with us on a Wednesday, up over the hump here on Hook 'em Up.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take over 5. Double tap.
Oh, what a Wednesday it is. Looking at my forecast here to see when the temperatures begin to really drop. Looking forward to that.
Can't wait.
Can't wait.
Can't wait.
Yeah, tomorrow's high temperature, Rod, 84 degrees. When was the last time we saw 84? 83, 76 Saturday. Come on now.
And during the day?
During the day, like the heat of the day, will be 76 on Saturday.
We haven't seen it. At night, maybe you've gotten there in the morning a couple of times, but it's rare. It's rare, man. I can't wait for it. Oh,
Big time Wednesday over the hump, and we're talking already the college football weekend. Is it upset Saturday? Longhorns certainly hope not, but there are some games that just kind of look that way. Also, Rangers with a big win yesterday in the baseball playoffs, now a win away from the divisional round. Maybe have a little national moment of silence for the Minnesota Twins, who finally ended North America's longest playoff losing streak. Thank you, Minnesota. That was fun to see yesterday. We'll reset that for you coming up. Also, this hour, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain, and then we'll hit some off the record.
Oh, yeah.
How about this, though, Rod? I wanted to ask you some bullish or BS, but
shizzle.
Caleb Williams, quarterback USC, know him? Pretty good player.
It's going to be
Heisman
the number one overall pick.
Now, and this is a rumor. This is one of those Netflix or Reddit rabbit holes. Faruma. But we know that Caleb Williams' dad has been outspoken about some things, and he could come back and all these things. And here's with NIL, one of the third and fourth and fifth level effects of name, image, and likeness.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready for this. That here is a report that says Caleb Williams says he can make more money returning to USC next season than as a rookie in the NFL, so he gets to have leverage on the team he goes to. Caleb's only 5 teams he would want to play for are the Cowboys, Raiders, Vikings, Giants, and 49ers. Now, that could be complete hogwash, but at the same time, the base premise of that is probably right. That why was John Elway able to leverage his way out of going to the Baltimore Colts or Indianapolis Colts and end up in Denver? Because he had baseball. Like he was a New York Yankees prospect and had the money, and he could have gone and said, and that was his leverage to the Colts of, hey, I don't have to play for you.
Didn't Eli Manning do that too?
Yeah, Eli and the Manning family did the same thing in the draft class of
I would say
2003.
Deion did it too, and Deion used baseball too.
He did.
Deion did it as well.
Because you could never pay amateur athletes, but now these guys are making good money. Caleb's out in Los Angeles. I'm sure he's got good money coming in for the NIL, and so I don't know how this will play out, but it because basically saying if the right team's not at the top of the draft or the right team doesn't acquire the pick for the time, I'm not coming out. That's going to be an interesting thing.
He's got options. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a wise decision. We just talked about there's some franchises, they are so dysfunctional that they almost feel like they're cursed, but it's just ineptitude.
Cleveland, Chicago.
Exactly. They don't know. It's not they're cursed at the quarterback position because they don't know how to figure it out, but just because they have bad organizational habits. And he's basically trying to avoid those types of teams. And there's a bit of marketing upside here, too. New York Giants, New York City Cowboys. They're the number one TV star on America's number one TV show. Las Vegas, the Raiders, Vegas, right? I don't know why the hell Minnesota's there. Probably because of the wide receivers. He likes
Vikings, and again, this
right?
could
He's
be
got
all
Jordan Addison, the former teammate of his, is there, right? And he got Justin Jefferson. You got the best, probably one of the best young wide receiving cores in the NFL. So that's probably why Minnesota there. And then of course San Fran. I don't know why he would put San Fran on there. They're not gonna, get rid of Brock Purdy for Caleb Williams. That ain't happening because Brock Purdy is so damn cheap for him right now.
Come on, he doesn't want to go back to his
pennies on a dollar.
He wouldn't want to go back to his hometown playing Washington with the Commanders and a new ownership group.
No, it doesn't seem that way, does it? Huh?
No, it doesn't seem that way. And would the Cowboys trade Dak Prescott to acquire that pick?
Hell yeah.
Yes. What? Of course they would.
And some more stuff. What else you want? You want something else? I'll give you Dak. I'll throw in some other stuff in there. Come on, man. You want a Hall of Fame guard? I'll throw in there too. Come on.
Throwing that out there on a Wednesday because just get used to it.
You might as well, though. If you're Caleb Williams, you got that type of leverage. You got to use it because that type of leverage only comes along, what do we name, like 4 guys in modern NFL draft history that were able to say, you guys, I'm not going to your fluster cluck of a franchise. I think I can do better. And you
Well,
name like
and-
John Elway, Eli Manning, Deion Sanders.
Right, and it worked. And by the way,
And it worked.
Whether you liked it or not, it worked for John Elway because he went to 5 Super Bowls with the Broncos, won 2 of them, right?
Smart man.
Eli won 2 Super Bowls with the New York Giants.
Smart dude.
Chargers never made a Super Bowl. Who ended up with Phillip Rivers, of course, in that whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Just keep an eye on that. And the other part of that is with these quarterbacks, yes, you're going to make plenty of money if you go back to school. But as we've said, I mean, to get the clock ticking on that third contract, that 3 years in of your first contract, that second contract in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because as you've estimated, Rod, by the time Caleb Williams and Shedeur Sanders and Drake May and these guys are going for that second contract, quarterbacks could be making $60, $70, $75 million. So just look where they are now. They're at 50 now.
And think about how that accelerated. I mean, you're talking about like 8-10 years ago. Hell, man, I think quarterbacks would be the highest paid quarterbacks being paid like 30 something million.
Yeah.
I'll go look it up, but it has accelerated exponentially in the last couple years. And that's mostly because the salary cap is also exploding now with all the new revenue sources, the new television contracts, the new streaming revenue coming in, and also gambling revenue because they have all these different contracts and partnerships with all these different Vegas entities and all these different gambling entities now too, betting apps too.
This says, that's hogwash. Caleb never said anything like that. Look, I said that very well may just be a complete joke. But at the same time, he does have that leverage. That's the conversation.
The conversation is,
not about
exactly.
whether he said that or not. And those are the teams.
Yeah.
The thought is he does have that leverage. And so does Shedeur Sanders and so do these guys. And we haven't seen that before where the money might be better
NIL,
at the other side.
That's interesting, though. Or at least it's enough to tide you over. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I may not make the NFL money, but you said I can make $5 million this year. Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Right. I'll take the $5 million. That's fine. Then I can wait for next year. Let's see if a better option comes along.
That's right. All right, let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start your Wednesday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. We start with the Longhorns. Third-ranked Texas continuing that game week prep for the 119th meeting with their rivals from the north of the Red River there, the Oklahoma Sooners. First time in a dozen years both teams are undefeated when they meet at the Cotton Bowl. It's also the first time the Longhorns entered the game higher ranked than OU since 2009. 12th-ranked Longhorns, or Sooners, I should say, entered the game at 5-0. Much improved on defense, and important for this game, their senior quarterback Dylan Gabriel is healthy, off to a great start. Of course, last year Oklahoma went 6-7, and the Longhorns beat them by 49 in this game. But OU's defense had allowed over 460 yards a game and more than 33 points last year in each game. So far this year, allowing just 10 points a game and 120 fewer yards per. Dylan Gabriel's healthy. And how about this stat for him? His first 5 games, he becomes one of just 6 FBS quarterbacks in the last 27 seasons to complete at least 75% of his passes through the first 5 games while throwing for 15 touchdowns or more and 2 or fewer interceptions. Pretty impressive. Steve Sarkisian knows whatever it is, it's going to be a heck of a ball game on Saturday.
It's a great rivalry, right? And I don't think there's a whole lot of love lost between the fan bases, between the ex-players, the ex-coaches. There's a lot of crossover on both rosters of players that have played together in high school or against each other in high school. The coaching staffs have competed against each other, maybe not at these 2 institutions, but at different places. So in the end, it is what it is. We're trying to compete for a Big 12 championship, and so are they. And so it's going to take our best effort, not only physically, but I think mentally, to be sharp Saturday.
11 a.m. Saturday. We'll see who's the sharpest. We'll count it down all the way there. Baseball, 8 teams in action yesterday, day 1 of the 2023 MLB playoffs. How about the Texas Rangers rolling into Tampa Bay and beating the Rays 4-0? But Jordan Montgomery, the left-hander stud for the Rangers, dominated yesterday. 6 hits allowed, over 7 shutout frames. Corey Seager and Josh Young drove in runs. Rangers did benefit from 4 Tampa errors, but they'll take it. Rangers can close that series out today with a win. They play at 2:08 again. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound for Texas against 16-game winner Zach Eflin for the Rays. Also yesterday, the Twins finally ended that 18 years of postseason futility with a 3-1 win over Toronto. Also then last night, the National League took the center stage. First, the Arizona Diamondbacks went into Milwaukee and upset the Brewers 6-3. Then last night, the Phillies beat the Marlins 3-1 behind Zach Wheeler, their ace. He punched out 8 over 6 2/3. All 4 series are going again today. Game 2s, same schedule as yesterday. Rangers at 2:08. You'll hear it right here on the Horn.
I did say earlier that I do prefer to call the Texas OU game the State Fair Street Fight. Just throwing it out there. I know that there's been a lot of talk about the Red River Showdown.
We make shirts, hook them up.
We
on
could.
The back, State Fair Street Fight.
We could. Shout out to my man Craig Way. Craig Way and I, we collaborated on this years ago, and we did a show together. He won't call it the State Fair Street Fight because he's got to be official. So I think they call it the Red River. Is it the Showdown again or the rivalry again?
Showdown.
Which one? It's Showdown? Red River Showdown.
It's the All-State.
All-State Red River Showdown. The Red River rivalry, that's just too tough to say. I'm a State Fair Street Fight guy. And the only reason I prefer Street Fight over Shootout because politically correctness, right? We want to be politically correct, and some people believe that it's insensitive to call something a shootout. Shootouts are no longer acceptable, but street fights are acceptable in our society. We still celebrate the street fight. It's all good as long as the street fight doesn't turn into a shootout. So street fight, good. Shootouts, bad. That's why State Fair Street Fight over the Red River Shootout or
and to me, when they call it the Red River rivalry, that seems redundant because, of course, it's a rivalry. We know that.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
It's Texas OU.
Yeah.
Come
on, man.
But I'm a fan of just Texas OU. But
Texas OU?
I like.
It's got to have
somebody said the D-Town
Throwdown.
That's pretty good.
D-Town Throwdown is not bad, but like I said, State Fair Street Fight rolls off the tongue
for
me.
That's very well done.
And I'll keep calling it the State Fair
I'd buy that
Street
T-shirt.
Fight. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I mean, Street Fight still implies we about to, we about to bang some heads. About to, get it on. But
yeah, street fights are still acceptable because people just get out their phones and start recording them.
Yeah, street fights happen all the time, right?
Everybody gets their phone up.
Yeah.
Nobody's trying to break it up.
No, people want to watch. They're entertained by street fights. But
go viral.
There you go. See, that's why I'm still going with the street fight. There you go. So just real quick.
We were talking about Caleb Williams and leverage with NIL now. This says, what about Bo Jackson? Remember, Bo Jackson.
Oh, Bo Jackson.
They had the leverage of the USFL.
I didn't think about that. You're right. That's a great point. Yeah, a couple of guys must have done that then, actually.
Well, Steve Young.
Yeah.
A lot of guys.
Yeah,
they did.
Right.
But again, you had to have leverage, right? You can't play hardball without leverage. So Eli had the Manning name, right? And
exactly. That's enough leverage right there.
That's leverage. And obviously,
Deion had baseball.
Deion and John Elway had baseball.
Yeah.
And now NIL.
That's a good point though. Kyler Murray probably could have did something and he didn't do it.
Well, remember once the Arizona Cardinals. He got drafted by the Oakland A's in the top 10.
Yeah, he was first player ever, right? Drafted in the top 10 of both sports.
Yeah, he was.
And
what are the Cardinals going to do with him? They'd give up for Caleb Williams in Arizona, but I would think Caleb and his family would not want any part of the Cardinals.
Yeah, who's going to trade for Kyler Murray is the question. Because they got to get somebody to trade for him. You can't just cut him once you.
No,
even if you're going to tank and draft, because they'll tank and they'll draft one of them quarterbacks. They get number one overall. They'll just draft Caleb Williams. Whoever gets that pick.
Well, and trust me, it'll keep coming out week by week because it'll be a news headline for clickbait. But they're going to keep Kyler Murray on injured reserve. He's going to stay on injured reserve. They're not bringing him back. They're not.
No.
If they bring him back, they risk the because they can get out of this contract after this season for injury, and I don't think they bring him back this year. But either way, you're right. Who trades for him? Because that comes a lot of baggage.
And I think he's so system specific.
I agree with that.
And I think you got to have the right system for Kyler. I'm not saying he can't be successful, but the right system helps. They thought the air raid system would help. It's got to be some form of that type of system. I just wonder who's going to run that system and take the chance on him.
We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, bottom of the hour. One of the under-talked about stories to this point, we haven't really talked about it even here.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're 4 weeks in the NFL, but Baker Mayfield's comeback player of the year. Baker Mayfield's 3-1.
Baker Mayfield's playing his best football of his career, honestly. Right now, that's crazy to say, but you're right.
He was in Cleveland, and we know how his career has gone as the former number one overall pick, just like Kyler Murray. But he's playing good football. And the Buccaneers are 3-1. They're at their bye week, I believe, this week. But, and Baker's found a spot. And so good for him.
He's like the best third down quarterback. At least he was like a week ago. He was like the best quarterback on third down in the league.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
He's found a home. He's got Mike Evans and they got good receivers there. Weapons are good, but it's early yet. But man, that's a cool story so far to keep an eye on.
What I like about it though is he's not getting a lot of media.
No, he's not.
Play. Like he's not getting a lot of
State
headlines.
Farm commercials anymore.
Yeah. And I think honestly, it's kind of helped him.
Sure.
That he's not in the limelight right now, and he's not getting into it with reporters, and he's not going viral for whatever reasons. Not getting into it with Colin Cowherd or whatever the hell. You know what I mean? That he's just playing.
He's not a national story now like he was because he came out of Oklahoma, won the Heisman, number one pick. immediately State Farm commercials. He and Odell Beckham Jr.'s drama, all that stuff in Cleveland.
All that stuff. It was constant drama.
And he, I think he personally liked it.
He did like
but it
drama.
was not good for him.
Yeah, it was not good for his game, but he did like it because
Sure.
he kind of fed on it.
He did. Well, and I guess point of that would be you wonder if Kyler Murray will grow up a little bit during this injury and hearing all the negative chatter, and then if they trade him to move on to somebody else, that would be a message sent. Kyler Murray's still a talented player.
Oh, no doubt.
But the question for Kyler, for everybody, was is he too big of a me guy, too big of a diva? Can he lead? And the height obviously was one, but more for me was just will his teammates play for him? Will they play with him? Will he inspire his teammates to play with him? And we know in Arizona, even before the injury, that wasn't happening. He was a dynamic player, but wasn't really well liked in that locker
The
room.
leadership skills he needed to work on.
Yeah.
And that's something I think that every quarter, we just talked about C.J. Stroud, how at Ohio State he started, having private dinners for all the players on the team and anybody who wanted to come. And now he's hiring a private chef to have the guys over for as many dinners throughout the week as he can. It's small things, but you're right. It's going to inspire those guys in the locker room. You got to be the alpha of all the alpha males in that locker room to follow you and want to play for you and with you. And I think he can get there. But Kyler Murray is definitely, you're right, that was definitely not the reports coming out of Arizona.
Yeah. Well, I'll play a cut for you that Ty has that C.J. Stroud. We played this earlier in the week on Who Said That.
Who said that?
But so listen to C.J. Stroud was asked after their win over Pittsburgh. That's a big win for Houston to dominate the Steelers, a proud franchise like that. And C.J. Stroud was talking about he was asked about all the Steeler fans in the crowd. And then that Texans fans have been embarrassed to wear their Texans gear because the Texans have been such a shame, right? They've been so bad that you mentioned your guy Patrick Davis on the afternoon show giving up his
renounced his fandom, yeah.
And I can understand it because they were, poor leadership, poor ownership, Bill O'Brien, Jack Easterby. Well, listen to C.J. Stroud. To your point of his leadership and hosting dinners and, wanting to own this locker room. Here's C.J. Stroud when asked about, do you want Texans fans to be proud to wear the Texans gear?
That ain't flying from anybody in this building. I want them to know we're frying our tails off every day to make sure y'all walk around with Texan gear pride. Y'all walk around with that swag that we walk around with when we get a dub. And for me, I take that real personal because I don't like being bagged on by my teams. When my Lakers lose, I'll be pissed. So, I take that stuff real serious, man. And it's up to us to work every day and put the work in. And like you've seen, the Steelers fan came and they showed out today in our stadium, and we sent them home. And I think our fans felt the energy. Man, we ain't playing today, from the get go. So I just want to say, man, we're gonna keep fighting every day just so y'all can walk around with that swag. I think that's huge, man, for this team. That's something that we want to keep building on. And it's a blessing to be able to be in Houston, a great town with a lot of stuff to do, great people, Southern hospitality to its finest. And I'm falling in love with the city little by little. So it's a blessing.
Nice.
Yeah, man, he wants you to be proud of wearing your Texans gear. I like it. And that's some leadership right there from
It is
CJ
leadership, yeah.
on and off the field and in the locker room. Okay, so got that, and then you got Dak Prescott. This is a fairly. How about Dak yesterday?
Big game, man. Dak's he's got an attitude. He got a chip on his shoulder. I like it.
And Dak was asked yesterday, of course, at the media availability, what about last year? 2 interceptions, playoff loss, and Dak was like, "Yeah, it pisses me off. I think about it every day." There's so much. We know that Texas-Oklahoma will be the center stage game in college football. There is no doubt that Sunday night's game in San Francisco is the center stage game, and it's none bigger than for Dak Prescott because this is Brock Purdy will get a lot of love the way he's playing. The defense matchup with the Brock Purdy in that offense, but man, Dak Prescott's. Even Cowboy fans are kind of going into this game hoping that Dak Prescott plays a strong game here because if he doesn't. And has another rough game, we know what the story will be come Monday.
Yeah, and you're gonna need Dak in this game to make some plays. He's gonna have to put his cape on a couple of times. The San Francisco defense demands it, right?
Yes.
Of a quarterback. There's there'll be a couple of third downs, some red zone plays where Dak's got to put his cape on, and you're gonna need that big Dak energy. All right, and if you don't get that big Dak energy on those plays, then San Fran's gonna have their way with the Cowboys. And I think Dak's got it in him. We've seen it, but can he do it against what most people, even his his own owner is saying it's the best team in the NFL right now, the San Francisco 49ers. That is the question. Will we get big Dak energy? That's what we need if you're a Cowboys fan in that matchup versus the 49ers. If you get that, at least, even if you don't win and Dak plays well, I still think Cowboys fans will feel good about it because I think the defense is going to show up regardless.
Yep.
Whether Dak can show up and be the best, version of himself, that's really the question versus what some people are saying. Like I said, maybe the best defense in the league, up there with the Cowboys.
Well, here is that go back and forth, the media availability with the Cowboys quarterback.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
That lost drive, you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, almost dropped an F-bomb there.
Dak's getting prickly, man, because people keep asking about his interceptions, and he's talking about last year. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? But look, Dak needs to put a good performance on the field. Let's be honest about that. In the 3 wins for the Cowboys, Dak has been just kind of along for the ride, and nothing against it. I thought the Jets game was his best game when he was being decisive and getting the ball out.
Which is good. That's a really good defense,
it is,
by the way.
It is. Well,
we saw that defense.
We saw that against Patrick Mahomes on Sunday night, right? That's a good defense, and the Cowboys, controlled the ball for 42 minutes. That's the Dak you want. But obviously, the Niners have knocked the Cowboys out in the playoffs each of the last 2 Januaries, and Dak has come up small in those games. And Kyle Shanahan, your buddy's going to put the spotlight on Dak. They're going to stop the run game. Tony Pollard's going to have a hard time with this group and Fred Warner in the middle. And Dak's going to have to make some throws. CeeDee Lamb has to be big. Guy like Jake Ferguson, the big tight end's got to be big. Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup. This is a fun football game because we'll do, and I think the national hype will be a lot about the Dallas defense against Brock Purdy and the Niners offense and Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
Game will be decided by the Cowboys offense against that Niners D.
Totally agree with you. Because honestly, I could see, Dan Quinn's defense, stonewalling Shano in the offense a few times, but then the Shano offense breaking through and scoring. I think the scoring will be limited, though, and whether the Dallas offense can keep up will be the question. And their red zone issues, most like Texas, Dallas red zone issues concern me going up against San Fran. Because you're talking about the San Fran defense is already pretty stout, and they're gonna bow their back in the red zone and make it even tougher for the Cowboys to score. And the Cowboys have been struggling to score touchdowns in the red zone. That worries me.
And they're dealing with some offensive line issues. Zach Martin's got a quad. You've got Tyron Smith called iffy by Jerry Jones. Even their backup running back Rico Dowdle is got a hip problem that he's dealing with. And so far this year. And I'm a Tony Pollard owner in 2 fantasy leagues.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind telling you that. And I need him to do more, by the way. We step it up. Rico Dowdle has been the more explosive running back of the 2. When you see Rico get
he's a good player.
I mean, he's and it's not like Tony Pollard's been bad, but when you see Rico get the ball, man,
different gear.
Yeah, it's a different gear.
Yes, it is.
And I don't know if he's going to play in this game. That'll mean it falls to Deuce Vaughn. And this is where that running back depth we talked about all offseason, who's going to – because you got to be able to run the ball. I mean, it can't be all on Dak or you're going to be in trouble against that defense. In San Francisco. All right, so 2 feature games, man. The biggest brands in Texas are going center stage, man. Center stage with opportunity games. Coming back, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain, talk Texas, the deep dive thoughts, the matchups, advantage which side, also the trends that are developing in this game. Also, before the end of the hour, we will go off the record. Stories maybe you've missed, but you need to hear because everyone's going to be talking about them for the end of the hour on Hook 'em Up.
19 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, Horn has you covered Friday and Saturday for Texas OU weekend. The what is it? The street fight, Rod?
State Fair street fight, baby.
State Fair. Could be the South Dallas street fight too. I like that. State Fair street fight. Friday, remember, we will be live Friday afternoon at Terry Black's Barbecue, west side of downtown. Deep Ellum, they call that area. Deep Ellum, Dallas. Is still on Main Street, though. So you just get on Main Street in downtown Dallas. You'll end up at Terry Black's, and we're going to be there 3 to 7. Our friends at Inside Texas will be there doing a live stream and then joining us for a roundtable discussion until about 7 o'clock. Rod and Patrick, myself, Ty, I don't know if Ty's going to make it. Ty doesn't look well in there.
Ty needs to rest up.
Ty needs to sleep.
You need to get better, man.
Getting cold coming here soon. So.
Yes.
Nice. Good.
But hey, last time I went to Deep Ellum, I almost got into a street fight, a South Dallas street fight.
Surprising.
Right. See?
With a bouncer coming after me.
That's never a good idea.
Going out in Dallas is a lot different than going out in Austin.
You know, bouncers don't, but you don't just kind of luck into a bouncer job, right? You don't just like wander in
you're a bouncer because you like to fight.
And you're good at it.
Or you're intimidated. Maybe you don't like to fight, but you're good at it.
He chased me down the street.
Well, he likes to fight. Yeah, he chased you down the street. He's ready to fight somebody. What'd you do to this man? You know what? No, don't incriminate yourself.
Okay.
Plead the fifth.
I didn't. Okay, so I walked up to a bar. It was before my sister. I was going out with my sister and one of her friends. It was before she was 21. So her and her friend had a fake ID, and
of course,
her friend got in, and then my sister didn't get in. And as a joke, I was like, "Oh, well, we were all walking out." I was like, "Oh, I guess it's not a family establishment." No, he was like, "Oh yeah, get out of here! All you are is chump change." And then I called him chump change back. And then I jokingly told the police officers, I was look out for that guy.
Yeah.
He's a little bit of a wild one. And then I called him chump change one more time, and he ran down the street. And
in front of the police?
The police pepper sprayed him right as he was
maybe he's not
talking back on me.
Oh, he's a terrible bouncer.
And then
that's bad.
I talked some more trash. They told me to keep walking or I was going to get it too. So
likes to fight guy. That's exactly who he was.
Likes to fight Ty, too.
Likes to fight Ty.
I wasn't trying to fight this guy. He
just kicked on, man. This is his trash. This is smack talk. Come on.
I was ready to get my ass kicked right then and there. But
hey, Ty's not afraid of a fight. We know that.
Yeah, Deep Ellum is. I said West Side. Deep Ellum's East Side. I get that confused, but yeah,
East
it's
Side
because it's on Main Street. Come on down there, and that's brought to you by One Source Gas. OneSourceGasATX.com. All of your compressed gas needs are going to help us out. We'll be there. We want you to have a cool spot to come hang out on what's going to be a beautiful Friday. Talk Texas OU. Have some amazing barbecue. Drink some cold ones and enjoy that. And we'll get you ready for that game. That's going to be 3 to 7 in Deep Ellum there, Main Street in Dallas. From 3 to 7, brought to you by One Source Gas of Austin and Central Texas. And Rod, then on Saturday, we'll be out at the field house at the Crossover for our watch party. You and I will host the pregame, and then we'll be starting about 9 o'clock and kick off at 11, and we will be ready to go. Field house at the Crossover in Cedar Park. That's where we were for the Alabama game. And maybe a little too hot to be outside at the field house that day, but this one's going to be perfect for Texas and OU and the big theater screen and the bring all your kids. They can run around and play pickleball and get in the sand, volleyball, and everything that's going on there while watching the game, while enjoying cold Bud Lights and great food. It's a great, great time there at Fieldhouse at the Crossover. So Friday in Dallas, Saturday here, Rod.
Mm-hmm. I love the Fieldhouse. It's such a great spot. So much room, so much space. Great place to watch a big game, and this is the biggest game.
And it's cool. I was there for last time you and I were there. Was A&M was playing Miami. Sorry, Aggies. And then Texas was playing Alabama.
Yeah.
And there was a stretch there because the Miami game was delayed, so it was longer, and it ran into the Texas game almost. And still plenty of room. Crowd. I mean, they can handle a big crowd. That's the cool. And parking is simple there. And that's the other part about Terry Black's Barbecue in Deep Ellum, Rod. Parking.
Yep.
You're downtown. You can probably Uber if you're staying in a hotel downtown on Friday. Just Uber on over or whatever, or walk down the block. But either way, if you drove, you can park at Terry Black's. They've got their own parking lot, and there's a public lot across the street. So yes, come join us Friday, and then Saturday it's Texas OU for the 119th time. With that in mind, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question: what is behind that curtain?
Of course, behind the burnt orange curtain this week, a lot of Texas OU discussion. And there are a few trends that I have picked out and singled out from the Texas OU game from the last few decades, last 2 or 3 decades. And it's interesting to see how these trends seem to come to fruition year after year. And I think a lot of these are favoring Texas this season. The first is about quarterback. Quarterback obviously is important, most valuable position, most important position in football on either side. But in the Texas OU game, experienced quarterbacks tend to do a lot better than the quarterbacks who don't have experience in this particular game. The Texas OU game is so unique in terms of the stands being split 50-50. It's in a neutral location. That neutral location is the Texas State Fair. Right? And you have two very heated and hated rivals going after one another in Texas and Oklahoma. So the momentum shifts in the game can be strange and unique. We talked about this on the On Texas Football live stream last night. You know, as a former player playing in that Texas OU game, I can tell you that the momentum shifts are palpable, and they're so extreme just because you could almost feel the disappointment from one side of one fan base, and then you can hear and feel the overwhelming joy when big plays happen from the other side. And that's why when there is a momentum shift, you can feel it. It is every Longhorn fan remembers a bad momentum shift against them, and they also remember good momentum shifts where it feels like, oh man, actually the tide's turning for our team. The Jordan Shipley punt return for a touchdown. Kick return, in that game. Kick return for a touchdown. That was a big moment, big shift in the momentum in that game. The Caleb Williams 4th down a couple of years ago where he ends up scrambling for a touchdown on a 4th down conversion where Texas just couldn't get him stopped, and he ends up going 60-plus yards for a touchdown, and it really starts to swing the momentum for Oklahoma, even though Texas had the largest lead they've ever had in a Texas-Oklahoma game.
And Rod, do you remember that game that, having been at it live, Texas was still in control, but then when you could feel Oklahoma coming back, they hit the big 50-50 play to Marvin Mims in the corner of the end zone, big deep ball. But then, to your point about the fans, Oklahoma kept kicking off to Texas after they'd score in this comeback, and Xavier Worthy, the Longhorns' young freshman receiver at the time, was returning punts, returning the kickoff, and he kept fielding it like 8 yards deep right in the Oklahoma end, and he would bring it out. And you would hear the entire Longhorn side groan, like, "Oh, don't do it!" And then the Oklahoma, even on this is on a kickoff return.
I remember.
And everyone in the stadium knows that Xavier, don't bring it out. And as he comes out, he gets tackled at like the 10-yard line. And once again, Texas, who's trying to hold on to this lead and stay alive, is backed up in Oklahoma territory. And
with that crowd.
With that crowd going nuts. That's exactly what you're talking about. And it's so on point that it, like no other game you'll go to, does that impact how the game goes. Because everyone in the stadium knew Oklahoma had been down there. Fans were decimated. Spencer Rattler had been benched. And they willed them. I mean, they did. And the Texas fans getting aggravated. You could hear them, 50,000 crowds.
The size and you're right. The
rabble.
Yeah, it is. I told you,
and you've been on the field to hear it.
Yeah, you can. Like I say, and I think in the stands you can feel it, and I think on the sidelines you can feel it. That momentum shift, and it's just because everything is so unique. And they end up being, even though Texas had that lead in that game, Longhorn fans, every one of y'all, and every one of us, we all felt it. Like, man, something weird's happening. I don't like this. We got a big lead, and that turns out to be the biggest lead they've ever had, and they lost in the Texas OU game because they came back and won. And I felt that shift too. Thank you, Texas, for reminding me. Not just a former player. You have a pick six. Yeah, I remember the pick six. I remember. This is a great. You know what? This is one of the best examples of the momentum shift. I returned the pick six in that game, and it was an awesome moment in my life.
That made it 14-3.
Made it 14-3.
Yep.
We go up. I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking to myself, man, we're going to beat Oklahoma, and I'm going to be a big reason why. It's about time. But it's right before halftime, and I want to say there's a couple of minutes before halftime, right when I scored that pick six. And not even a chance to go back on the field. We're talking about just the kick return, all right, the kickoff return on the next play after the PAT. They return it. Oh, I forget how many yards, but deep into our territory. I want to say they were in the red zone. And Texas, it ended up letting them score right before the half. And all the momentum that we got from my pick six, all of it vanished. It vanished in like 2 plays. Well, we had it for it looked like we were going to have it for the rest of the half and then keep it going into the second half, and we didn't. Oklahoma took it right back, and that's a lesson. that if there is a momentum shift before it becomes something that's overwhelming, and before you get that tide shift completely, you do have a chance to stop that momentum shift before it gets going, before it gets steamrolling and snowballing downhill. And Oklahoma did it to me. They did it to us.
And to your great example, if your kick coverage comes out and stuffs them back inside the 20-yard line.
Oh, man.
After just throwing a pick six.
Oh, crowd's going crazy.
Yes,
Oklahoma's groaning and moaning.
Quarterback's not confident. You just threw it. Rod B just took his lunch.
Man.
Lunch money.
Took it, man.
They get the ball way deep in their territory. The quarterbacks, and that's – and again, that's in every game, but in this game, if you've not been, once you're there, you sense it, you feel it.
And that's important on play calling too. So when they hit that momentum shift, the coaches, they should know this and go, man, before it snowballs, we got to take it back. Let's take it back. All right, aggressive play. Do something. Let's take it back.
I remember what year did you graduate?
2002?
03. So the 03 game, Vince Young's first start in that game.
Oh, yeah.
The Adrian Peterson 200-yard game.
Ooh, yeah.
The crowd. So Bob Stoops and Oklahoma kept bringing this corner blitz that Vince still hasn't seen. Right? And that was the game. I think the game ended 12-3. It was a total
that was a slobber
defensive
knocker.
game.
Yeah.
But as the corner blitz would come again, the entire Texas crowd would go, "Hey, Vince, they're coming again!"
And he never see
He's
it.
coming again. They're coming. Because you're going to see it. Here he comes again. Oh, man, what a game. Adrian Peterson was just unbelievable as a true freshman.
Who was the corner on that team? Was that Derek Strait still on that team?
I think it might have been Derek Strait.
Derek Strait was a hell of a corner.
Out of
From
Austin, Texas.
Yeah, he was a hell of a corner, man.
Here he comes again. Oh, so funny. And then they lost, and then, of course, Vince came back, beat them 04 and 05, and they won the national championship and got the last laugh.
Oh.
Yeah, that crowd, man, I can think of so many. You mentioned the Jordan Shipley kick return in the 45-35 game, and gosh, just so many. And and Longhorn fans and listeners who have been going to this game since the 80s.
They remember
go over and over. I've only started going when it was Stoops and Mac Brown in the late 90s and beyond, but yeah. And every game, there's 4 or 5 of those plays.
It is, exactly. And they honestly kind of determine the game a lot of the time, depending on where they are.
Well, last year, there was really never.
Nah.
It was not. There wasn't really one.
They didn't put up a fight. It was a Texas State Fair street fight, except there was only one side fighting.
And that was
the Texas fight. Okay, real quick, I want to give these trends, and then we got carried away talking about this. So real quick, the more experienced quarterback always does better than the less experienced quarterback in this game. Not talking about overall. We're talking about the quarterback that has played and started the Texas OU game since 1990. First-time quarterbacks versus the experienced quarterback in the Texas OU game. There are only 4 of them that have been able to pull off a dub as a first-time quarterback going against an experienced Texas OU quarterback. Spencer Rattler, Jalen Hurts, Justin Fuente, and Sam Bradford. That's it.
That's the list.
That's the list. So that's good. That's a good trend for Texas because Quinn started last year, and it's one of the best games that Quinn Ewers has ever had in his career at Texas, and Dylan Gabriel did not start last season because he was dealing with an injury. Also, the rushing battle. We know this from years of watching this game. It's a line of scrimmage game, as my man Jeff Howe always calls it. The winner of the rushing battle since 1999, 21-2-1 in this contest. So, yeah, win the lines of scrimmage, win the rushing battle, and turnovers. Turnovers big in any football game, especially in this game, though. Since 2000, teams that have won the turnover margin, 14-7. And Texas has won the turnover margin 8 of the last 9 meetings. So there you go.
Feels like Texas has the advantage at quarterback because they got one that has played in it. They also are the better running team on the ground with Jonathan Brooks off of three straight great games. And turnovers, we'll see. Both teams are pretty good in that category. We come back. It's off the record, including, do you know what we get every day for 50 days starting today, Rod? Every day.
Oh, I don't know.
50 days. I'm going to tell you that coming back on Off the Record. Coming next.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right, Rod, every day on this, the 4th of October, for the next 50 days in a row, we will have a college or pro football game on every day.
Hold up, what?
Either a college or pro NFL football game every day for the next 50 days.
How's that possible?
I guess we're going to Maction
They play
Tuesday,
on Tuesday,
Wednesday night action.
Is that so? Maction is Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yep.
Okay, and then Thursday we got Thursday night NFL, Monday night NFL, Friday. I guess now they're playing college football games on Friday, which I know a lot of coaches don't like because it messes up with recruiting.
Well, including K-State and Oklahoma State this week.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, yeah, you're right.
50
Then Saturday and Sunday.
days in a row. So
hey, I'm not complaining. That's not complaining about having sex 50 days in a row.
Who would complain?
It's not. I mean, yeah, I'm not complaining.
It might be Maction level, but it was still
exactly
Maction.
It's right. It may get a little redundant. You may run out of some positions unless you got the Kama Sutra, but it's still all good. You know, it's all good. I'll take it.
Oh man,
have you ever had it 50 days in a row?
No.
Ty, you ever had 50 days in a row?
I don't even.
Get lucky. What's your longest streak of intimacy? Straight
probably 50 days. Probably. I
mean,
maybe a hiccup in there.
I probably in my college days, I probably hit to at least 30.
Dang.
At least 30 straight. Yeah.
During COVID? There wasn't anything else to do.
What else you gonna do during COVID?
Good thing you had a girlfriend during COVID. What if you had nobody?
Yeah.
That would have sucked. That's why I got a girlfriend right at the beginning.
Yeah, you need a COVID girlfriend at least, man. I mean, you were stuck for like a
COVID
year and a half.
companion. Yeah, I like that. That's interesting. Yeah. I don't. I mean, unless it's like on vacation or something, it's not going to be every day.
You're not talking about marathon stuff here. We're talking about not a little quickie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right, Rod, what do you have off the record today?
That was off the record. Actually,
that was definitely off the record.
I sent Ty a couple pieces of sound. So first piece of sound is from the Pat McAfee show. Ty mentioned this earlier, and we found the audio. You got this, Ty. This is Aaron Rodgers taking a shot. Going heel turn here, taking a shot at Travis Kelce, and he knows the Swifties not gonna like it.
I didn't have a crazy game, and Mr. Pfizer, we kind of shut him down a little bit. He didn't have his like crazy impact game.
Mr.
Obviously,
Pfizer.
he had some yards and stuff, but
wow,
I felt like for the most part, we played really tough on defense, especially the last 3 quarters.
Mr. Pfizer, he is referring to Travis Kelce.
Sure.
Because doesn't he have like a commercial for the vaccine?
Yeah,
like a vaccine commercial. Like
flu shot combo.
Flu shot combo thing. Yeah, whatever. So, yeah, Mr. Pfizer. So that's a hit. Trust me, he knows the Swifties. They have now taken Kelce into, basically he's into their community. Now, he's part of their community now. That is who Taylor Swift is dating. So, basically, he's the patriarch of the community for the time being. Man, they're going to come after Aaron Rodgers now. They're coming after you, A-Rod. They're coming after you.
Hey,
just so you know.
Off the record, Rod, I always like this day in history stuff because today is National Taco Day. We'll pick that up.
Chance has 35 days.
35. Way to go, Chance.
There you go. Start a streak, guys. Start a streak. It's fun.
Like in the
start a streak.
The OSHA sign. We have gone 12 straight days without an injury.
Without an incident. There you go.
Hey, but if you're counting the days, you're not doing it right.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm not like I've never been in bed at the end of the night with my girlfriend or girl and just been like, all right, well,
if you're single,
it's been 30 days in a row. We got to do it tonight.
If you're single, there's nothing wrong with counting. Because you're single,
I know
it's different ladies.
Way back in the
it's
day,
like 4 different ladies in your streak.
Some of you listeners will remember this. Back in the 2000s, Bucky and I were doing the show, and we had a guy that would call in, and he would tell us that his wife they would have relations every day twice. Morning and afternoon.
That is fantastic.
Morning and night.
Oh, where's this guy at? Is he dead?
I know. And so we were like rightfully skeptical. We're like, all right, come on, man.
I am. This
is your imagination you're talking about here. So what do you know? She calls in.
Confirms
it.
What?
Yep. Confirms it.
She confirmed that it's twice in the morning and at night.
Guaranteed.
Who's initiating this? Is it her every time, or
that's what she said?
Who initiates?
She says this isn't about him. It's about me.
Wow!
I need to get mine.
Oh man! Dude,
And
he,
so we're
he
like,
married
all
the
right,
right
man.
one. Good for
I don't
you.
even remember the guy's name, but he's a legend. He's,
You are a
he's
legend,
in the
sir.
Hall of Fame.
You are in the Hall of Fame. Good for you.
Wow, that
Damn, it was her. She was the aggressor and the initiator.
You know, and she was very
Lucky
bold about it. She was
SOB.
like, "Yeah, don't keep calling him lucky. I'm the lucky one.
I'm getting mine.
Got to get mine."
I like that. I like it when a woman's aggressive. Good for her. Good for her, man. Get yours.
All right. We'll pick up the this day because that was better. And when is Rod going to start his marathon of naked attraction? I believe that's going to be during the bye week next week. You'll start some naked attraction.
I heard from a little report from what you told me, Eric Rains, that it may not be the sort. It may not be the show I think it is. It may not be for my palate. May not,
We'll see. But
open to it.
But you still have to try and then let us know.
Okay. I'll try it.
To try it, and
I'm
if you
gonna try
don't
it.
like it, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Rains told us it opens up with one lady and then 8 dudes with their you-know-what in your face. And you're like,
It's a lot of junk shots. It's a lot of junk shots in there. And I'm like, I'm not opposed, but I'm just like, I don't want to be inundated with
Might
junk
would have hooked
shots.
you. They started the other way. One guy.
Let's start off with that.
Now
No.
I'm in. I gotta wade through the sausage to get to the good part. We'll be back.
The sausage festival.
All right. We're going back to sports at some point.
Yes,
We're
we are.
also going to do Set List ATX next hour. Who said that next hour? Come on. Ride with us all the way to 11 o'clock.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here with my man E. Hogan. And, one thing that I'll admit that I was not very knowledgeable about was the value of windows. First of all, windows can save you a lot of money, especially with energy efficient windows. A lot of us with old windows were letting money go right out the window, literally, because you didn't have those energy efficient windows. But also, windows can add a lot of value to your home with that unique aesthetic appeal. And that's why you need to reach out to our friends and our professional friends over at Window Nation. Window Nation is a group of third-generation window replacement experts who have been proudly providing homeowners here in the Austin area with replacement windows, siding, and doors for more than 15 years. Window Nation offers a variety of styles, custom-made to help you find the perfect look for your home and your budget. Window Nation's products are Energy Star certified. I'll repeat, Energy Star certified, so you'll save money on your energy bills no matter what the season.
That's right. They're also a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. So in addition to everything Rod just said, with all the windows, the upgrades, how about you get a free Cowboys jersey? Now you can win some tickets roll on. It's a Wednesday. This is the Over the Hump Wednesday. That's where we turn the page, start looking forward to the big games of the upcoming weekend. And yeah, safe to say there's some damn big ones. Texas and Oklahoma for the 119th time. Both teams 5-0. First time they've been undefeated in this game in a dozen years.
Oh, yeah.
And the Longhorns, the favored side this time by 6.5.
And a lot of people think that's a low number. A lot of people think that the Longhorns should be favored by more than 6.5 over Oklahoma. It's because of the resume of each team. Texas,
well,
you've talked about this ad nauseum that Texas has been more battle tested, of course.
Well, and if JT Sanders is healthy, I think there's just too many mismatches for an improved Oklahoma defense. But they haven't faced an offense like this. I think that's fair to say. But I'd also say this that I remember when the Baylor line came out, and I remember him saying, "Man, that's not enough. Texas is going to crush Baylor. Baylor's not good." And
what was that line? It
was like 16.
Yeah, Baylor was really
14,
bad.
Yeah,
with the backup.
I was like, that's not near enough.
Yeah.
But then when the Kansas line came out, it was kind of the same, right? It was like 16.5. I was like, that's about right. And I felt like that was, and I think if Jalen Daniels had
I was going to
played,
say we didn't know if Jalen Daniels
right, and that whole line was based on Jalen playing. And if he had played, I think they would have covered that line. Florida. I mean, Kansas, we'll never know, but I think they would have.
I'm with you. I think they would have. Because they kept it close enough with Jason B.
Yeah, they would have. Texas would have won the game, but at the same time, it would have been inside that number in my mind. And this one feels like it's not enough. It's not enough. But this is. But again, in these games, you've played in them, Rod, 4 times. It's not the whole throw out the records cliche. It's a rivalry game, but it still comes down to the Jimmies and the Joes, right? I mean, and Texas got the Jimmies right now, but. In a rivalry game where you were embarrassed as the rival last year, your coaching staff was embarrassed because they gave up 50 points and didn't score a point.
Yeah,
that leaves a mark.
Pride.
Yeah,
pride's got to be a big point here for Oklahoma. I've been embarrassed in this game. Right? I got embarrassed in 2000. Oklahoma on their way to winning a national title, so it was less embarrassing when I found out how good they were. I was like, okay, at least it's a damn good team.
Maybe this can be that kind of Texas team,
and it could be potentially. But I do remember how obsessed our team was with that performance and with that product. I mean, you're talking about the biggest game of the year on the biggest stage against your rival, and you're a no-show. Oh, it's okay to lose.
Well,
Everybody loses. But to be a no-show in that game, and that's what Oklahoma was last year, that's what we were in 2000 when we got blown out. We obsessed about that entire offseason, about that loss. And we lost the next season, but I think it was like a 14-3 loss. Like, it was a slobber knocker of a game.
That was the Roy Williams over-the-top play.
It was a slobber knocker of a game, man.
Hell of a game.
Yeah.
Sims was, that was the Roy Williams, the safety over-the-top, Superman play. One of the best plays ever in that rivalry. But so, I mean, look, and I think that's true as far as, they'll be upset because last year they gave in. They showed up, but really early on in the first half they realized that they couldn't stop Texas, and then they looked at their own offense and were like, ugh,
we can't move the ball.
We can't even we're running like the
Wildcat
single wing here.
We're running Wildcat plays here. Yeah.
And so I think the team was pretty demoralized, not just by Texas, but by their inability to have any functional offense. And so, yeah, it got really out of hand. And but this will be a fight. But 6 points? I mean, I think Texas is 10 points better than Oklahoma right now. I mean, 31-21.
I agree with that.
37-27. I mean, they're 10 points better than this team. But if you gamble, that backdoor cover, things can happen in that. But I just think Texas is a better football team across the board. And but can't wait to be a part of it. Can't wait to see this game. So we'll take your thoughts on where that's at. But this is the Longhorns' opportunity, as we said. I mean, anything that's, because I still think the Longhorns are getting some national chatter. I think the big chatter this week has been, is Georgia overrated? Is Michigan played anybody? What about these other teams? If Texas wins this game, there'll be a real debate about Texas as the number one team in the country.
I think there was right after the Bama game. It just died out. It just slowly,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because Texas played the likes of Baylor and Kansas.
It was like Deion sucked a lot of the attention away and did other stuff. And so I think you're right.
Deion hype was justified and great and carried September.
Yep.
What I'm saying is if Texas plays a good game, wins this game again, I think they can by 10. If they win this game by double digits, because they've already beat two ranked opponents by double digits. They've won every game by double digits so far. If they were to win this game like that next week, and Longhorns are off next week, the talk will be, should Texas be number one, no matter what happens anywhere else? I mean, because Georgia, I think, could be in for a dogfight with Kentucky. Michigan's going to play a bad Minnesota team. That game won't be close, I don't believe. Ohio State plays a 5-0 and undefeated Maryland team, which will be an interesting game. But, yeah, Texas, that'll be the national conversation, which also puts the players on this team into national conversations for big awards. And where does this – because you take it from a local, regional, they're a pretty good conversation. Keep an eye on Texas to, okay, this team – because the rest of the schedule, there's not another ranked team on it.
Not right now. Okay, State may end up popping up on
maybe, and they'll play Friday night and probably beat Oklahoma State in Stillwater.
Yeah, so I think later, but you're right.
I mean, that's what this game had. That's the opportunity that's here to all of a sudden you become the talk of college football because, you'll be 6 games in with 3 ranked wins, Rod. You go back to the beginning of the year when we talked about it, when, Urban Meyer said player for player, they might have the best roster in the country. But they're Texas, and they'll stub their toe, and they'll let down. Well, if they get through this first 6 into the bye week unscathed and in the fashion they have, they'll have to be considered. Watch out, because then you have 6 games to continue to play to that level, and good things can happen. But obviously, the alternative of that is this would be very disappointing to lose this game if you're a Texas fan and have Oklahoma turn the tables, and they would be the team people would be talking about then, right? I mean,
well, even if it's a really close game, right? You think it's going to be a comfortable win by Texas. I think a lot of Oklahoma fans, they're thinking Texas is even going to win this game. They don't sound very confident either. But if it's not a comfortable win by Texas, it's close and it's really close, single-digit one-possession game in the fourth quarter, that kind of thing, there'll still be talk that these teams are relatively close. And then it's going to hurt your point that you're making that Texas should be considered to be the number 1 team in the country, and there should be more talk about Texas in the national championship conversation. If they don't win in a demonstrative way, I don't know if that conversation is going to happen yet.
Right.
So it's all about the statement you make on that stage.
Correct. And the other part of that is this could be the first of 2 meetings between the two this year.
Yes, sir. I think it will be.
Very likely.
The way the Big 12 is
And by the way, unfortunately for this being the rivalry game, the second one will be more important. This will be big, but the second meeting would be more important.
For a championship.
Because it would be for the championship, end of the year.
Losing
closer to
losing late hurts in college football playoff chances too. Yeah,
big time. Well, you know that, right? You guys beat Colorado in the Big 12 regular season game, and then you lost to them in the Big 12 championship, and it derailed that no one cared that you beat them by 40 the first time around in 2001. And this one's important for the rivalry, but the second matchup, if we get it, would be bigger.
No, I'm with you on that. And it's tough to beat an opponent twice in the same year. I mean, that's football in a nutshell at any level.
Yeah, well, we'll see. So many subplots, and then we got the Cowboys doing their thing too with their opportunity to stake their claim in because right now the 49ers are the best team. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, we talk power rankings. 49ers 4-0, dominant 4-0, big road wins, big home wins now. And here comes Dallas. Dallas has that one ugly performance, that ugly mulligan at Arizona that just still inexplicable. But the other 3 have been overwhelming performances that are almost unwatchable.
Yep, dominant performances.
The Jets, Giants, and Patriots now. I mean, and to humiliate and humble a Bill Belichick coach team, pretty damn impressive. But you still look at the 49ers as the premier team in the league. Jerry Jones even said it yesterday on his radio show that they're the team that looks like the Super Bowl goes through. Now, apologies to Philadelphia. They had to go to overtime to beat Washington last week. But those are your 3 best teams. And Cowboys can make a statement if they go in there and, play the brand of football we've seen 3 times, not the 1 time.
Yeah. No, I cannot believe that. You go look at Brock Purdy, his completion percentage in that game versus Arizona. He was at 90-something% completion percentage. Just some freaky stuff, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, Aaron Rodgers, in addition to calling Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer, he also praised Brock Purdy and says, I'm a big fan of watching Brock Purdy.
Yeah, he was at 95.2%.
In a game. I understood the crowd. Yeah,
what?
21 of 22.
What the hell?
I understood the crowd that was like, well, he'll come back to earth. But I think if you actually watch Brock Purdy play, he's really good. I mean,
especially in that offense.
Yeah, well, the offense is perfect. I mean, any quarterback would want to play in that offense. But Jimmy Garoppolo made a lot of money, and he didn't ever look like that. Now, you'd also say Garoppolo didn't have Christian McCaffrey as much as Brock Purdy has had. Brock Purdy took over when Christian McCaffrey was a couple games in, and Garoppolo got hurt again. But this guy's just got a knack, an ability to he runs the system exactly like Kyle Shanahan would draw it up, right? Yep. Almost on every play.
Exactly.
And as you said, your buddy Shanahan, that's what he's been looking for, is his maestro.
Yep, he wants a point guard, man.
And you have to pull because he's going to call the right plays, right? 21 of 22.
Yeah, he's got all the weapons. I don't need you to be a weapon. I just need you to get it to the weapon.
And that was an Arizona team that gave Dak Prescott and company fits last week.
Yeah, and he threw 95% completion percentage. He is, I wouldn't got the number. You go look at it, man. That is the 4th highest completion percentage for a quarterback with at least 20 attempts in NFL history.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Like, what?
Hey, 9:15 on this Wednesday, Rod. 9:15, and
OU still sucks.
Let's get Rod's rant.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right. The Rod's rant is an NFL-related rant, and it's actually about the Texans. We'll get to the Cowboys here and start breaking that down, the Cowboys and the 49ers, but not enough talk about C.J. Stroud and the remarkable start of his career. I read an article in Cron.com that he actually now is hosting teammates for dinner with private chefs almost every night. And Tank Dell is always there, and Mechie's always there, and a lot of the players, they're making it part of their weekly routine. They go to dinner at C.J. Stroud's house. He's got his private chef. And apparently he's been doing it since before his last year there at Ohio State. So it's not something new. This is just part of him, growing and evolving as a leader and a franchise quarterback. But the Texans right now are giddy about what they're watching with C.J. Stroud. I'll give you a couple of stats real quick. And probably the first nugget about C.J. Stroud's performance is really having to do with his offensive line, because you can't talk about his performance until you talk about the deficit that he's working with in terms of pass protection and the offensive line. The Texans have had the most injured offensive line in the NFL through the first 4 weeks. It's been a mash unit. Essentially, they've had the worst O-line in the NFL through the first 4 weeks. Kendrick Green, torn meniscus, left guard out. Left tackle, left guard Josh Jones. He missed one game with a hand. Kenyon Green, left guard, out for the season with a shoulder injury. Titus Howard, injured reserve. Center Drew Scruggs, injured reserve. Left tackle Laramie Tunsil missed 3 games with a knee. The center Quisenberry, torn MCL, ACL. Nobody has had has had that struggle with injuries on the O-line as much as the Texans. They're a mash unit. But in the midst of that, C.J. Stroud is putting together arguably the greatest start to an NFL career for a quarterback. Crazy to say that, but here are some of the stats. So C.J. Stroud, 970 yards in the last 3 weeks. That's the most in the NFL in that time span. He's 4th overall in passing yards total with over 1,200 passing yards. He's completing 62% of his passes, 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 9 yards per attempt, a 100.6 passer rating right now. And his sack percentage is lower than the NFL average. Pressures per sack also lower than the NFL average. He's 14th and 19th in those two categories. And the blitz per sack numbers also lower than the average. He's number 20 right now among quarterbacks. Considering what his offensive line is right now, the worst and the most injured offensive line in the NFL, it is extraordinary what C.J. Stroud is doing to start his career. He joined Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning as the only quarterbacks in NFL history to throw for at least 1,200 yards without an interception in their first 4 games of any season. Not just a rookie season, of any season.
Yeah.
But he's doing it as a rookie. Listen to the names: Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning. That's the group that he's in. That's unbelievable. He has the 2nd most passing yards through the first 4 games in NFL history. Only Cam Newton had more. 3rd most pass attempts by a rookie without an interception. I think Dak Prescott and Tua were at a higher number, 176 and 152. He's at 151. First quarterback to throw for 200-plus yards in each of his first 4 career games. And on 3rd and 4th down, the money downs, guys, the money downs, he's completing 69% of his passes for 490 yards and 4 touchdowns. And the Texans offense now ranks in passing yards per game. They're 4th. And points per game total, points per game, they are 15th. And if you go look at rushing yards, actually 26. So he's not getting any help from the running game. He's not getting any help from a veteran, stable offensive line. He's just going out there and dealing as a young rookie quarterback. It is unbelievable what he's doing right now. It's crazy.
It is. The numbers are staggering. And let's also consider this, and I think Nico Collins is a good receiver, second-year guy out of Michigan, but it's not like he's throwing to Duper and Clayton here, right? He's not throwing to
great point too.
These receivers. He's making them better. Because I think one of the questions you would have had for him, like if you would have told me these numbers before a game was played, and I would have said, well, Dameon Pierce is off to a great start. They're running the ball like crazy, and that's setting up play action. And no, he's having to carry the offense as a rookie. That's the thing. Because Dameon Pierce, if you saw the Steeler game, that was his best game. He looked explosive. They run a lot of toss to the outside. But he really is carrying the offense, and you and I are some of the few that watch every game.
Very few.
He's carrying the offense, and it's not the most talented offense, right?
No, not at all. Dalton
Schultz caught a touchdown pass last week on a halfback pass from Devin Singletary in the red zone. That's really the first big catch he's had on this team. It's he and Tank Dell. It's he and Nico Collins. It's really impressive. Now, I mean, those numbers just speak for themselves. Not much more to say. He's doing something no quarterback's ever done.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Texans who started 0-2 are now 2-2, and they're playing the Atlanta Falcons this week, who started 2-0 and are now 2-2 because they've lost 2 in a row and their offense has gone to bed. If the Texans can get over 500 after this schedule, as they get their offensive line healthier, because as you said, it's been a mash unit, but the only one that's not coming back for the year, I believe, is Kenyon Green, the big left guard out of A&M.
Yeah, the rest of them are coming
Everyone
back.
else are planning to be back. Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Shaq Mason's still there. Juice Scruggs is supposed to be back at some point in October, the starting center who they drafted out of Penn State. So if you consider everything you just said, and then you add 4 offensive linemen back, which would then give them a stronger running game for Dameon Pierce, this is all of a sudden a team that starts threatening people in this AFC South, and you can't say they can't because they won in Jacksonville, turned around and beat a Pittsburgh team who was 2-1 on the year, and really humiliated that Steelers team who had just won the previous Sunday night against the Raiders. So, and they're moving the ball against good defenses. Jacksonville and Pittsburgh, a couple of the best. That was really impressive what he did in that game, and Nico Collins becoming a really good player in this league too. Thank you to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, no, it is. It's remarkable what they're doing. And remember, before the draft, there are a lot of negative reports about C.J. Stroud. We hypothesized, at least me and Patrick and I did on the show, and I know you watch a lot of Texans games too, that obviously somebody was trying to drop C.J. Stroud's draft stock. We just couldn't figure out where they were coming from, who had the motivation, who had the incentive to try to put stuff out there to drop his draft stock. Remember the S2 cognition scores?
Mike Lombardi, the insider, was the first guy to really go there. Mike Lombardi?
Yeah. He started talking about how he's a system quarterback, and the wide receiver talent around him at Ohio State may have distorted the evaluation. And there was even talk that he's not necessarily a great leader, that kind of stuff. I mean, that was just all this negative draft talk about C.J. Stroud, and I don't know if it actually drops his draft stock or not. I mean, he still got drafted number 2 overall. But what I will say is that one of the conspiracy theories that I'm willing to at least entertain is that maybe the Texans were doing it because they knew how good he was and they didn't want Bryce Young. And they were like, I don't want the Panthers to decide to go C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young, because there was some talk of that, even though Bryce Young was considered by far and away to be the top prospect. There was some talk that C.J. Stroud, after his workout, really impressed that staff for the Panthers, and they might end up, pulling a stunt and deciding to draft C.J. Stroud first. I think maybe, there was some team, the Texans could have been one of them, trying to drop that draft stock of C.J. Stroud just so they could get him. And if that was the case, brilliant move if that was the Texans who were doing it, because they got their guy. And that is a home run draft pick by the Texans. Oh, and Will Anderson, by the way, also a home run draft pick by the Texans. Both of them seem to be working out really well.
Well, that's good, because the more games they can win and stay near 500, the worse draft pick the Cardinals will get, and the better that pick will look, because the immediate fear was the Arizona Cardinals would have the first and second or first and third pick in the draft. If the Texans stay on this path, that won't be the case. And the Texans still own the Browns' first-round pick, so Houston fans are rooting for the Browns to lose every game.
Forget about that. For other reasons, too, because Deshaun Watson's there. They want Deshaun Watson to feel a lot of pain and heartbreak.
And they'd like to take another big piece. All right, we'll be back. Maybe go get Marvin Harrison Jr., right?
Hey,
No,
there you go.
Wishful thinking. Hey, we come back. It'll be Set List ATX. Nick Shuley is in the house. Also give us the latest on NIL activities with the Longhorns. They had a big one last week. We got not just Set List ATS, it's ACL Fest week.
Hey,
First of two.
now.
Nick will guide us. Let's go. It's Hook 'em Up. Brain Vault, folks, Brain Vault Technology. I've been telling you about it with Dr. Greg Eckert. They were a big sponsor of our high school coverage last year. And here's the thing with Brain Vault. The patented technology based on proven science that helps protect athletes, young athletes and older, to reduce the risk of concussions. It's an orthotic. It's not a mouthpiece. Well, how about this? Dr. Eckert, who he and his partner Drew Pittman have brought this technology to the forefront. They've also now taken that technology used in the NFL with over 100 NFL players with no concussions reported. They've now developed a retail version of their mouth guard, so your young athlete in a collision sport can have the same level of protection as NFL players have. And new research coming out of Texas State University that they've been collecting, it's now irrefutable, folks, that optimally aligning the jaw with their patented Brain Vault technology passively increases baseline neck strength, the most important line of defense against concussive forces. And this is proven. They're going to be presenting this at conferences coming up all over the state, all over the country, because it works. And your young athlete, your team can be fitted for the Brain Vault technology. To learn more of this next level protection, just go to the website. When I say fitted, this is what it's all about. It's a mouthpiece, an orthotic that's fitted to your mouth, your specific athlete's mouth, and it's only going to work for them. So they have to get a fitting, but once they have it, it's theirs, and it does work to reduce the concussions. It is proven research. It's patented technology, and all you have to do to learn more, research it for yourself, is go to brainvault.com. That's brainvault.com. Join the movement at brainvault.com. Play hard, but play safe with Brain Vault.
Texas Sports. The Horn.
Time for Setlist ATX, and yeah, that's the Foo Fighters. They're going to be the headliner on Saturday night at ACL Fest. That is part of your Setlist ATX. By the way, before we get Nick Shuley involved and tell you about what's coming, how about the Texas Fight Rally and Parade tonight down on campus to get ready for the OU game featuring Big
X the Plug.
Big X the Plug. Is that how we say that? Big X the Plug?
Yeah, I think it is.
Sounds great to me.
Come on, Nick.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know much about Big X the Plug.
Big X to Plug, the Plug.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie.
I'll be honest.
I'm not that familiar with. I'll look him up though right now. He's going to be performing, right?
Yes, he is. Yeah, the 2023 Texas Fight Rally Parade. If you line up on Guadalupe Street between 25th and 21st, right there by the co-op, at 7:30. Then the parade, the rally to the front of the UT Tower, and I think that's where Big X to Thug will be playing. X,
the Plug.
The Plug.
The Plug. Sorry.
Different than Lena the Plug. Don't get them. Don't mix those up because you'll get some.
Very different.
Uh-oh. What'd you say, Lena? What?
The Plug. That's very different though. Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking that up.
Don't look that up. Don't go for that.
Whole other weekend.
Whole other weekend.
Not safe for work type stuff. Don't do that. Yeah, different plugs for different reasons.
All right.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I don't know why he's called the Plug though. I guess because he's plugged in. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got the hookup.
He's got
a really good song. It's he's got one banger. It's called Texas.
No, there we go.
That's a little sing, man.
That makes sense.
Does it have cussing in it? Is it clean?
I got the clean one pulled up.
Oh, can we hear it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, come on, Big X the Plug.
I want to hear Big
with
X
Cole
the Plug.
Dixon.
There you go. Thanks, Cole. All right.
Testing. All right.
Oh, it's a country rap tune.
Cut out that
Yeah.
other shit.
Hold on.
He's from Dallas, Texas.
Oh, the Cole want to make sure it's the clean version.
Let me make sure it's the clean version. And then
you have to do that, Cole, because sometimes they will say clean, and their version of clean is like, oh, the N-word's all good. It's like, no, it's not. That's not clean.
I'm gonna preview and I'll let you know when we come back.
Cole, that's why you're a professional, brother.
Great
you almost
idea.
got everybody fired. Good for
Protect
you.
the license at all times.
He's like, oh no, that's clean.
Protect the license.
That's great.
Hey. Okay, Nick. So Nick Shuley is here, president of the Austin Music Movement. Setlist ATX every Wednesday, and it's a big music weekend. As all Longhorn fans are geeked up, and I certainly am. We're going up to Dallas and back for our watch parties and everything. The weather is cooling off, and all music fans everywhere coming from all over the world are excited to see temperatures in the 70s for the weekend.
Oh, I can't even begin to talk about how excited I am about the temperature. It very rarely falls on like a cool weekend. ACL does. Like you guys know, anybody that's been. It's always pretty warm, but every once in a while we get these little moments, and it's so nice, man. It's gonna be so nice.
Fall, baby.
Serendipitous.
Fall,
the weather
baby.
drops right in time for one of the biggest weekends of the year. Let's hope it sticks around for a while. But in addition, one of the cool things, Rod, about ACL Fest is it's 2 weeks now. But between weeks, you'll have great band music next Monday through Thursday.
Get your sleep right now, because tonight is about your last night to get sleep, because there's so much good stuff every single night. It really is. It's packed.
Well, let's run through some of it tonight. Scoot In, Moody Center, and Emos are where we're going.
Yeah, we got The Tallest Man on Earth is playing Scoot In. It's really cool. It's a Swedish kind of folk music, very quiet, very very good singer-songwriter stuff. And then a group that I was researching because I didn't know them, but they're playing the Moody Center, so I figured they're pretty big. Los Temerarios, and they're defined as grupera music is the type of music they are. They're from Mexico.
Oh, that'll be packed.
It will be. And then Macy Peters will be at Emos, and she's kind of a British pop artist. She's signed by Ed Sheeran, so kind of in that vein.
Okay.
That'll be cool. Thursday, we got a really good ACL taping with up-and-coming country music star Brittany Spencer. She'll be taping there.
Like that.
Death Grips are at Emos. They're playing 2 shows this week, and they're playing ACL. They're kind of experimental hip-hop. They're out of Sacramento. They're very different, but very good. And then Snarky Puppy for the jam band folks. They'll be playing Far Out Lounge.
That's down my neck of the woods, South Congress.
Mine too. And then Balmaray will be at Paramount. They're really kind of beautiful instrumental music.
Balmaray.
Balmaray. And then the concert I'm really excited about, there's this band Nightly playing with Knox at the Scoot In. I might swing by that one if I can get some sleep in. And then the Soul Rebels will be at Antone's featuring Cam Franklin of the Suffers. And the Soul Rebels are really cool. They've worked with tons of hip hop artists. They've been kind of the backing kind of soundscape for a lot of hip hop stuff. So that'll be really cool. And Cam Franklin from the Suffers, she's super talented.
Nice.
And then Friday is the kickoff of the big music festival, Austin City Limits Music Fest. And we can go into picks for that later, I guess.
I'm assuming Asleep at the Wheel will launch it on Friday morning or Friday lunchtime?
But yeah, they're on there. So yeah, I mean, that's the tradition.
It's all start the festival concert with Ray Benson and the team.
I had to double check. I was like, wait, are they on there? Yeah. That is their thing. So yeah, we would always start the festival.
I got a lot of buddies
that
are there for that show every year, and it starts the weekend, right?
Yep.
It's Friday, the first show, Ray Benson and Asleep at the Wheel.
Yep, that is the tradition.
That's cool.
And then at Superstition, there's a good electronic dance group, Above and Beyond, playing. And then Tosh Sultana will be at Stubbs, and that's kind of spacey Australian kind of indie-ish music. She's got a really cool voice. And then what will be our ticket giveaway, W.C. Clark, the godfather of Austin's blues, will be at the Saxon Pub, so we'll give some away from that. Joe Abels was very excited to push that one. He loves W.C. Clark, and it's always a good show. And then Del Water Gap will be at Scoot In. It's indie pop music. And then another really good indie pop artist, shout out to Russell and the folks at C3 who manage Michigander, will be at
a big one.
310 at ACL Live. That'll be a cool one. And then one of my personal favorites, Chris Shiflett, will be at Antone's. He has one of the best podcasts in Americana music. He also happens to be the guitarist for a group called the Foo Fighters.
Oh, wow.
So he'll be there, and he's really, really impressive guy. He was guitarist in one of my favorite groups of all time, No Use for a Name, or kind of an old school punk band, and then he went to the Foo Fighters. And he's
got a podcast?
Oh, he's got a phenomenal podcast. It's called Walking the Floor, and he interviews everyone in Americana. It probably in that genre is the best podcast there is.
Wow. He's with the Foo Fighters. Very cool.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy. And I got to when we did Lance Armstrong's podcast, we got to have him on as the guest, and I was dorking out, and Mark Higgs, who was there, who you guys know from his voice, he was making fun of me because he was telling Chris how big a fan I was, and he's like, "Oh, you a big Foo Fighters fan?" And he's like, "No, he's not. He likes this old punk band you were in." And he was laughing so hard. He's like, "Dude, nobody pulls that band out anymore." They were my Warped Tour band. But
nice.
Anyway,
very cool.
And then out at Hotspot in Cedar Park, got a great booking there with Pat Green. Always a great show. Man. And then a big taping at ACL that night. Alanis Morissette will be there.
That's the first time for her, I believe.
I believe so.
By the way, Rod, you know when I left Mockingbird Saloon last Saturday ahead of the Kansas game to get back home to do my Inside Texas Watch With Us thing?
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Pat Green played one of the frat houses on Saturday morning before the Kansas game.
Wow.
Yes. It took me a hell of a time to get out because it was
I had the same traffic issue. That's what that was?
Yeah. It was whatever
backed up.
Yeah, because I saw the Pat Green tour bus parked in front of the frat house.
That's a big booking to whatever frat or sorority that was.
That actually makes sense because it took me like 20, 30 minutes to get out of that damn parking lot.
Yes,
that makes sense. Okay. All right.
I think that was Pat Green. I'm pretty sure.
That's a big one.
All right, so frat people, hit us up and let us know.
Yeah,
Pat
Green.
Was that you? Or does somebody else have? Does Pat have a new bus?
I think it was a mixer. It was a mixer. Because as I was leaving Rod, there were like males and the guy and parents were there. I mean, it was probably parents' weekend thing.
It was a parents' weekend.
Oh, he'd be a great artist for that.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then Saturday we've got the Walkmen at Stubbs, who are an old favorite. I love that group. And then a big group Poolside's doing a DJ set at Superstition. That night, Death Grips again will be at Emo's, and then a really cool kind of indie psych rock band, Eve's Tumor, will be playing at Scoot In.
Yeah.
And then Paul Wall will be at
Antone's.
Paul
Wall still touring.
People's
Paul
champ,
Wall.
baby.
Man, no doubt.
And then Marty Stewart, legendary country musician, will be at Paramount. Marty Stewart was a member of Johnny Cash's band, and so he's got some
Country Music Hall of Fame.
That's he's a Hall of Famer for sure. So that's a big one. And then a group I really like, a local group that are out of San Marcos, but I believe live in Austin now. The Beatnik Bandits will be doing Empire Control Room. That's a cool one to check out. And then Sunday, there actually wasn't a ton of music, but we have
ACL Fest.
We have ACL Fest, but we also have Corey Feldman.
Hold on,
will be playing
from the 80s.
That Corey Feldman?
Yeah,
like of the two Corys.
Yep.
I thought he was not living any longer.
No, the other Corey.
That's Corey Haim.
That's the other Corey.
Oh.
Yeah, they did a lot of movies together.
Yes,
the two Corys.
Yeah. Corey Feldman was Mouth on Goonies. Yeah, and but I took the time and listened to his music because I wonder what it sounds like.
Whoa.
And Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
He makes what's the genre that he's
It is like weird electronic-y, poppy rap.
Wow.
I don't even know. It's
Man, I think people are just going because it's Corey Feldman. Like, hey, I want to see what Corey Feldman's up to.
I'm worried that's in my Spotify search now because I hope my Spotify doesn't take that as a normal thing and start suggesting stuff like that.
Now,
But
this
anyway,
is Corey Feldman. Now, remember what was the movie Stand By Me? He was the crazy kid.
He was Stand By Me.
His dad was in the war.
And Goonies. I mean, he was in
a lot of stuff in the 80s, man. The 80s, he was all over the place, man.
He was the heartthrob.
Both of them, Haynes and Feldman.
Yep.
They were everywhere.
Haim and Feldman, yeah.
The Coreys.
All right, Monday
we got a group that my niece is a huge fan of, and so it's very dark, brooding, emotional,
emo stuff,
indie emo music. Cigarettes After Sex will be playing.
I like the name.
Moody
Yeah, the name
Amphitheater.
is fantastic.
I did not like my niece saying that name.
That's
So
true,
anyway,
too.
but
Great
it is
point.
what it is.
Great point. I have a
And then,
daughter now, so you're right.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's a Moody.
It's going to start
amp.
for you.
Yeah.
That's
Monday.
Moody. Yeah, and then Kimmy Rhodes does has been doing a lot of cool little showcases at Saxon Pub, and she's got Rick Trevino, Rosie Flores, and a few others playing the sax, and that one will be really cool.
Oh, that's cool.
And then Tuesday, man, this week is packed. Mount Joy will be at Moody Amphitheater. They're huge and really, really catchy group if you haven't seen them. James McMurtry, as always, will be at the Continental Club. Just wanted to give them a little love. And then the one I will be attending, who I'm a huge fan of,
This is good right here.
Wallflowers will be
Yeah.
at Paramount. And seeing that group at Paramount, if you never took the time to explore that group's catalog and get kind of deeper into, they're a phenomenal band. And having them play the Paramount will just be the most beautiful sound. I'm so excited. I'm taking my dad
My
to see
wife's
that
a
one.
big fan, actually.
Out of Los
The
Angeles,
Wallflowers.
California.
Yeah, Jacob Dylan. He's got
Bob Dylan's son.
Yeah, he's got a famous dad.
Pretty famous.
And then a really cool synth pop group, the Ivy, will be at the Ballroom at Spider House down on campus. And then some cool indie dance music. Neil Francis will be at Scoot In.
There you go. I have a quick music story because last Friday night I attended the Wilco concert, and it was my first show at the Moody Amphitheater. So huge thumbs up. The venue's great. The
It's
venue
gorgeous.
is really great. It was a beautiful night, and it's one of those things. Wilco's been playing for 30 years, and it was like as I was going with my buddies, I was like they made this set list for me. Like every song was like, oh man,
Really?
It was like
speaking to you.
like if I had sent him a text, Jeff Tweedy a text, hey, can we do this as the set list tonight? It was almost like to it. So it was a great night and had a great time. And Wilco's so good because Wilco has so many songs.
They're incredible.
I mean, they
band.
could go in different directions, but they played like all my favorites, which was awesome. I really liked that amphitheater. That was a lot of fun. I can't wait to go back. But a cool night and a cool thing. And of course, you have all that music that you just gave us on our set list. And that didn't include ACL Festival.
That's outside the festival.
That's outside the festival.
nuts.
What are some of your favorite shows at ACL Fest that if you're going, that because we know Kendrick Lamar, the Lumineers are amazing. Maggie Rogers on Friday, Foo Fighters, Shania Twain, the 1975, who you love. That's weekend 2 only.
That is true.
Alanis Morissette will play on Saturday night and then tape the ACL TV show later that weekend. Mumford & Sons, Odessa, Hozier, Yeah Yeahs are good. Labyrinth. What bands are you looking at that maybe your people aren't paying attention to?
Yeah, so I tried to pick one that's an artist each day that's a little further down the list that I think you should check out. And on Friday, definitely check out. If you haven't heard Devin Gilfillian, he's phenomenal. It's very soulful music and just
Really great voice,
so
too.
his voice is incredible. Definitely worth going to that one. Saturday, I love this kid out. I think he's out of Dallas originally, but he lives here now. His name's Angel White, and he plays this really cool Americana music, and that kid is going to, I would put your eyes on him. He's going to be one of the next big ones in that scene. And then Sunday is an artist that I think a lot of people need to see. I have a feeling this one will be pretty packed. Her name's Madison Cunningham, and she's actually on tour with Hozier right now, and she got the opening slot on John Mayer's tour in Europe, and she is this phenomenal kind of it's like indie, a little folkier, but really, really, really cool. So Madison Cunningham, go check that out.
Nice.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Madison Cunningham. So that the ACL does this all the time. Or C3, they pick a band and they're kind of down the list on a Sunday, but between the booking and then the show, they blow up.
Yep.
Like, and it sounds like she is. If John Mayer's taking her out on tour and she's opening for Hozier, that's a big. She could be a big act by next year.
I think she'll be headlining in like 5 or 7 years.
Wow.
I think she'll be playing late.
Madison
So she's
Cunningham.
She's worth seeing.
Always looking for those. I also see the name Ben Queller on there, and he's playing Saturday. Lives down in Dripping Springs, and of course his son was killed in a car wreck, situation
such a
right
sad-
after the ice storm. And my wife works for Dripping Springs, and he was he was everybody's favorite kid.
Yeah.
And I still, every time I see his name, it just makes your heart flutter. But go see Ben Queller on Saturday because he's a great performer. Then you can see Devin Gilfillian. That's good stuff right there, Nick. That's
Great
Setlist
stuff.
ATX. I wanted to ask you, how'd the NIL deal go? Last time you were here, we talked about over at Austin Pets Alive.
Yeah,
all the football players were going over there.
Yeah, they did. Higgs, I will give it up for Higgs for holding it down. I wasn't able to get over that one because it was my mom's birthday. So
that's acceptable.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah, we had Kelvin and Kelvin Banks, Malik Muhammad, Jonathan Brooks, Derek Williams, Ryan Watts. A bunch of the guys came out to that. It was a cool deal, and
Nice.
it was big for. I was telling you guys, Malik is a big animal guy, so he was very excited to be there. From what I hear, we had an event with a small pony once, and I've never seen a kid make a beeline as fast as he did just to sit there and pet the pony and talk to the people.
The pony.
It was awesome, man. He's such a neat kid, so that was cool.
Good to know because I'm a Malik Muhammad fan. So
Yeah.
not even more of a fan. He's a pet guy. He's an animal guy.
Somebody texted and said Tosh Sultana on Sunday. Yeah, she's that young girl.
Yeah.
Performer out of Australia.
Yeah, we mentioned her. She's playing Stubbs on Friday. That'll be cool.
There you go. I like that. And by the way, after I went to the Moody Amphitheater to see Wilco, I had parked on the other side of 6th Street because I have a parking pass over and over there. So I didn't. So I walked the block all the way down Red River. Really cool that time of night to see all the music coming alive.
yeah.
And Stubbs and all the places through there.
Kind of stand out the sidewalk and just kind of walk up and
Yeah,
down here.
it's a good
Yeah.
walk.
Yeah.
I totally
Good walk.
agree. And this week will be a good one to do that. This and next week will be great times to do that because everybody's got music because everybody's in town for ACL.
All right, brother. Nick Shuley, president of the Austin Music Movement, also the founder of the Clark Field Creative and working with the Texas One Fund. Always doing great. Thank you, sir.
Renaissance man.
Great to see you guys.
And we got to give away these tickets. Let's give away a pair of tickets. See W.C. Clark, the godfather of Austin Blues, on us and on Nick and on our friend Joe Abels at Saxon Pub. Caller 5. We'll pick up a pair of tickets. 447-3776. We're coming back.
that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
All right, who said it? It is coming off of the music side, so now we got audio that we need to share and play for you and have some fun with. I don't know. I have not cultivated any audio to this point. I have not.
Who said that?
Who said it?
I guess we saying that then.
Then you saying it. Because Ty's not here. Ty had to leave. He was not feeling good. He tried to go today.
Some technical. Yeah, he had issues, and then we had technical difficulties to start the show, but then he had
man wasn't feeling
personal
good,
issues.
So,
yes.
our man Cole Dixon is back.
And Cole, you drive in from where are you from? From Buda?
Kyle.
Oh, from Kyle, dude.
Dang.
You're a real MVP. Thank you for that, brother.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
hey,
man.
and so you were out last night. Speaking of nightlife and Setlist ATX, you went to the comedy show last night.
Yeah,
correct?
Comedy Mothership.
Comedy Mothers. Now that's Joe
Joe
Rogan's place.
Yeah, that was my second time going. It was great.
I need to do that. Yeah,
We just went in standby line and we just got tickets.
it's legit.
And who'd you see?
It was Rogan. Man, I forget the openers, but it was Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe and Duncan Trussell.
Okay. And how is the venue, the Comedy Mothership?
It's fantastic. It's great. It is a little cramped. I was telling Rod in the hallway, it is a little cramped, but once you get in there, it's fine.
Yeah. I
But
think it's supposed to be. Like good comedy clubs, a little cramped. But
Yeah.
intimacy.
And how's Rogan? Is he bring? I mean, I know his podcast is what it is, but the experience. But how is he in that venue?
it's really good. It's kind of funny where I've talked to people after, and they think that it's going to be all about conspiracy theories and this and that. It's the opposite. I don't want to give too much away. I think everyone should go out there and see him and support local comedy. But he does mention, he's like, if you're getting your vaccine advice from a comedian, from a guy
On
who
a
did
podcast?
on a podcast, that's not a me issue, dude.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point.
But he does poke fun at himself a lot, which is good. I did see, it's the first time I've seen it at a comedy show, especially with Rogan, because I've seen him a handful of times. People got up and left.
Because they were offended by stuff?
They were, I'm sure. Yeah, they were, I'm sure. But
That's
they
not
locked
the
their
first
phone
time.
up.
That's not the first time I've seen it. I went to, because I love comedy. I think comedy is like the toughest thing to do in entertainment these days, to go live and just do stand-up comedy where people expect you to make them laugh and do it. It happened during Tosh Point Oh, when I went to see Tosh Point Oh, and it happened when I went to Dave Chappelle. Like people that were next to us, literally doing certain, I'm not going to say what kind of jokes. They literally, you can tell they got offended and got up and walked out.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, that's a new thing. That is a new thing. It's like you're going to see a certain comedian. You should know that comedian's style. How do you not know that?
Yeah, after we went to Blind Pig Pub and we were chatting with some people, and one of the girls I was talking to, they said, "Oh yeah, we left early because he said this and that."
Yeah,
like, okay. But they lock your phone up. They lock your Apple Watch.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take anything in.
Yeah, that's how it was when I went to like the newer comedy shows, because they're testing out material now. And they're like, they don't want people to put it out. On social media.
It gets raunchy.
It gets raunchy, yeah, but I mean, good comedy walks the line. I mean, that's the whole point of it, to make you uncomfortable.
We were in Nashville this summer. We went to a comedy club. Great spot. It's kind of the big comedy club in Nashville. And it was great. But yeah, they take your phone, they lock it up, that whole thing, and that's fine. But you know, shame on those people for walking out. I mean, I don't like it, but I guess I understand it on college campuses when they can't play the colleges anymore, because a lot of times when you're at college, you're going to go to the show, you don't even really know who it is. But you shouldn't get offended by comedy, right? It's satire.
Yeah, it's just
and they're young people. But either way, I mean, you know, don't go see comedy for being offended by things. That's ridiculous.
The people in front of us, we're literally inches from the people in front of us, and they left early. And I look over, I was like, they didn't laugh one time out of the openers and Joe.
And that's fine.
Yeah,
and I get it.
But if you're not getting your money's worth and that's your money, that's fine. But at the same time, don't boycott, protest, boo and hiss and all that kind of stuff. That's the stuff.
It's definitely a newer thing, though. Like I said, I've been going to comedy shows a lot. It's like I don't go to a lot of music shows. I go to a lot of comedy shows when I get a chance. And yeah, I'm recently noticing that more with some of the big time comedy shows, that people will leave. And like I said, when you plan to go to Tosh Point Oh, you should know how his style and what he's going to talk about. Why would you be offended by it? Matter of fact, he's pretty much an equal opportunist. He offends everybody.
Yeah,
and some, so I don't know why people.
Look,
would
I
get
mean,
that
I think we
offended,
know
but
the
they
reason, right? It's the snowflake generation that's grown up being told they're great and can't be insensitive to anything, right? And they kind of protect them from anything that's the parents. It's overprotective, folks. And then they get out into the real world. And it's like, oh wait, hold on, this is a little. You can't say that. You can't say that. But yes, that's the comedy realm. And young people, new generation meeting the way we used to be and should be, by the way.
Yeah, it's making comedy really tough, though. That's
It
why.
sure is.
That's why comedy's basically going to streaming. You see, Netflix has basically invested themselves in comedy. They're like, hey, we're going to be the
'Cause
comedy
there's
streaming
still a
platform.
great market for it.
Oh, an amazing market. I think we need it now more than ever.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, can I give you one piece of audio from Who Said That?
Who said
that?
it? Let's do it.
All right, this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Play it.
No. I saw that. That's Nikola Jokic.
That is Jokic.
He doesn't know who Deion Sanders is.
He's a member of the Denver Nuggets in Colorado that don't know who Deion Sanders is, who's like the biggest sports star.
I'm so glad you played that
in
for me
Colorado
because that's just he's the best player basketball player in the world.
Yes, he is.
But you know what's even more funny about him? Not that he doesn't know who Deion Sanders is. Most people around him would tell you he really doesn't like playing basketball. he's just tall and really good at it.
It's a job.
Yeah.
It's a job for him.
You know, you can't wait to get back to when the season's over. Remember, he didn't want to go to the victory parade. Remember the press conference when they won the finals, and they were like, "Nicole, are you going to be at the parade?" And he looked at the media guy and says, "When is it?" Thursday. He's like,
No.
Thursday? That's like 3 days from now.
He's like, I have to go home.
I have to go home.
I have to go home. I'm going home.
All he wanted to do was go home, be with his animals, and be on his ranch there. And he said, I only played. How about this? At the media day, he said he only played basketball a couple times over the summer.
I could definitely see him being one of those guys that retires out of nowhere. He's like, I'm done.
Sure.
I'm done. I won championships. I was the best at my sport. I got paid a lot of money. I'm done. I'm good.
But it's not like he doesn't work on it. It's his job, and he's really good at it.
He's really good.
And he really works at it. I mean, he's improved every year. It's not like he's slacking off. Remember when Kobe and Shaq would get in fights because Shaq wouldn't work on his game enough and was making movies and drove Kobe crazy?
Oh, yeah.
Nicola's not that.
No, he's not that.
He just genuinely has other interests and doesn't know who Deion Sanders is.
I don't think he cares that much. He's not like on his phone looking up sports stories. He just, I think he's just against. I think one of the things he's just more of an introvert.
Yeah.
And now he's kind of thrust into the spotlight because he's the best player on the planet at his sport.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's why last year's finals were so much fun because he had to be on the big stage, and the world got to see just how damn good he is. Like
He is.
folks in Denver, you won back-to-back
Unbelievable.
MVPs, and you're like, oh my gosh. But yes, he's the opposite of a lot of athletes today. He wants no hype. He's like the opposite. He's
spotlight.
no Aaron Rodgers, right? He
No.
wants no drama.
Mm-mm.
He wants no spotlight. He
No.
defers to his teammates when it comes time. So he's one of the most likable people. But yeah, and of course he grew up in Serbia. Why would he know who Deion Sanders is?
Well, just because in Colorado, but he doesn't spend a lot of time in Colorado either.
Right.
Only when he's got to work.
Yeah, he's been gone all summer.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I've been gone. When I got to work, I'll go to Colorado. I'll go to Denver and work.
Love that.
He's unbelievable.
Well, how about now you got Denver and him, and now you got the other best big in the league is Giannis Antetokounmpo, and he's got Dame Lillard now.
Yeah, that's going.
This NBA season's
That's
coming.
gonna make some noise.
There's some fun to it. Wemby mania down in San Antonio.
That emo Jimmy.
Yeah, Ime Udoka's already talking about the Rockets being a different team this year. They're ready to go try to win, which is fun in Houston. Kind of follow the suit of the Texans.
Damn right. Oof.
Hey, we'll get you ready in the 10 o'clock hour for What's Poppin'. We got Ranger Baseball. Rangers can advance to the divisional round. We'll preview the baseball games of today. Also more on Texas OU, obviously, in the big football weekend that it was fast approaching, but can't get here fast enough. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Loving that groove. That's Big X, the Plug, who's playing tonight. Kind of like that, Rod.
He took this beat from somebody actually.
Oh well.
Yeah. It's yeah. I actually recognize the beat now, and it's not. This is not from the original for what this beat is from. But it's a damn good beat though.
It's a damn good beat.
Yeah, because this beat is from it's like from the 70s. It's like I can find it for you right now on my phone. 'Cause I found it one day because I was going to use it actually. I was going to use this beat for one of the shows.
That'd
like
be a good
for one of our songs for one of the shows that we had. It's like. Oh, man, it's like Shuggy Bear or something like that from way back in the day. I'll find it for you.
Big X the Plug. I'm down. I'm down with that. That's good.
Yeah. No, I like the beat, though. Country rap tunes.
Country rap, yeah.
That's what it is.
What was the Riding the Pony song deal?
Oh, you talking about Genuine? What that?
What was the song about?
Riding the Pony? That was a Riding the Pony song?
No.
No.
Not from Magic
Genuine?
Mike.
I was like, I remember Genuine had a pony song. That's what I remember.
What was the song about?
Genuine.
I don't know. What was the big hit there, Cole?
Oh, you're talking
Lil
about
Nas X.
Lil Nas X. Okay, yeah, that's different. That was a country.
That song?
That was a country rap tune.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they didn't like it in
Billy Ray Cyrus. Is on
Nashville. Didn't like it, right? Because it was like that's not true country.
Well, yeah, like Nashville's pumping out a bunch of true country these days. Good Lord.
Wasn't that a controversy though? They was like, oh, that's not real country, and it's like, well, you know, these days it's all hybrids. It's all those different genres are starting to mix a little bit anyway.
Okay, so we got a little. He's playing tonight as part of the Texas. I guess it used to be called the Torchlight Parade. It's now the Pep Rally. They're getting ready for the big game.
Yeah, I remember those. I don't think I stayed for most of those. I think I used to
playing the game. You don't need to go. But did you ever?
But they're the players. I think the team goes.
They get everybody hype.
Yeah, I remember. I used to slip out the back. and start heading to Jester or wherever we were going. There was enough guys there. Nobody wasn't noticed if I wasn't there. I think a few of us would end up leaving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. But there you go. Go looking for them girls in the dorms. You know
exactly. It's like, hey, man, I got things to do around here. I got to get in bed early. I'm trying to keep this streak going. That's an old joke from early in the show. Sorry, guys. Got to go back and check it out. Anyway.
Yeah, we were talking about
streaks of intimacy and how long.
Where did we get into that?
I don't even know how we got into
When did that happen? When did that
I have
happen?
no idea why we got into how many. Oh. Actually, I don't remember how we got into it. I know you told a story about a listener who said they claimed that came
from
afterwards.
The story.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know why
I think Ty or you, somebody mentioned what's the most you've done in a row.
Yeah, I think it was me. I get us off track.
Old Town Road.
My apologies.
Please don't breathe life into that damn song. Back into that song. Old Town Road.
It took over for a while. I guess you heard it everywhere.
Yeah, too
much.
For a
while. I'll admit.
No, don't do it. Don't do it, Ryan. Don't do it, Cole. I know. I mean, Cole.
It ain't me, man.
Let's not do that. We're good. I've heard it enough. He's heard it enough. But we will get to some new stuff. We're talking Texas and Oklahoma, obviously, the 119th meeting coming up. We've also got baseball on the brain. If you're a baseball fan, this is your time of year. Good stuff yesterday. We'll preview the Rangers. Rangers snuck in there, and shame on Tampa Bay. You realize, Rod, I mentioned that in our Facts of the Day segment way back, that the smallness of the crowd in Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
you realize that was the smallest recorded crowd for a Major League Baseball playoff game since 1919.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Then you had there were a lot of people going to baseball games back then.
Black Sox scandal, like Babe Ruth was playing.
Come on, man.
The last time we had a crowd that small, shame on Tampa. And they're building a new stadium in Tampa St. Pete. I don't understand that. They don't even go to the games.
Talking about 104 years ago?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. 19,704 was the announced attendance. Anybody that saw the crowd would debate that. Maybe just over 10,000 people there to watch a playoff game. The Rangers took advantage of the no ambiance and beat the Rays yesterday. That's nothing against Jordan Montgomery's performance, though. That was pretty awesome.
That's sad, man.
It is sad.
Yeah, that's sad. They need to. Honestly, the commissioner needs to step in. Like, all right, we got to do something about this, guys. This is terrible.
Well, right. And then if you turned on the Twins game, the Twins crowd was off the charts in Minnesota. All the players and the manager were like, man, that led us to the win. That helped us win.
Twinning.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in the Phillies, they're going to have a huge crowd. Milwaukee didn't win, but they had a good crowd in Milwaukee because those are good sports fans. And, of course, the Rays will try to say, well, it was a walk. We didn't know about the game until Sunday and that what time the game was going to be, and it's day game. It's like, how did the Twins get there? If you have fans that will come to your game, you have fans that'll come to your game. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to generate fans for a playoff game. That's just.
And they're building a new ballpark, right?
Yeah, they just agreed to it. I thought for sure that team would be leaving Tampa soon because the Miami Marlins are in the postseason too for the first time in a long time, and they built a new stadium which is in right downtown Miami, and it's really adjacent to Little Havana. You can walk from Little Havana over to the baseball field, which is a smart move for them.
That's cool.
But they still have a hard time drawing fans because the idea. Remember when the Marlins were winning World Series and they still weren't getting fans?
Yeah.
With Pudge Rodriguez and those teams way back. Well, they said, okay, we got to get a dome stadium. It's too hot. It's too humid, right? Because Miami weather is a lot like Houston. Well, they got a dome stadium, and they still
didn't work.
It still didn't work. If you have a fan base, they're going to show up, and that was a shame. But obviously, we know.
What do you do to build a passion within your fan base? If you got a successful product, and you're willing to put in the resources to build the infrastructure, to build arenas, and to build ballparks. How do you make a fan base passionate about a team?
Yeah, this says Tampa crowd had 2 days' notice for a 3:00 game. Most people are in school or at work. Come on, y'all. Well, how did the Twins fans get there? Twins had to do the same thing.
Yeah.
There's obviously a problem there with the fan base.
So Texter told us how got back on track. Thank you, Texter, and thank you for listening. You're a real P1, baby. Love that. 50 straight days of football. That's what started the streak talk. And then we start talking about streaks of intimacy.
Yeah, because today starts 50 days in a row that you have a college or pro football game every night or day, depending on the time. But every 50 days in a row, and that led to, what was your sexual streak?
I said he might have hit 50-something on
I'm
day.
not in y'all's league.
I said I was at probably 35, 36. I don't know if I hit 50. 50 is a lot.
Pretty good.
I can say I don't want to do it. Of course I want to do it. But I'm just saying I wouldn't, I don't know if after 50 straight days, I don't know if I'd be that enthusiastic on the 48th day as I would be on the second day.
Does it get old ever?
No. Well, I guess you got to switch it up, though, man. I don't want
to go too far into the – I shouldn't have said too far in, but I don't want to go too far down this line. But of your streak, was it with the same person?
No.
Okay.
I was in college, and it was not with the same person. No. That's tougher to do unless you're in a committed relationship. So I was like, yeah. There's probably 3 women involved in that, but that's good. That means they don't get bored either. They need, they don't want me. They don't want that
that's
same thing.
Straight rotation right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had a roster.
It's like restaurants.
I had a starting lineup, and I had a good a good person coming off the bench too. Good 6th woman. I had it all.
Oh, you had the bullpen?
Oh, yeah. We had a nice roster going. Yeah. Nice roster. Played a lot of positionless basketball back then. Good stuff.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my Sex Panther days, though. You're done with those days.
We all have to have them, I guess.
Yeah, you got to have that. You got to have a time period where you're just, getting it in. Pre-dating app era. Yes.
Here's a guy that says, I'm married with a few kids. I got a 50-day streak of nothing happening.
The wrong way 50-day streak. No, because I hear when the kids come in that happens. No.
Yeah, Rod, you got a baby now.
I know. The streak is already starting. I'm already on the bad streak.
Now you can't have a rotation.
I'm already on the bad. I got no rotation. I'm already on the bad streak. Now to think of it, I actually am.
That's funny.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
So now we're back onto that.
Yeah, my bad. Let's get back on track.
That's okay.
Cowboys or something.
We did have the guy that said that my best year was a senior in high school. I was dating a freshman at UT. She'd prop every day. She would prop the dorm door open in the back.
Oh,
I'd hit that at least twice a week.
Good for you. High school hitting all.
Yeah, how about that?
Hanging out with a college freshman. Good for you.
I'm assuming they went to the same high school, so she just went out to school, and then now she had dorm access.
Either way,
dorm
access as a high school kid. That's every kid's dream. Come on. Every young man.
He said she would just leave the door propped open, back door at Consolving Dormitory.
Hey! Also, my streak it involved Consolving too.
See?
Yeah. My streak also involved Consolving Dorm. I stayed there one summer while during the off season, and boom! I gotta tell you, it was great. It was co-ed. We stayed with the ladies too, so it was really cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. See. And now Rod's got a child at home.
Yeah. Now I got a daughter. More importantly,
a daughter. Yes.
More fitting. I have a daughter, so I probably need to shut this talk up. Let's move on.
They're.
I know someone says, Rod, you got to wait 2 months after a baby. I know. On the wrong side of the I'm on the wrong streak now.
But you had your run.
I
You
did.
had your run, and now
got
you
it,
get to have a daughter that you're gonna hug on every single day. This says congrats. This says I don't know about Ty having a streak like that. Too much bragging from Coach B.
There's no way. No way.
Ty said
You're calling BS on Ty's streak.
Ty's
yeah.
But I think Ty said it was during COVID and it was the same.
He did say it was in relationship and during COVID.
In a relationship.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be
what else are you
tougher
gonna do?
though.
Yeah.
Actually, 'cause I think a woman, unless she's the lady that called y'all show that time, most women be like, no, not 50 days in a row. No, we can go a couple of weeks, but no, we're good.
Yeah.
One day she's gonna say, I'm good.
I guess I could see COVID being possible because that's what else are you gonna do?
If it's the
Can't go
same,
anywhere?
if
I
it's
know,
the same woman, doesn't the cycle get in the way? Or does Ty not care?
See, now
said
we're
he did 50.
Look, Rod, I'm filling in, dude. I'm off this.
It's the fabulous fifth hour, but we need to probably not go there.
All
Yeah,
right, okay. All right. Then Ty say he did 50 straight with the same woman. I'm like, well, unless you got that Bill Clinton thing going on where different types of definitions of it.
This is one where we tap the brakes. Tap the brakes. Tap the brakes.
Oh, okay. Too many questions.
Check.
Huh?
Okay, here we go.
Let's talk Cowboys 49ers.
We'll talk Cowboys 49ers.
Cowboys 49ers.
We will, at the bottom of the hour, go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod will take us into the Longhorn matchup with Oklahoma. How good are they? I don't think Oklahoma's that good, but I do think they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve for the Longhorns. We'll get to that coming up. But, the NFL weekend starts tomorrow night, and it's a game you could probably skip. And that might be a good night to start the streak, your latest streak, because the Bears play the Commanders. Who wants to watch that? Raise your hand. You may want to watch the Bears play the Commanders.
You mean two of the most sacked quarterbacks in the NFL right now? No, I'm good. Those are two of the worst O-lines in the NFL right now. And, oh, man, I don't know how they're going to put together either long, sustained drives between those really bad O-lines they have there.
Yeah, and the Commanders, remember, started 2-0. They're 2-2, so you're like, oh, they're not bad. Well, they started 2-0. And then they've lost 2 in a row. They got smashed by Buffalo. They lost to Philadelphia last week. So, and that look, when you play Philadelphia and Buffalo, that's where a lot of those sacks came from, Ron.
Yeah,
when you have
right.
Sam Howell leading the NFL with 24 sacks, he's been sacked 24 times already, which is a huge number.
They've only played 4 games. Like, what the hell? You're having 6 sacks a game?
Well,
but they got the 11. What was that? How many they get in that Philadelphia game? How many they give up in that game?
I'll tell you.
Some crazy, ridiculous number, I bet.
I'll
bet
give you
the
these sack numbers in that game.
Okay.
But I do know against Buffalo. Remember, Buffalo beat them 38-3, and this is because Buffalo just held the Dolphins to 20 points. Buffalo's defense is playing really good.
I'm not gonna lie. Holding that Miami offense to just 20 points, considering what they were doing going in. I mean, they were by far and away the most explosive and the best offense in the NFL going into that Buffalo game. I can understand Buffalo beating them, but pretty much stonewalling the best offense in the league.
And remember, Dolphins jumped out with 2 quick touchdowns, and then they really clamped down from the final 3 quarters. So that 20 was really 6. I mean, they did a great job.
That was impressive.
And pulled away. And they did the same thing to Washington the previous week. And I mentioned this for Buffalo fans, Von Miller's coming back for them. Von Miller is starting to practice this month. He could be back by the end of the month. And they add that pass rusher to this defense already, and they're going to be really, really good. I can't find sack.
I want to say they lost. They also lost one of their secondary guys in that game too, and one of their secondary guys went down. They didn't miss a beat.
Well, they did. They lost Tre'Davious White.
Yeah,
not just one of their secondary guys there, but one of their team leaders. It was a really emotional locker room in Buffalo Sunday. They won that game, but you could just you know how much a player means to a team when you see them after.
And he's had injuries before. Remember, he was out a couple of years ago for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I'll play you some sound coming up. This is the one I should have had ready to go for who said that. But Tre'Davious White, that's a blow. But they're playing great. But point of that is Washington played back-to-back really good pass rushes with. And by the way, the Chicago Bears aren't any good. They're 0-4.
Bears.
There's already talk among some pretty big names in the NFL insider realm, the Peter Kings of the world, that if the Bears lose if the Bears lose, Matt Eberflus could be fired.
I can see that.
That they may, if they go 0-5, then things aren't getting better. They've already had, the FBI raid their defensive coordinator's house. They've had their lawn equipment stolen. They've had Justin Fields blaming the coaches. Now Chase Claypool in Chicago. Claypool is going to be deactivated. Remember they gave up a second-round pick for him that turned out to be the first pick of the second round.
That's crazy.
And now they're ready to move on from Chase Claypool. And Pittsburgh couldn't trade him fast enough. That's one of the worst. That'll go down as one of the worst trades ever because the Bears acquired Chase Claypool. Pittsburgh was wanting to get rid of him.
They would
have never thought they were going to get a second round pick. And again, the Bears ended up with the first pick, so that turned into the first pick of the second round.
Wow, which is basically a first round pick.
Yeah,
essentially,
it's the top 33, and so the Bears are a mess, and they need a house cleaning. It feels, and you feel bad for is Roschon Johnson.
Well, they like Rojo, so he might stick around. He's going to be playing for a bad team.
Yeah, that's my thing. You just hate when a guy that's as good a dude as that, kind of in that mess and having to deal with all that. But Rojo's getting his carries and he's playing. But they need help in Chicago.
The best thing about Rojo's situation is it looks like if they decide to move on from Justin Fields, because it looks like they may be drafting pretty high in a really deep quarterback draft this year, and we're seeing teams now. It seems like more and more they're willing to move on from a mistaken draft pick at quarterback a little bit sooner than they were back in the day. And I think the Bears may be ready to move on from Justin Fields. Well, that means trading him to another team, just trying their best to move on to get a different franchise quarterback. This is the draft to do it, and they're going to be drafting high. I doubt very seriously they waste this opportunity to go get another franchise quarterback potentially.
Well, and here's the thing. If you're Chicago ownership, which they're haggling over where they're going to play, Soldier Field or move out into Arlington Heights or whatever, they got all that issues going on too. But the owners, shame on them, right? The ownership matters. And much like we talked about last hour, or you've talked about this morning, the C.J. Stroud start, right? Whatever we think of Cal McNair hired a general manager, then hired a head coach, and then they got to draft the quarterback together.
That's true.
And it's working out, right? You pick your guy. Both in back-to-back high picks, Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields, a new coach inherited both of those quarterbacks. So they made a coaching change within that quarterback's development. Which meant Matt Nagy came in and inherited Mitch Trubisky, which it didn't work, and now they've hired Matt Eberflus after they drafted Justin Fields. It's one of those. That's his bad ownership.
I agree.
So if you're gonna move on from Justin Fields, you need to fire Matt Eberflus now, and go interim for the rest of this year, and then hire a coach in January that is an offensive coach, and then let him draft the quarterback. Because if you don't, Rod. Guys like Caleb Williams, we already talked about it. With NIL, they ain't coming to you if you're the Bears and you're this dysfunctional and you've already ruined Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields and not really given them a chance to develop. So we've already heard Caleb Williams through his father saying they don't want to be in Chicago. I mean, that would be a team they don't want any part of, and you can understand why for the reasons I just said. So they'll be the first game. Washington. How about Washington for Caleb Williams? That's his hometown, right? He's from that area.
Yeah, but Washington, once again, there's these certain organizations where they have this dysfunctional culture, and it feels like they're cursed because of it, but it's really just ineptitude and dysfunction, and they're a bit of a fuster-cluck of a franchise. That is Washington in a nutshell, and right now Chicago's dealing with that too. So I can see why he didn't want to go there. I mean, they just got themselves what I don't know if he is, but what may be considered a stable owner. And got rid of Snyder, so it may take them a little while.
But I think that's the new owner there really wants to build some stability with the fan base, and
got to
somebody like Caleb Williams, a hometown kid, that would be a huge boon for Washington, for any team that gets him. But, man, back home, because they're trying to that new owner, they want to move back downtown, back to the old RFK site. Yep. And, he's already talking about renaming the team and redoing the uniforms again, just for a complete rebrand away from the Daniel Snyder thing completely. So that'll be your first game of the week. Washington, Chicago, both organizations in flux, to say the least, right now.
If the Bears hire a new coach, though, if they get rid of Eberflus, they need to hire a coach. I wonder, do they go veteran or do they go first-time coach? Because I believe Matt Nagy and Eberflus were both first-time.
Yeah, they go veteran.
First-time head coach. You got to go veteran, right?
I would think. Now, look, there's obviously DeMeco Ryan's off to a good start. He's a first-time coach, but he had ties with that team. One of the historically favorite players all time, and that's the job he wanted. Remember, DeMeco Ryans turned down other jobs to take the Houston job, which people are like, really? And he's like, no, that's my dream job. Houston's where I met my wife. Houston's where I started my career.
It's crazy.
I love that city. I want to help bring that. And there's a lot of momentum for that right now down in Houston. But as far as the Bears and who they'd hire, it's got to be an offensive guy, Rod. It's got to be someone.
Got to be. Yeah.
Because at some point, and that's the other problem, you hired a defensive coach in Eberflus to help develop a young quarterback who he didn't draft. That's a recipe for no good in Chicago.
Yeah, I wonder Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, is probably the hottest name of coordinators right now.
That's a good one.
But man, like you said, you want a veteran. Man, so I don't know. I think for the Bears, they could be in a really, really interesting position if they decide to move on from Eberflus and Justin Fields. Because that's a lot of turnover. That's a lot of change.
This is Bears hire Lincoln Riley and then draft Caleb Williams. Well, maybe
that is a plan.
maybe Caleb would change his mind.
He probably would if you could bring Lincoln with him. Because, man, the NFL's been trying to get Lincoln for, 8 years now?
Yeah.
Man, as long as he was the OC at Oklahoma, they've been going after him.
But I will say this: if he comes to Chicago and tries to play that kind of Lincoln Riley defense, he won't last long there.
No, he can't.
You better
do
play
that.
some D in the Monsters of the Midway. You can develop your quarterback all you want, but we play D here, man.
Lincoln Riley is in danger, I want to say, of the narrative that started at Oklahoma now following him to USC, and that narrative becoming the ultimate reputation for Lincoln Riley is that he has the best offense in college football, best quarterback developer in college football, best offensive mind in college football, and yet the Shakespearean flaw to his football character is that either he doesn't care enough about the defensive side of the ball, or he cannot hire adequate coaching to develop the defensive side of the ball. Either way, that's still bad.
You know the big knock that is developing, and this is something you would have thought Bob Stoops could have taught him.
Exactly.
I've heard people I trust in this say he doesn't know how to run a practice that helps develop defense, Rod.
Oh.
He doesn't hit enough. He's not physical enough.
Okay.
They don't practice hard enough.
That's an air raid thing then.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't practice physically enough. Which, you give Steve Sarkisian credit, right? Steve's an offensive guy. He's a quarterback, but they go mano a mano in Texas. They hit hard. I don't think it's to the level of Kirby Smart at Georgia, who reports out of Georgia. They're going one-on-one Tuesday, Wednesday.
Getting hard, full pads.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley, I think it's been proven is the opposite, that they just don't work on it. They don't practice it enough. They don't hit enough. It's a light practice, and Alex Grinch can do all he wants scheme-wise, but how do you get better at something, Rod? You rep it.
You rep it, man.
And if you don't rep it, and that's becoming the knock on Lincoln, that he doesn't practice hard enough, that they practice the finesse side of it, the execution side of it, which looks great, but when it's time to get in the trenches and smash somebody, not there.
No, and I say it makes sense because the worst part of the USC defense so far has been tackling.
Yes.
While he's been there, it's like, well, why are they so bad at tackling? Well, that would make sense. They don't tackle a lot.
They don't
tackle a lot
enough
in practice, so that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. That's good stuff. We'll come back. NFL week is here. We know that we told you to start the conversation in the 6 o'clock hour. Bears Commanders, 1-star game, and also the Monday night game next week is a 1-star game. For some, Packers Raiders. Packer fans will invade Las Vegas, you have to imagine, for that game, but I don't know how compelling that game is. But obviously the primetime game Sunday night is the most compelling game of the week, one of the most compelling games of the year. Cowboys and 49ers, we'll be talking about it all week long and into kickoff on Sunday at 7:20 on Sunday Night Football. We come back, though. We're going behind the burnt orange curtain. Also get some What's Poppin' before the end of the hour. It's the fabulous fifth hour here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here, Austin. We all love it. That's why we all call it home. It's a beautiful city, and one of the reasons for the aesthetic appeal of Austin, Texas is thanks to the skilled craftsmanship of our good friends at Ironworkers, Local Union 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. That's a really long time, and as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers, Local 482. They don't go to the office, they build the office. So if you're looking for an exciting new career change and you want something new, something fresh, maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a big project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that help shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply apply and go online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Austin, Texas Sports, The Horn.
Sounds like this was Rod's theme music in Consolving Dormitory back in college.
Hey, I had good times, man. Good times in Kinsolving. Love that spot.
Kicking it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we were getting hot and heavy last segment, so I figured why not come back with it.
Thank you, Cole.
Yeah, 10 o'clock hour, the 5th hour. You know, it happens that way. It's not our fault. I think we're just tired most of the time.
We've been here a while. No, we're good. We're ready to go with the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. Also, as we mentioned, today is, I think the numbers are right. Today's 4th of October. It was on this day in 2004, the last time the Minnesota Twins actually won a playoff game. That's pretty remarkable.
That's a long time ago.
Got 8, and that's like, and they've been in the playoffs. They're like 18 games in a row they lost.
Ooh.
In the postseason, yeah.
Oh, man. So that fan base was
no, Rod, like not even like
dejected.
a series, not even like a series, like a game.
That's
like
crazy.
A game.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, and remember back when they had Kirby Puckett and Paul Molitor. I mean, they were a good team. They were winning World Series and whatnot. Yeah, they went on a long stretch. The Yankees beat them way back in 2004.
That's wild.
And they hadn't won a playoff game until yesterday.
Not a game.
You should have seen those fans in the ninth inning when they were trying to get that third out. It was like, oh my God.
I bet that was some partying going on in that city.
How are we going to blow this one?
So, so Minnesota's going to be pretty hyped this week then, huh?
Yeah, they get the Blue Jays again tonight. I mean, whatever the schedule was yesterday is the same today. Like all the games are at the same time. Rangers at 2:08.
Well, because they may get Taylor Swift coming to town this weekend. We don't know. Is she traveling with the Chiefs?
Minnesota, yeah.
Is she going?
Well, if Minnesota wins 2 out of 3, they're going to Baltimore to face. Actually, they'll go to Houston. Twins will go to Houston if they win, I believe, and the Rangers would go to Baltimore if they can win one more.
Hey, man, Minnesota might be popping if Taylor Swift is riding with the team.
Yeah, because the Vikings are playing the Chiefs this weekend, and you got to feel like she's going to ride that wave.
Why wouldn't she ride the wave? 2-0, and she's been traveling with the team each of the last 2 weeks. And if it is indeed a conspiracy theory that this is all some big marketing ploy by the NFL and Taylor Swift, then she's definitely traveling with the team again. They're trying to milk it for all it's worth.
That's right.
If it's not, she'll probably take a break. Hey, can I ask you a question about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
A dating question? Since they're dating now?
They are
allegedly dating? I think they're dating.
Hanging out.
Yeah, I think they're actually dating too. Does Travis Kelce pay for everything? Concerning how much she's worth?
I would think Travis Kelce is a upstanding Midwestern guy. He is out of Northeast
So
Ohio.
he's a gentleman, paying for everything?
Yeah, he pays.
Even when you shut down the restaurant, you got to pay for the restaurant to be shut down. The private planes we're taking, because we're taking private planes. She ain't riding Gen Pop. So private planes, by the way, they cost a lot of money. A lot. Now if you own one, still costs a lot of money. But if you want to take a private jet, it's going to cost you 50 G's just to take the private jet.
I don't think he's paying for that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so when does he pay? When does he say, babe, I got this? Like, when does he do it? Because she's shutting down restaurants. To shut down a restaurant, you got to pay about $30,000 to shut down a restaurant for a certain amount of hours so you can eat there.
That's got to be
you know what I mean? So,
an agreement.
Yeah, right.
There's got to be an agreement on that.
We got to discuss this beforehand,
We're
baby
flying
girl.
the Lear jets.
We're going Dutch? Let everybody pay for yourself? What's happening?
That's a good question. I think we're not far enough down the road in this relationship to know that answer yet. But it's a good one. You probably better work that out.
Got to work that out, man.
Lesson 101 for the relationship. Work out all that stuff ahead of time. Don't let it simmer and then say, "Oh, what I meant to ask you about it was."
I just want to know who's paying. He's got a lot of money too. Like, he's on a $50 million.
Now he doesn't
deal.
have her money though.
He ain't got her money. She's worth like quite close to $1 billion.
It was like Tom Brady when he was dating Giselle. Like she had a lot more money than he did because she was the world's highest paid model.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom Brady makes a lot more than Travis Kelce does.
Just saying. I'm curious. I like Swifties. If you own those podcasts and stuff, and they start mentioning that, I want to know who's paying.
Isn't Giselle dating a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy now?
Oh yeah, who's paying for that?
Yeah.
Hey, hey, you know what? His payments are due.
She is.
In the bedroom.
She is. Yeah, she's paying.
Payments are due.
She's paying. I got
every
you.
night.
I got you.
Yeah, she's paying for that.
I got you if you got me.
Exactly.
That's right.
She's like, you got my
Jiu-jitsu
back.
guy.
Mm-hmm.
Show you some moves. But in the Taylor Swift situation, I got to think that is
right. Who's paying? I'm curious now.
Well, you also got to think if you're Travis Kelce, you don't want to be the cheapskate that won't pay for it, and then she starts writing songs about you.
You can't be that dude, because then when y'all break up, she'll be like, he was so cheap, gotta pay for anything.
That'll be a song, title track number 1, Cheapskate.
Exactly. So I'm saying, like, as a gentleman, the first few dates, she meets your representative. You're paying. Okay, I'm paying for this stuff, girls. I'll treat you like my queen, that kind of thing. And I just wonder, now that you're into it a little bit, and yeah, you're taking private planes everywhere. She wants to go to dinner in Vegas for the night, shut down a restaurant, fly back the same damn night in like a 4-hour period. What are you gonna do? You go, okay, do I pay for this? Because this is basically $160,000 date for the night. So
Here it is, Taylor. I'll pay for dinners. You pay for the planes.
Yeah, there you go. I like that idea, though.
I'll pay for the dinners.
Yeah.
You pay for the planes.
You need an agreement. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can go broke trying to date Taylor Swift.
Yeah. And I'll bring the thunder. Unlike your previous little Patsy boyfriends you were dating. You know what I'm saying?
Boom! For real. I will bring the thunder.
Thunder from down under. That's how we'll feel out in Vegas. Don't they have that still?
That's great.
All right, that's a good question, by the way. We'll take your thoughts. Can we go into the Burnt Orange Curtain? We need some Texas football talk. It's 10:35, Rod Babers.
And OU still sucks.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
That is a funny text that we will not read because it's a little graphic. But good funny text.
Very funny. Take that to the comedy club.
Yeah, exactly. The Giselle text, funny texter, but I feel
she is from Brazil, remember.
That is true. Oh, CB wanted us to know about our street conversation. I remember having the conversation about how long your streaks of intimacy
days
gone.
In a row.
How many days in a row where you've gotten lucky, all right? Well, he wants us to remind us that Larsa Pippen once claimed that her and Scottie Pippen would have sex as a married couple 4 times a night.
Whoa!
For 23 years.
What?
4 times a night, 23 years. Hey, bullish or BS? Bullish or BS?
If that's true, he's a bull.
He's a bull. Strong like bull.
Yeah.
He's strong like bull. Scottie
I'm doing
Pippen.
hold on. I'm doing like Wilt Chamberlain stuff here.
How is Michael Jordan's son going to keep up with that? Dude, she's used to.
He's younger.
Dude, even in my prime, 4 times a night, I think I'd be like, after the second or third, I'm like, I think we're all right. But I mean, she ain't that fine. She's not fine. She's not 4 times a night fine. You know, there are some women that are 4 times a night fine. Larsa Pippen is not 4 times a night fine. Scarlett Johansson might be 4 times a night fine. Beyonce is 4 times a night fine.
Taylor Swift isn't 4 times a night fine.
Who's 4 times a night fine?
No, Taylor Swift's not.
She's not. I agree. She is not. No, I agree. I love Taylor Swift, but I'm not. She's not 4 times a night fine.
So by that math, Wilt Chamberlain, that's 33,580 times.
Scotty, no tipping pippin'. Man, look at you, man.
God, that thing, it's like an old ball glove. It's over.
You're out of control.
I'm just saying.
You're out of control.
I have.
What are you trying to say? Like throwing a hot dog down the hallway?
Well, like if you're like me and you grew up playing baseball, you got this old catcher's mitt that you've had your whole life, and that thing has been worn and worn and worn again.
Is that a
you
good
played
catcher's
catch with
mitt?
that thing so many. Well, it was a good catcher's mitt. It was a good catcher's mitt. It was a great catcher's mitt.
You got to oil it up, man. You got to lube it up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Some
Yeah,
good leather.
That's how you take care of good leather. So I don't know. That's all I thought. I don't know why with that story I thought catcher's mitt. My old catcher's mitt. Because you can go get them restrung. You can get them.
You can't actually do that. That's rejuvenation surgery.
Sure, you can't. Oh.
Yeah. No, you can. Women do that now. You have rejuvenation surgery down there.
Well, if I were Michael Jordan's son, I would demand that.
She's probably already had it, though, honestly. She's a real housewife of Miami.
Cole, you believe the show today?
This is great. It's better than what I'm used to down the hall.
You walked in on it. I'm sorry. I don't know why we've
I'm
been
just
like
filling
this.
in.
And usually this is the 5th hour, Cole. We started in like the 2nd hour this show. I don't know what's going on.
It's Wednesday.
Yesterday was a little out of pocket. Today's out of pocket.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yesterday was wild, too. I think
know.
Texas OU week, man. We're just ready. We just got a lot of energy. Just pent up. We just ready to go. All right, let's go Texas OU trends that favor Texas real quick before we get way off the rails here. Okay.
We're off them.
We're off them. So experienced quarterback play actually matters a lot in this game. We talk about how unique the environment is, how you can become it's such an emotionally charged environment. You can actually get overwhelmed emotionally by it. And they always say you want to play with emotion, but not be emotional, not play emotional. That actually is key in this game, in the Texas OU game. And I think it affects the quarterback position. The quarterbacks who have had experience in this matchup, I think they are cool, they're calmer and collected. They're able to handle their emotions in this matchup a little bit better. And that's why if you look at first-time starters in the Texas OU game versus quarterbacks who have played or started in the Texas OU game, there have only been 4 first-time starters who have actually won in that situation. And they're all Oklahoma QBs: Spencer Rattler, Jalen Hurts, Justin Fuente, and Sam Bradford. They're the only ones. Now, the Caleb Williams ones, we don't include that because he was a first-time starter. He was a starter, actually. He was just came in the game, and he was going up against a guy who didn't have any starts in the Texas OU game, which was Casey Thompson. So that didn't really apply. But just so you know, Quinn Ewers, who has started in one of these games and played one of his best games in the Texas OU game last season, he does have the upper hand on Dylan Gabriel, who did not play at all. And I just gave you the stat. Veteran quarterbacks in this game fare a whole lot better than quarterbacks who do not have experience in the Texas OU contest. Rushing stats. We know the rushing battle is big in this game. My man Jeff Howe always points out it's a line of scrimmage game. As a matter of fact, I'll give Jeff Howe credit. He used to always say that this contest, Texas OU, reminded him most of an SEC game. He was saying it like 5 years ago. He was like, man, it reminds me of an SEC game because it's all about the lines of scrimmage. It's all about, the big uglies up front, the big humans up front. That's what it comes down to. A lot of that is the rushing battle. Well, my man Jeff Howe was prognosticating. He didn't even know it like Nostradamus because it is now officially an SEC matchup because Greg Sankey is going to be on that sideline. It'll be in the SEC next year. Brett Yarmark not even showing up, even though it's like miles from his damn office in Dallas. But I digress. If you go look at the winner of the rushing battle since 1999, the winner of the rushing battle, 21-2-1 in the Texas OU game. You get it.
Yep.
You win the line of scrimmage, you win this contest. And turnovers. Probably big in any contest, but even more magnified in the contest between Texas and Oklahoma because everything is. Winner of the turnover margin since 2000. Teams that win the turnover margin 14-7. And Texas has won the turnover margin in 8 of the last 9 meetings. I will say this, though. Oklahoma, they actually lead the Big 12 in takeaways. And they're one of the national leaders in interceptions. They got 10 interceptions on the season, so they're actually one of the national leaders in interceptions and in takeaways. So this stat, most of the other stats seem to favor Texas. I don't know if this one totally favors Texas. Texas actually does take care of the football very well. We know Quinn Ewers is not, he's not careless with the football. And so I think that one may split. It may have some credence to both sides, but I would think that Texas, considering they've won the turnover margin 8 of the last 9 meetings, and that Texas does take care of the football relatively well, that also is a trend that favors them. So there you go.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right.
So you win those 3 things, and Texas already won the quarterback one because their quarterback has started a game in the Texas OU game, and Dylan Gabriel is not. Then there's a 99% chance you're gonna win this contest. 99.5.
Yeah, and that he who runs it in this game wins it. He who takes care of the ball in this game wins it almost every time, and that's a rivalry game.
I love this text. 33,000 times he was definitely tipping his Pippin. Well done. Text of the day right there. That's pretty good. Tipping his Pippin.
That seems a little over the top, Scotty.
What? That's his wife. If your wife says she wants to do it 4 times a day.
It sounds like she said, I never got a day off. It sounds like he was the one.
Oh, she's complaining about it.
Or at least she was just opining and observing, and that seems like some type of dominance situation.
Yeah,
right?
Who do you think idea that was? You think that was Scotty's idea?
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it 4 times a day. I love my wife. 4 times a night, that's a lot. You know what I mean? 4 times a night? Every night?
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's a lot for the rest of our lives, because we're assuming we're going to be together forever, right?
Yeah.
So forever?
Yeah, I don't.
I take a night off. Take a couple of nights off.
At least Sunday.
At least the Lord's Day.
A night.
Night.
That takes a long time. It sounds like. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Well, they don't all have to be long sessions. They can be quick.
I guess.
A minute, then 3 minutes, 5 minutes. There's no way they were long. You can't do it long sessions. It can't be like an hour-long session.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
All right, we come back. We're going to do What's Poppin',
We already
including the
did
big
What's
game.
Poppin'.
We've done Poppin'. We'll do some other. But we got to do the Sex Panther pick of the night.
Yes, dude.
Or day, because it'd be a ball game. We'll have that coming back. Says Taylor got more money than Oprah. Taylor Swift. Yeah, I think she does.
Not yet. Not yet. She will. But no way she's got more money than Oprah right now, right?
I don't know, man. After this recent tour.
Oprah was a billionaire.
I think after this latest tour, she may.
I don't know if she's a billionaire yet.
Well,
she will definitely have more money than Oprah by the time she's done.
Oprah's still making money.
And Oprah's already billionaire. So I think she's close, but she's not called Oprah yet. Because Taylor's not a billionaire yet. She will be. There's no doubt Taylor Swift. Remember we talked about this a couple of days ago, that it's amazing when you can get an artist or an athlete to become a billionaire, because they got to start really early, like a Jay-Z or a Kanye, or hell, Rihanna did it. LeBron has done it. When Paul McCartney's done it. They have to diversify quickly, and they have to get started on that wealth acquisition really quickly. Otherwise, you'll never make it. And she's definitely there. She's definitely there.
There's no question about that. And
but Oprah's been doing it for a minute.
Oprah's been, well, and she's also been accumulating that wealth and building that wealth. Now she's got her own network.
Yeah, because your wealth makes money for. Once you acquire a certain amount of wealth, then your money gonna make money for you, and that's kind of what Oprah's done. Like I said, I think Taylor will be there. She's already at like $750 million or so worth.
She's been selling a lot of records since she's 18.
But Oprah's at close to $3 billion. So,
yes,
they're not close, but she'll get there. Taylor will get there.
She's well on her way.
Yes, she will.
Because Michael Jordan is now.
He's at $3 billion now, right?
He
might surpass Oprah.
Forbes $3 billion with his recent sale of the Charlotte Bobcats. He's looking at $3 billion.
Ooh, good for him. $3 billion. That's not. He pays for everything. Once you reach billionaire status, Taylor, you'll pay for everything. I would never break out my wallet if I dated a billionaire. I'm like, no, you're a billionaire. You can afford to pay for all of this stuff. And when you become a billionaire, you get a lot of stuff for free.
But is he allowed to say that as in a young relationship like that? To say Taylor, because you're right about this. Is when you said that, I was like, well, of course he's paying for his part. But at the same time, if she's wanting to take only private flights and rent out hotel,
that's what she has to though.
I know
for a lifestyle. Like she's got to rent the floor out.
So that had to be discussed ahead of time.
I would think so. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what their arrangement is, but I would like to know who's paying for what, because Taylor Swift lives a really, plush lifestyle. And from what I hear about Travis Kelce, he's a real kind of everyman. I mean, there's a guy, Travis Kelce. He used to come to Austin because he wanted to be discreet.
Yeah.
And like party.
Well, Ty said that. Ty said he saw him walking down like 6th Street and everybody left him alone.
Yeah, because he wanted to come here and be discreet and nobody to mess with him.
That's what I said when this whole thing first started being rumored. We had this debate, you and I, Rod, that remember he wanted to give the friendship bracelet to her, and I was like, I don't know if I'd even want to mess with that. That's a lot. And now you're asking a fair question. Like, now that it's actually potentially, unless it's a fake thing, actually happening, well then how do you deal with that? Because that is a challenge.
If I was Travis Kelce, I'd just put a bun in the oven and be done with it.
Oh.
Yep. Done with it, man. Why not? Why not? We both got money. We got bread. We're good. Hey, having a kid with Taylor Swift, I'm cool with that.
I think that might be a while.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
It's a good one. All right, what is popping is baseball today, 4 games coming off of yesterday. And now, a series isn't a series until it's elimination game. And we've got elimination games already in these short series. That makes it a lot of fun today in Tampa. Also in Milwaukee, where they're at home, but down a game. Obviously, the Twins and Phillies would like to close out at home. Like these games. And Texas, by the way, Rangers with a chance here. They're going to face the best pitcher for the Rays. This is Zach Eflin. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball, 16-game winner. They've got Nathan Eovaldi, though. This should be a really good matchup. What I do expect from Tampa in this, Rod, everything that Tampa Bay is not, they weren't yesterday, is the way I should say it.
Yeah.
4 errors, just sloppy. That's not what you're used to. And Kevin Cash, their manager, said as much afterwards. That's not us. So I expect them to play a much cleaner game now. Will there be more than 19,000 people there today? I don't know. We'll see if they can get a crowd. What are they giving tickets away?
At least giving them out really cheap, like buy one get one free.
Bring a friend.
Get a BOGO deal.
Buy one
going.
get 2 free.
Right?
Yeah, you got to do something. That's Major League Baseball, for their own good PR, should bring in a bunch of fans in. But the problem in Tampa, as we talk about, I know it was a Tuesday game, middle of the week day game, but their fan base, we knew that when Tampa started there. It's a big enough market. You got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers there, but that's once a week. You have football. It's football country in the South like that, right? In Tampa.
Oh yeah.
But most of the people that grew up in Florida, they're Yankees fans because the Yankees train there in Florida. So you become a Yankees fan, and the population there is very old. It's a very old population, which is why the one that said they're in school and working. No, these are all retired people. They can go to these games in St. Petersburg. They should be at that game, but we'll see. I don't know. I like the actual Rays today. I'm going to pick the Rays in that game. I did have the Phillies last night, Rod. So I hit that. What's popping? Can you give them the MyBookie, the pick of the night? I'll give it to you. Go ahead, Rod. Go ahead. Give them the MyBookie.
Okay, yeah. First of all, if you're making any bets, you need to make them with our friends at MyBookie. They give you the most bang for your buck and the most bang for your bets. Winning season at MyBookie. Will the Dallas San Fran game go over the total points, or can Micah Parsons and the dominating Dallas defense keep the San Fran offense at bay? We'll find out on Sunday. But as a bettor, you demand perfection, and MyBookie delivers NFL, college football, and a brand new cash out system that gives you options to bet big and win big all season long. So first 2 legs of your parlay hit, you can cash out early and use the funds on another bet, or you can let it ride for a chance at a much bigger payday. Join the MyBookie family for an entire season filled with odds boosts, free bets, and super contests. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's free $99. The promo code is HORN to claim your first deposit bonus, and for a limited time, you can have a chip absolutely free to use in the MyBookie casino. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
There you go. I like the Phillies tonight to close out the Marlins. I just think that's a mismatch. I think the Phillies, they played in the Braves division, so and I know the Marlins did too, but still, the Phillies are a good team. Deeper, more talented. They're at home. That crowd's crazy. I know you got to lay a little to play a little, but I'm going to take the Philadelphia Phillies tonight to end the Marlins season.
I like that.
And they've got Aaron Nola on the mound, former LSU Tiger, who's been a big game pitcher for them. I'm going with the Phils. And go Texas today. 2:08. You'll hear it right here on the Horn. That game, 1:30 pregame for all you Ranger fans.
I'll root for the Rangers.
Got to.
Yeah.
And I love this.
Well, some Astros fans refuse to root for the Rangers because of their rival.
I'm good.
But I root for the state of Texas, so go Rangers.
My guard came down because I grew up in Houston like you did, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
But, and of course there was the We Hate Dallas
Exactly,
crowd.
the rival between the cities.
But then, what really changed it for me was when Nolan Ryan went to the Rangers. I mean, I was such a Nolan Ryan fan. And then Nolan, I was so mad at John McMullen, the Astros owner, that wanted to give Nolan a pay cut and thought he was over the hill. And obviously Nolan
proved him wrong.
Went 7 years with Texas. So I kind of had to become a Ranger fan as a kid. And
That's fair.
And that was in high school at that time. And then, so I softened on that whole thing. And then when I got to into my professional career, I got to meet Reed Ryan, of course, right? And so when the Round Rock Express were coming on, they were a Ranger affiliate. Then they became an Astros affiliate. Then they went to the Astros with Nolan. And then, so, it's just, I don't know. I root for both.
Yeah.
I root for both.
No, trust me, in H-Town, the Nolan Ryan Expressway.
And I know that's kind of sacrilegious for my Astro fans, because my Astro buddies, because they hate the Rangers and they're in the division now.
Yep.
But that's just the way I grew up, Rod.
I'm with you. I actually, that makes perfect sense to me, because you are a fan of the player.
Yes.
More so than you were of the team.
And the person, right? And as I got to meet and know the Ryan family, it's like, okay, yeah.
I rooted for Deion on the Cowboys. I was a lovey blue guy, but Deion was on the Cowboys. Done. And I'm rooting for the Cowboys. I actually had a Deion jersey up in my room, a Cowboys jersey. Be like, I thought you were a lovey blue guy. I am. But Deion Sanders is on the Cowboys. That's all I need to know. I'm rooting for Deion.
And he's taking kicks to the house.
You damn right. Playing offense, yeah. For real.
Man, it's amazing that this thing's come full circle with him doing what he's doing in college football.
It is.
Because I remember being in college and just watching him at St. Edwards in his Mercedes golf cart.
Thumping. Oh, yeah. Yep.
He was such a scene everywhere he went.
Showman.
Yes.
He's a showman, man.
He didn't just show up. He doesn't come quietly into a place. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. I agree with you. And he's the same guy.
And it's always been that way.
Yeah, he's the same style. Yeah. If you think this is new, then you just didn't know Deion back in the day.
Yeah, you weren't paying attention.
You weren't paying attention, yeah.
For Cowboy fans, no. He's going to put on a show everywhere he goes. Well, we hope we put on a good show today. 5 hours. Sorry for the...
Yes, sir.
R-rated talk, if there was some in there.
That's
with
all right.
Catcher's mitts and Pippin poles and things of that nature, but we had fun anyhow. Hey, Rod, have a wonderful Wednesday. Tomorrow will be one day closer to Texas OU.
Yes, sir.
That'll be a Thursday edition. We'll preview the big games. Hey, by the way, we mentioned 50 straight days of football. You've got Jacksonville State and Middle Tennessee tonight, and FIU and New Mexico State. So you do have a couple of... one's on ESPNU, one's on CBS Sportsnet, so you do have college football tonight. 50 straight days starts today.
Hey, thank you, Cole. Great job today, brother.
Thanks, Cole. Hope Ty feels better. Every hour podcast at hornfm.com.